They're rowing home, they're home, they're rowing. Norway's rowing home.
You see this? I quit. I opened my own hotel.
Hello, Chatto! It's Sundatten coming up today on Building a Nation with Wisła Kraków. It's coming home, but it also is coming home to Poland as we attempt to attempt the intro. I actually did the rest of the intro over in the corner there. You just didn't hear it. It goes to a different school, I'm afraid. So it's really cool though. Just a quick one. What we're attempting, I'm attempting to become a professional streamer. One day I hope to get there, but today is not that day. Always going to bottle it in his English. I don't know about that one. Ah, dear. I'm going to now attempt, chat, very slowly, so as not to scare the buttons, to attempt to choose the prediction outcome. Oh, that was a lot of belief today. That was a bad choice, chat. I am very sleep deprived. Will he mess up the intro? Yes, he fucking will. Ah, dear. John, thank you very much for the 26 months. Danny, Emu hit. What was it I used to get? I used to call you Emu, didn't I? Thank you very much as well for the 24. I hope you're well, my friends. Lovely to have you back in chat. Tim, thank you for the 35. Lewis, thank you for the 9. And we can all just forget about that. But, good news. They're back. I would say I fixed it. I didn't. It just started working again without me touching it. So they're back. But there wasn't a lot of points allocated last stream, which is why there's very little movement there. There was a lot of sprints, points, behaviour there. But the Marussia is still 9th. So, yeah. People have a lot of catching up to do with Pass Pro's 2 wins from those first 2 rounds. Adam, thank you for the 35 as well. You're on there somewhere, I think.
It's coming
yes, you
home.
are. 5th place. Yeah, love to see it. Steve, I'd prefer not to discuss it at this time. It wasn't great. Zygmundo, thank you very much for the 18 months. A double Twitch babby, a pair of twins, if you will. Or Password smashed it for those first couple, I've got to say. Which would have been, presumably, the final 2 streams of last season. Of course, it's been a weird one. Oh, that's very kind of you, Danny, man. Lovely to have you back. What brought you back to FM in general? I'm just curious, because obviously with the way that the game is right now, I would be very surprised if we saw any changes to the game for the rest of stream. Rest of stream? Okay. Did anyone else hear a door slam in the background? Let's just... Camera cable? No, my camera cable's fine. As you can see from the perfect stream quality, if my camera did go off there, that would have been brilliant, actually. Yeah, it's early. I've not slept a lot. Yeah, the bathroom door does love the old... I'm going to put a scale in front of it. I want to keep the breezes moving. That's better. It's not. I mean, it might. If you hear a slam now, then you know there's an issue. Oh, dearie me. I mean, it's... I went to sleep about 2:15, maybe? The Argentina game had just started. That much I do remember. Also, did I turn the music down? I don't think I did I? It's... Plus, Sundays, I always sleep like shit on Sunday nights. Saturday nights leading into Sunday for whatever random reason. I don't function very well on less sleep, which means today there's every likelihood that I am more loopy than normal and have some wild takes. Sorry, I was just dapping up Inferno under the desk there. What the fucking hell? Danny, what the fuck, man? Thank you very much for the 10 gifted subs. I've only just got started. He's like, I know, this will throw him off. And it did. Thank you, man. That's very, very kind of you and extremely unnecessary. Oh. Josh Allen captaincy? I mean... I'll show you the stats in a minute, because obviously I've been playing up until the start of the Champions League. We've got deadline day today as well. I have a couple of things to catch you up on, because a player has left the club, although I think that may have happened on stream anyway. Or did it? Actually, we can discuss that in a bit. These are the ones that produce the... There's a cat in the garden? Good God, I'm getting off my big face. The less you see of me, the easier it will be to understand that I am a knob. So... This is very true. I think a light breeze could throw me off this morning, or just, well, it would be an attempt, isn't it? Let's be honest. So, league-wise, things have been a bit weird. I'm a level with you. They have been a bit weird. Is it a certain sentiment? Yes, it is. I think we can all agree that he has let us down. He's let the nation of Poland down. And I never want to see his naughty face again, frankly. He was the one I had so many hopes pinned upon. Yeah, Alaves are in the Champions League because Alaves came 4th in La Liga last season. That was one of the sort of biggest takeaways from Hello Pong. Here to distract me further, no doubt. Spitfire, thank you very much for the 12 months. You okay? How goes it, Chief? Yeah? Good.
Cat was in the garden.
Cat was in the garden. I said.
Jazzy girl.
I made it clear. Did Molsky get big matches? Good question. I don't know, actually. Yes! He did. Which is nice, as I think that kind of justifies his sticking around even longer, even more than it would have already done. I mean, it would have kept him anyway, unless he desperately tried to force a move away, but that just means that he's now usable. I mean, he was usable before, but now he's kind of got that additional usability. I forgot we were training him to play wing-back. Are you okay? Yeah? Mm-hmm. Cool. Backpack time.
Bye.
The water farm stat, it gets worse by the day. Pretty much, it gets worse by the day. She still hasn't figured out a way to do anything about it. Other than the, like, bronzing, moisturizing thing she's been trying out, but that takes ages to build up. So, I guess I'll let you know. We'll let you know once we go back into winter and the tan just disappears again.
I've stopped doing that.
You stopped doing that? Right, that worked well then.
It's not that bad. Don't look ridiculous.
I'm pressing X to doubt, chat. Personally. Ah, dearie me. It's okay, Pog. I love you anyway.
If you stop with me because of a tan, that's a you issue, not mine.
I can't help but feel like I said the opposite, but sure, let's move. Please replace what I said with whatever you want me to say, and then react to that accordingly. Tattoo after got my entire back. Oh, man. Here's an idea. This is a stupid one, but it might just work. Get some cling film, lay it across the floor, cover it in the tattoo aftercare, and then roll in it like a hippo. You're going to get worse suggestions than that, and I don't think mine's entirely that bad, even if it is a little silly on the outlook. I almost read that as a bachelor's spatula, which I think needs to exist, but only single men are allowed to buy them. It's just a normal spatula. No injuries, other than Johnny Boy, obviously, but I don't think I let him actually be included in fantasy because I didn't want someone to accidentally click him and then be disappointed when we realise that he's out for 9 years. Such is life. Runner's Town as well. Oh, yeah, I mean, mine's... It's noticeable, but it's not like... Actually, it's probably better on the other arm. Like, you can definitely see where the cut-off part is, like around about there where my t-shirt line is. In fact, I've just realised that my skin is nigh on the same colour as this England top. Like, that's uncanny. Shading does sound to be a nasty one. I've only ever had tattoos in places that are like pretty much the lower ones on the pain scale. Actually, the bit under my armpit there, that was a little bit sensitive because it's quite thin skin there, but realistically, these kind of tattoos on my forearms and stuff are like, I think, other than maybe your thigh, I think they're about the most low pain threshold, right? Aren't they? As far as I remember. Yeah, a little bit suspect. These things happen, right? Ah, dear. Buy some drumstick squad. Ooh, I haven't done those in ages, man. So let's go, hang on. I want to sign this guy and watch him in the match engine. Can you spot the oddity? Is he really tall or really short? What? Oh, he's so much cooler than the other guys. We've had a few players lately that have been like 6'4" with like really low jumping reach. But for me, 5'1" with 17 jumping reach, that's exceptional. I'd be signing him purely... I mean, he's actually quite good. Arguably, he isn't even really a wingback, or isn't even really a fullback, because he's not very quick. His crossing and dribbling are... Oh, he's only 17, I suppose. But he's more of a centre-back type of player. This is fantastic. He just has... Yeah, he just wears moon boots. He's got like... Do you know those shoes you get that had like the sort of springy kind of things in them? They were almost like a little bendy piece of metal that bounced like... They probably had a name or something. Probably something really dumb. But it's like he's got those, but built into his mercurial vapours or something. I don't know boot names and stuff, which is actually something I'm going to have to look into because I think there might potentially be another charity match this year. Which can only mean one thing. Your boy could potentially embarrass himself again. On the world stage. Outside of... Oh! 194 CA keeper. And to be fair, seems like it's working for them. Jesus Christ. Wow. 0.13 XG and they beat Brazil 2-1. Fair bloody play. I do need to have a look through that simulation thing I did for HP just so I can see if I can find some crazy shit like that in there as well. Oh, let's have a look at the keeper. Is there any way I can like use a Game Boy Link cable to take him out of that save and put him into my save? He's all things to all men and women, isn't he? 1-on-1s, 20. Does he have anything I'd consider a weakness? Low flair? Off the ball? To be fair, most things goalkeepers do is off the ball. Now that's a goalkeeper. If one of those existed in our save, I'd be a little bit happy. Speaking of, actually, there is a goalie that I had a little look at that came through one of our scout reports at Atletico. He might not be available still, but if he is, I'd be kind of tempted to pick him up as a backup goalkeeper because we're actually a bit light in that spot. That's if he's still there, because he had a really low release clause. Oh shit, they've sold him, haven't they? They've 100% sold him. Is it one of these guys? It could be this guy. Nah, it's not. I think either they sold him or they let him go. If he doesn't have another club yet, that's my transfer history, not theirs. I'm curious. Because I think he was available really cheap, because perhaps... Oh, let's see. Right, so it would be released players, maybe. No. Where the fuck's bro gone? There was definitely a guy. And I know it'd be counting here, wouldn't it? The question is, which one of these is he? Because I think he was one of these. But I don't know which one, because I can't remember bro's name. Is it this guy? Oh, it might be this guy. Who signed for Alaves? Fuck. Yes, I think it was indeed this guy. David Pereira. Oh, he doesn't like big matches. Okay. Doesn't like big matches. That maybe is an eliminatory factor. I didn't have him fully scouted at the time, so I couldn't see that. And now I'm kind of glad that I didn't sign him. Now, admittedly, I could have picked him up for £3.7 million, which is the reason I was kind of interested in him in the first place. But, Spanish Scourge. Didn't check that either. I just saw a guy at Atletico. Right, fair enough. I've actually managed to dodge a bullet on that one then. Being able to trade players. Well, I mean, you can do it in the MLS, I suppose. I don't know how that mechanic actually works, as of course I've never played there. Sorry, Guy Sanchez, yet again, in the big 2026. This is my now 12th year of apologising to you for that one. CM leaving. No, so it wasn't a CM, it was a centre-back. And unfortunately, I mean, put it this way. Our squad from last season hasn't changed. More just that a player that I really wanted to be a part of our squad for this season sadly has left. And that is Al Hassan Sikiru. It sucks because he would have been goated. We would have finally had our tall boy for set pieces, because realistically with Steinbergen, Manor and Van Kemsika, none of those three are really aerial dominant. They're all very good on the ground defenders, but when Sikiru said he was going to come back from Legia, I was really happy because I thought, actually, you know what, screw it, he's good enough to play for us right now. And then he FRT'd us. And I couldn't offer him a contract before he did that because Man United were interested in him. And yeah, that being said, we were very lucky to get as much money as we did from him. I was expecting us to end up getting, 12 to 13 million pounds. And then for some reason, Stade Rennais came in and actually let me bid them up all the way to 38, rising to 40 million pounds. Which for a guy who had 1 year left on his contract is actually pretty staggering business. Now, in fairness to them, he's already worth 100 million at Stade Rennais. So expect him to be playing for God knows who very soon, which is fucking hell, that one sucks. Because he's the GOAT. Now, we do have a couple of other players that have come back from loan that are centre-backs, but nowhere near as good as him, unfortunately. Now, as far as I know, I don't think I did a great deal of business off stream as far as that. I thought I'd save it till deadline day. I think I did. I think these guys joined us, but these were pre-arranged transfers as far as I know. As in, players that we'd already decided were going to be coming in. They just joined us because they turned a certain age. Yeah, literally, no one else has joined us in that period. Did I sell anybody? I don't think I did, other than like the basic ones down here as well. So that gives us the loan farm looking like this as well. 224. Now, it's not finished yet because there is still a huge host of players in the B team, I think, that are currently in the process of being loaned out to Pushnia Pormica. But you know how long it takes. So it should all go through today. It better, because there's still a load of them outstanding. But we did get some pretty good loans out, I would say. I'm pretty pleased with that, Jude, indeed. I thought it was weird, the post-match interview that, I think it was Gabriel Clark, did with Tuchel and then with Jude. There was a lot of crossed wires at first, but it also just seemed like he was trying to carve a wedge for absolutely no reason, and I didn't really understand what he was trying to do, to be honest. It was a very strange couple of interviews, to be honest. Just had a takeover. Ooh. What we could do with some of those actually coming in. It was a bit classic. It was very weird, though. Did he do the same in the BBC interview? It was very strange. Like, it was an odd... I hate that... But I almost hate the way that the interview was structured, because he was sort of saying, oh, well, he said this, meanwhile not actually giving any context to what Tuchel was said. And I don't know, I just don't know why they're asking that. It was such a stupid sort of questions. And I'm just like, what exactly are you trying to do here, buddy? We've just won the game. Maybe let's just ask questions about that. I don't know, it's just odd. Yeah, it was a strange one. I put that down to Jude simply not knowing what he'd actually said. And I don't think Gabriel Clark did a very good job at even telling him, frankly. And he's just reacting to, like, sort of the idea of something rather than something specific. First goal that should have been cancelled. No, I don't think it was a foul on Kane. I mean, you could make the argument as a foul on Kane, but I don't think it was, personally. When I first saw it in full speed, I was like, but then when I saw the replay, I was like, nah. After hit the camera cable. I hadn't heard about that until this morning, which means clearly, yeah, I'm just not interested, honestly. At a certain point, score more goals, basically. It was shit stirring for me. Yeah, exactly, Andy. That's how I took it. Anyway, it just seemed really strange, because it's the sort of thing you'd expect out of... Who's that whopper that does it for Sky? There's a... Is it not Gabriel? No, Gabriel Clark's the guy for ITV. There's a guy that does this for Sky all the time. Is it Gary Cotterill? Yeah, the sensors pick nothing up, but like the sensors are not especially useful, as we've already seen, I suppose. Sorry, yes, I did see it. It's just that it was literally like 2 minutes ago, so you do have to give me a chance to do the lookups.
2 blocks from here.
Lucas Hoggs. Oh, there he is. Jess Shreves as well, to be fair, but I found that Gary Cotterill was way worse. Avape, thank you very much for the follow. I quit vaping a while ago. Snicker meter. Yeah, it's... I think they, instead of bringing that stuff up, they need to either have more tech in the balls for that kind of stuff, or, yeah. Slight hair touch. Well, yeah. Oh, they absolutely are, but also score more goals. Like, to be fair, I do agree that FIFA were rigging it for England, though, because the bit where they disallowed 7 of Norway's goals and gave England 7 penalties, that, for me, was a bit over the line, personally. Like, not to sound biased, but I think that was over the line. But in time, we will see if that plays out, because we've got Argentina next. And as we know, FIFA rigged that for Argentina yesterday as well, because they made Brielle Mbolo dive. There was a big button in the sky that Infantino pushed, and it made it Mbolo. It's crazy how that happens, isn't it, in football? I know! It's weird that Kane kept missing them as well. It was wild. Oh my god, yeah. The Sirlot thing. Jesus Christ. No, I couldn't believe that moment. I genuinely couldn't believe it. NUFC Pros, thank you very much for the 23 months, man. That's very kind of you. I hope you're well this morning. The Sirlot Haaland thing was wild. I understand that he's using Haaland as a decoy run. Then don't use Erling Haaland as a decoy run. Like, I couldn't believe it. What I would say is I don't think Haaland was very good in that game at all. And I think the thing that would annoy me if Haaland was... Say I was a Norway fan and I was watching that game and I was just looking at Erling Haaland's performance. The thing that would annoy... And I know that this is not his game. His game is I barely move until I score goals and it wins them games. And it does it and it works and it clearly has worked. That's why they're there. But, not just that's why, but there are other reasons too. But there was this moment in, I think, before Haaland went off, and this might be because he was carrying an injury, which I assume he had to have been, otherwise why on earth would he have not been taken off? Or sorry, been taken off. It's the... It looked like he was injured because there was a couple of moments where the ball was kind of really close to him, but he just didn't challenge for it, and it just allowed England to constantly retain possession over and over and over when Norway needed an outball. Walking to the commentary box. Yeah, I think people give him a lot of shit for that. I don't fully... They always caveat it with, I know it's his game, and then go on to criticise him for it anyway. It's like... I think his stats generally speak for themselves on those kind of things. It's just... He had to have been injured. I'm assuming we'll find out today or later that he's likely to have picked up some kind of knock there. We've had a lot of players looked absolutely dead in that game. Declan Rice looked like he could barely run over to take a corner. And I think taking him off was extremely smart. Because, especially if you get through, because now you've had an extra rest of Declan Rice. You've not overexerted him in that. And now you get him back for the next round as well. And Jude not getting booked is very clever too. Yeah, he's clearly not it. It was nice to see Reece James come back into the team though. That I was not expecting. Was he ill before the game as well? Oh, really? Okay. Fair enough. That makes a lot more sense. I'll just show you the league table because I realize I haven't actually done that yet. It's weird this season. We have actually lost a couple of games. We're still leading the league, but it's been a very strange start to the season. just in general. Brookbet, though, actually kind of are good. And, yeah, 42 degrees. Well, yeah, because it was Florida, wasn't it? Which means that it would have the heat as well as the insane amount of humidity, which means your sweat basically stops working. It was something so funny. I couldn't believe it. My group chat just started going bang, 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 the second I saw him sitting on the bench. Wild. That being said, it would have been the most England thing ever if Strand Larsen had come on and scored. That would have been very... Celebrating Haaland going off, and then immediately as Strand Larsen comes on, he goes and does something. But I'm trying to think of him even touching the ball in the game, unfortunately. Not that he had a lot of time to do that, right? I also felt weirdly calm when we scored in extra time. And once we've gone in front, I didn't feel like I did against Mexico, where I was absolutely nervous as hell, sat on the edge of my sofa type of thing. I felt weirdly calm. And I don't know why, but I dare say I might actually trust this England team with a lead. Is this what it's like, fans of other teams and countries, when you trust your team? I've never experienced this watching England in my entire life. It's bizarre. So yeah, Christian Gomez, 8 goals so far this season. Sharpak, 6 goals. I've been very impressed with this young man. Now, obviously, El Shankiti missed a load of football to start the season. He is back now. But obviously, he's only just literally, I think, in the last 2 matches come back into the team. But Sharpak has done exceptionally. It was an excellent... It's one of those ones where it's a fantastic goal. Obviously, it's not meant to be a goal, but it doesn't matter because it goes in. I would like to look at the shot breakdown, but it seemed like a lot of the chances were low-quality chances. But it doesn't mean you can't score them, because they go in all the time, right? It's... Nusa, I thought was really good when he came on, but he just didn't quite... He couldn't quite get the quality when he needed it, and he never quite got close enough to goal to actually test Pickford properly, I feel like. As much as it would look like he was just about to go past, he just seemed to be that one step short for some reason. Favorite player, the save. Oh, that is a tough one. I think it's still probably Montparnasse, currently, of this save. But it's a close one. He has... Actually, Montparnasse has started the season really well. He's got 5 goals already in the first 10 matches of the season, so he's kind of cooking a little bit this year. Flying visit off to the gym, you love to see it. Pump that iron and such. Working to the peak, yeah. Yeah, Alan's been kind of good without actually taking his chances, unfortunately. Norway shot map. Oh, okay. Because if you actually look at the overall... I mean, there's a couple of... I'm guessing these are sort of low quality in headers and stuff, I guess. But either way, I looked at the XG for the 90 minutes. That must have been a turgid watch as a neutral, right? I imagine if you were a neutral... That must have been a terrible watch, because basically nothing happened in the full 90 minutes in terms of proper chance creation from either side, really. I think England only had 0.27 in the entire 90 minutes. In extra time, it was a bit different as things stretched out, but my God. When you're watching the game as a fan of the team, it doesn't matter because you're not really worried about things like that, but it doesn't sound like it was a great watch. So yeah, in terms of XG-wise, Nathan Allen... He's getting into good spaces. He hasn't scored a lot so far this season, but he has got 3 assists, which is underperforming as well. Not that that's entirely his fault, but it's okay. Also, fun fact, I figured out why it moves his position around. And it's a weird reason. Every time an injury happens, and a player has to be substituted through injury, the game decides to move your players around on the pitch if they're not entirely in their correct positions, according to the game. Because we got an injury in the first game I played that wasn't on stream, which I think was this one, the 6-3 against Piasklevica, or maybe it was this one. And it did the same thing again when Naeem went off injured, and it was this one. When Naeem went off injured in this one, it did the same thing again. It moved all my players around and put them in the wrong positions. So very strange. That should not be happening. I had a look at the responsibilities. There was no reason for that to have happened. Really, really weird. Midfield for Rangers. I mean, yes, because you've got Hjortø Dahl in there. That's all you need. Isn't he being linked really, really heavily with Rangers in real life? Because if so, I think that would genuinely be a phenomenal signing for Rangers. And it's just nice to see him being in the UK at that point. That means he's ever so closer to us than he was before. And then this causing a really dumb shuffle. Yeah, it's super weird. But for whatever reason, that's when it happens. Now, we'll have to watch out for it doing it in matches where we don't have Nathan Allen in the team, or when he gets a little bit more competent. I don't think it will happen anymore now, though, because he is technically capable of playing left-sided winger now. Tall, temporally centre-back. Ben Broomhead. Oh, he's perfect. Not just his attributes, but his name is Broomhead. What a perfect name for a giant centre-back. Can he play as a sweeper as well? It's just... Love a bit of nominative determinism in the morning. A done deal. That makes sense. I mean, I know he was linked with a lot of teams, but that one seemed to be the one that stood out. This was the other centre-back that came back from loan, who doesn't like big matches, so he'll probably have to be used sparingly, but he's not bad, ultimately. He's a solid-ish player. I have moved him to the first team squad. I don't think oh no, he is registered for the Champions League. Speaking of which, do you remember the last couple of seasons? Our Champions League fixtures have been beautiful. They've been magnifico. They've been easy. They've been movable. It seems that UEFA have noticed that and have said, actually, wouldn't it be cool if you had the opposite of that this year? So get ready for our Champions League fixtures this season. I would say it feels like a Champions League group. It doesn't. It feels like whatever the thing above a Champions League group would be. A knockout gauntlet of doom. So we start off at home to Chelsea, then we go hosting Villarreal, then we have, would you believe it, Stade Rennais, the team we literally just sold a player to for £40 million. Can't see that going wrong. Then we go away to Juve. George C. Stokes, thank you very much for the 35 months, man. I hope you're well. Then we go away to Manchester City. Then we go away to Brighton. Then we host Celtic and Shakhtar. Where's the pot 4 teams? Where's the pot 3 teams? It's just... This is insane. 3 English sides. Chelsea, Brighton, Manchester City. We've also got Juve in there. Stade Rennais, who are decent, and it's away. And then Celtic and Shakhtar, who are maybe pot 4 teams. But you know that we could get rumbled by... Probably not, actually. But that is a really, really tough set of fixtures that we've got. Only top 16. I mean, we want top 8, really. Realistically. We do need top 8, because... I don't trust us enough, basically. And also the extra bonus points you get for top 8 are just so useful. And any points we get in the group are absolutely vital. And there's a very good reason for that. Captain Z, and that's the reason. Thank you for the 60 months, man.
It's Celtic in Europe, Matt.
It is Celtic
in Europe. The biggest gimme in football.
In fairness, you're probably right. In fact, I don't think Celtic have even been in the Champions League in this day for a while. I haven't looked at their other fixtures, but one thing I want to show you quickly first is, unfortunately, this year is much like last year, where the team that got the playoff round sadly didn't make it through. Motor Lublin were the team, I think, that had to play a playoff game. They lost to Anderlecht, so they've gone into the Europa League, which ultimately I'm actually okay with, as long as they don't fuck it up. But we do have Jagiellonia with us, along with Brookbet, who I actually think are a pretty solid team, so we'll hope for the best from them. The reason this is important, though, because this season is a big season for Poland, more so than last year, for one very specific reason, and that is this. This is the current coefficients. If it ended right now, we are still behind behind France, but my God, is it closer now. We are within touching distance of France. We are 1.3 points behind them. If we can outperform them this year by 1.3 points, we'll get back into the top 4 again, get our 4 Champions League group stage spots back again, and ultimately start closing in on Germany, because we've got some really good ones coming up too. Celtic Glasgow are my favourite Polish team, personally. Don, thank you very much for the 100 bits. I don't know why nothing popped up on screen that time. Italy, yes, they have. I don't know how they've managed that. Austria did have a better season last year, if I recall. They got a 5 point... I say better season. They've actually kind of just stagnated, and they've still already lost 2 teams. Which, to be fair, to some of the teams around them is not even that bad. Hungary have got 2 left still, actually. Anyone crazy further down that have got teams left? Albania and Gibraltar have still got a team in it. Latvia have got one. Whereas Scotland have been okay. Oh, no, they haven't. No, they have. 14th. They've kind of very hit and miss. They're losing a couple of really... Well, actually, they're losing quite a good season here. Once they get rid of that 4, they'll probably rocket back up the league again. And they do still have 3 teams left in Europe as well. Yeah, Italy losing 2 already is very bizarre. And I don't know how they've done that. Oh, wait, hang on. What positions do they even get? So Italy get 2 in the Champions League. 1 in the Europa. So they've probably lost 1 here, maybe. Is that even possible to drop out there? Well, we have to investigate this. Was it 3 Champions League? Okay. I want to figure out how Italy have managed... I mean, it's good for us because it means that we've got almost no pressure from behind, which is perfect. But I need to figure out who the hell they've already lost in Europe. Shouldn't be hard, though. We'll just look at the fixture schedules for... I know it'd be easier to go to the Conference League stuff, but if we just go to their season last year, we can literally just look at the teams who would have been in Europe. So it would have been Genoa, who... Genoa, who were knocked out of the Conference League playoff round by Applewell of Cyprus. Bravo, lads. Whatever well done is in Greek Cypriot. Or Cypriot Greek, I don't know. This is fantastic. What's this guy called? That seems a little Dennis to me, but what on earth is going on there? Is that on the A1 by any chance? So that's one team gone. 10 men out. This gets better and better. So who's the other team they've lost then? It's probably Sassuolo, isn't it? Let's be honest. Oh, that's this season. I forgot that it resets. I wish it was. Bologna, probably? Oh my god. Bloody hell. So yeah, they've lost Genoa and Bologna, which means not only are Italy down 2 teams this season, they have no Conference League competitor either. They're going to get absolutely murked. They lost to Wolfsburg at AC in both legs, then lost at home to Utrecht, won the away leg and still lost on penalties. Good God. I mean, at this rate, Italy will be lucky if they get... Losing to an Austrian team is mad, given how bad Austria are in this save. Italy's last few years, like 14, 19, 16, 15, with only 4 teams left, 3 of which were in the Champions League, I'll be honest with you, I could see Italy getting like 12 points this year or something. I could realistically see them being down sort of this kind of range by the end of the season, which is perfect. Because we're already miles clear of them, but this has meant that there's almost zero chance of them catching us anytime soon. Oh, that's an easy answer, MD Games. Austria. Austria have absolutely shat the bed in this save. They're 29th in the coefficient. They were 31st at one point. They have finally gained back above Moldova and Kazakhstan in the last 2 years, but they did drop below them at one point because Moldova had a couple of 5 straight seasons of like 5 points. Austria is easily the biggest fall-off I've seen in this save by a reasonably high nation in general. To where Scotland could end up next. That's simple. All you have to do is you just sort it by the total next season column. That's how it tells you, basically. That would be a much easier way than me trying to work it out because I can't see the context around it. All you do is you just sort by that column, and that tells you the current next season rankings, basically. Obviously, it's subject to change depending on what part of the season you're in, but that's sort of how you get a general idea. It's what we use to sort of create a running total of where we're supposed to be at this stage. It is deadline day. We're playing Chelsea tomorrow. I figured, considering our budget situation, we do only have 1 backup striker currently at the squad, which is Sharpek. So if and I did a transfer room in because I figured Spanish Scourge will be gone now, so we could probably have a look at that too. Now, it's probably only got about 10 days worth on it, but it's still worth having a little look through to see what it's like, because why the fuck not, right? What I want to check, though, is just see what the finances are like. So, financial budget, 30 million, good wages, not a huge amount of money in the bank, so we've got to be careful. Could drop to 17 or low. That's quite low, actually, yeah. Oh, is it later in the season? Yeah, it's most likely a little droppy drop, but sometimes a drop is fine. Something really funny. Was it that you found another perfect centre-back and I don't have one? Because if so, I do want to hear about it. If I hit continue now, we should get some agent offers in. Tenerife got to a Europa League final. Did they lose to Fulham in that Europa League final by any chance? Did they later get to a Champions League final and then lose to Napoli in that Champions League final? The projections are absolutely... Was it United? I mean, Fulham and United are basically... We're the Manchester United of the South. Just ask Mohamed Al Fayed 30 years ago. Yeah, the projections are wild. The only one I care about is the FFP one, because that one I find is a little bit more reliable. But currently we are compliant. We're 120 million above that, projected 100 million. But yeah, the projections are... I love how it just projects that you'll make 0 money. It's just like, yeah, sure. Why not? What is our actual balance expected to be? Ah, yes. In a year's time, we're expected to be... Well, technically the end of next season, 150 million in the bank. But it's okay, because we'll not make... What is the point of this screen? I genuinely do not understand the point of this screen. A projection is only useful if it's projecting all the things. Surely it should be taking like average prize money, average... all these things should be taken into account as well. It's... Otherwise, it isn't a very good projection, is it? Has a mistake. Oh, really? Oh, of course, because you're using that database where Celtic and Rangers are in the English League system, aren't you? It is properly just number 1. And here's Simon, who's from Yorkshire and made of metal. Clang. Sky, 9,000 Brazilian freezing. No. I've chose not to do that this season. We decided to really focus our scouting on, well, actually, to be fair, some of the players we picked up, if you missed last room, we did sign a couple of guys that were quite good, I think. Other than the argument we had over Nathan Allen. We'll ignore that. Though, look at that average ratings. Looking good for him. There was a couple more, I think. I think they all technically counted as part of the previous season, though, right? There was... Abubakar, the Nigerian guy, who I quite like. Rahman was decent. This guy here, I think we're chef with him. Mikhail Salikashvili. Ooh, you smell nice. You okay? Yeah. What time are you meeting Alicia?
Well, she's getting the train at 11ish.
Sick. Pog's meeting up with her Polish friend. You can give her a big dzień dobry from me in chat.
Okay.
And you can yell, kurwa, that you won't want to do that.
No.
Not give any contracts. That's true, yeah. They're predicting that basically exactly as it is with the money and nothing else.
But I might walk into town.
Yeah.
Just so
Yeah, absolutely, man.
Yeah. Right.
Enjoy. Have a nice time. You know where I'll be? I'll be here.
Bye, chat.
With chat. Chat can look after me now. It's fine. They'll keep me occupied and whatnot while I pull my shorts up and get ready to go. I assume the agent offers don't start coming through till 9 a.m. I'm hoping the second it ticks over to 9 a.m. that's when we suddenly get all of the rest of the push to Nepal meets loans. Yes, Pog.
I'm not going to lock the front door.
That's fine. Don't worry.
Is that right?
Yeah, I'll let all and sundry in.
Yeah, I don't want to take my key.
Okay, this should be the one that then triggers all of the... This is a little bit concerning because I still have about 40, 50 outstanding loan offers to push to Nepal meets that are just not triggering now. And I don't know why. Bear in mind, they've been triggering all week and they just seem to have stopped randomly. And I can't figure out what's going on with that. Either way, agent offers, what are we saying? Will Hooper... I would like a... Actually, probably should be... Oh, a Fulham player. He's quite good, actually, his old... I mean, attribute-wise, he's quite good. I do worry about the fact that he's worth a fortune and his scouting report isn't essentially great. What we probably should do, actually, before we even start looking at agent offers is probably check out the transfer room in, since there's like 200 players probably waiting there. A Nathan Allen level of fee? You mean a bargain? I'm sure that's what you mean, right? Right. Let's see what we got here. Ah, wait. I'm a moron, chat. This was the goalkeeper. He wasn't at Atletico at all. He was at Villarreal. This was the keeper I was on about earlier that I was trying to find. It's Alexis Busquets, 22 years old, £3.7 million is his release fee from Villarreal. I just figured that as a backup option, we could do a lot worse. 22, exactly. For that kind of price, unless he wants a dumb wage, he's got good aerial reach. One-on-ones is excellent. Reflexes look good. And for that price, like if he was 15 million, I'd maybe be a bit more hesitant. But for that kind of price... For the first team and the second team, not that aren't on loan, no. Basically, I did have a little look, but pretty much all the good players have actually got loans right now, which is a good sign. I'd say it's puntable at that price, unless he's got some crazy wage. I may have already asked his agent, or I just... Either way, I think he's probably worth a little looky look. He has a release clause of £110 million, and they've listed him for 3.7. He might be turning down contracts. It's weird, though, because Villarreal are really good. Like, he's barely he's mostly played for Villarreal's B team and C team, and, crucially, he's not a Spanish Scourge. Right, this is where it should have thrown me, because I knew that he wasn't a Spanish Scourge player, and I somehow convinced myself that he was, because it was the wrong guy. Like, I think he's been fine. Yeah, he's just not getting any game time there, and at 22, it's the perfect time for a keeper to get that move. And if he has any kind of big matches about him, too, magnificent. Yeah, let's actually see who's ahead of... Yeah, that's a good point, because we may have some knowledge on who the fuck is that. Did anyone else see that player? Wait. Oh, of course, yeah, because we do have the data, but it's not showing up on this screen. I don't know why he's scouted. Please don't tell me he's from... He's very good. Hot dog. Right, so ahead of him in goal, they've got these two lads here. A German, Roman Flicker. Sorry, Roman Flicker, who's the literal German national team goalkeeper, who's pretty good. So I could see... He's only 5'11", actually. So that's who's ahead of him. And then they've also got a Malian dude, Abbas Traore, who's the Mali international goalkeeper, who is likely the backup most of the time. I'd say he's probably as good as him, maybe. But these guys are also older than him, too, which kind of helps us. I think there's really no downside. Did I actually bid on him? The figurative... Hey, that's Manuel Neuer forever, and you know it. Right, yeah, I did already put a bid in for him. Cool. I'll take that. The reason I knew about him, obviously, is because I already looked at the bloody transfer in thing. That's what it was. He was one of the first... Oh, I'll tell you why. The reason I know about him is because I set up a goalkeeping one longer ago to see if there were any keepers that could maybe be a backup for us, and he was obviously one of the 3 players it found. Actually, this guy at Tenerife there. Bakary Jarju. Jarju! Although, this is Spanish Scourge, sadly, because he's 23. But he's called Bakary Jarju. And if Moses Jarju owned a bakery. Yeah, very much a different... It's like, are you Tenerife? No, we're not. We're actually a very different Tenerife. It's impossible to hold Austrian passport without reducing it. I guess he's just that good, comrade, or the game is a bit weird in those things, which is odd, because usually the game's pretty good at modelling those people that aren't allowed to have the dual nationality stuff, isn't it? Right, now how do I get off of this? Okay. Okay. Oh, he's a strike. Hello, we were just looking at strikers. It's Kazuki Suzuki. Does anyone else like him more because his name is Kazuki Suzuki? I'm not going to pretend that I don't immediately hope that he's really good because of this. Please be good. Please be good. Please be good. Please be good. Okay. Kazuki Suzuki from Sanfrecce Hiroshima. Oh, wow. He's kind of fun. I love that he can play in all three of these roles. Darsh Golding said, no, I didn't. I'm assuming it was a friendly for... He is still at Tromsø, right? I'm guessing it was a... Wait, no, Tromsø will be playing, won't they? Because it's mid-season. He is magnifico. I can't watch things on stream, unfortunately, Mad Joker, because of copyright stuff. You just want to be able to say his name. Kazuki Suzuki. It just... He's never played... No, he has. He's played 6 matches in total for them. He's not crazy expensive. Who's he wanted by? This will be a good indicator. Hi, it's the entire Premier League. But we did say we were looking for another striker to have as a backup. I mean, I'm willing to punt. Even if he's like £5 million. Yes. So it was a classic Jens Hjertedal goal. Amazing. I love that he actually... This shows you how good the FSI's research is, though. That he is so good for that in this game. I mean, obviously, we've got Marobot now, but Jens was that man for us for such a long time. Oh, that's one thing about Nathan Allen. He does love a long shot in this save for some reason. He has 12 long shots. I've told him not to, but he does still do it quite a lot. So expect a few bangers out of Big Allen this year. Let's see what Miku's got for us. Coming years, he's absolutely fine. Low wage. Decent length contract. I think... And we can't really be competitive. Like, they're not going to compete against us. Yeah, that's the thing. He can cover CM. He can cover AM as well, technically. Heck, there's even a... I wouldn't really want to play him out wide, probably. I imagine he can't tackle. So he has a release fee of 4.1 million, which means I can offer them like 3.5 and they'll probably accept it. Unless they've changed their mind. Yeah, no, they should be able to take... I'd expect that we could probably get him for like 3.5. Which I'm more than happy to take. He's got the name. He's got flexibility. He's only 20. No Japan caps yet, but like his finishing looks good. His composure looks good. Dribbling's a little on the soft side. Passing looks tasty. Probably quite quick as well. Diminutive. Left-footed. Another left-footed player. Wow, we have loads of left-footed strikers now. Champions League. Yes, we did. We won the Champions League 1-0 over Barca. They didn't have a shot on target in the entire game. We absolutely slaughtered them in terms of just strangled the game. Gornik unfortunately lost 2-1 after taking the lead, which sucks. But it's nice to see them at least getting there. That Spanish Scourge, that Spanish Scourge. Basically, if they're Spanish and 21 or over, they're almost certainly Spanish Scourge, unfortunately. There's a Freiburg DM. Yannick Conrad. Who did they lose to? They lost to Girona. Means Hope of Peace Beltry. I'm here for it. Big fan of those cars as well. Yannick Conrad. 18 years old. So we have £30 million in transfer budget. If we're spending 3.7 on Spanish Man, 3.5 on Suzuki, which is an expensive car, I'll grant you, that's what? £7 million? We don't want to spend the whole budget, obviously, because we want to maintain we want to make sure we've got a bit of budget floating around for signings we make outside of the window, because you know how much we love those players. I know. I think we should be done of them now. We should finally be able to use Transfer Room in again now, because the only reason there was Scourge players showing up in there is because they were technically 21 when I started it, but have now become 22, or they were goalies, and I set the age bracket a little higher. I think he does need more research, but I don't hate him. Chesterfield save. I've always had a weird soft spot for Chesterfield, and I can't figure out exactly why. I think it's just I like the nickname of the club more than anything else. Paulo Roberto Gomez. 6'2" with almost no jumping reach. Where have we seen this before? He's probably a scout further type beat. God, I wish they'd sort that. Diallo, that's Spanish Scourge as well, isn't it? Chindera Neseru. Oh, it's Sharjah. Okay. 4.9 million. Decent CA. Decent PA. Nigeria caps. They signed it from Kanu Pillars. He's on surprisingly low money too. Hello, Bente. How are you, friend? I think he has a release scores of 4.9, which means they're likely going to want it, but I do quite like him. Doesn't have the greatest jumping reach. Gives us a bit of extra depth. Could technically cover right wing if we needed him to. He's got good crossing and dribbling, actually. I like him. And he's cheap. I think he's one of those guys that will be worth more. You're right, he can cover wing back for us. Not that we probably need him to ever because we've got so much depth on the right, but because the out of possession role doesn't matter, that would actually be really solid. And he's really good right foot. No left foot, but that's okay. I think... See if they say anything else. Low wage, breakthrough prospect, fine by me. Yeah. I think I'm happy to pay that. Just to have him around. Depends on his squad status, but breakthrough prospect, that's even better. He's not going to expect to play loads. Driven personality, which ultimately doesn't actually... I think there's a reasonable level of professionalism in there. I think we're going to have to... Yeah, we are going to have to just pay the full fee. Usually when they have like a range and there's a release clause, then you can get them cheaper. But if they just have the exact fee, that usually means they won't sell them for less than that, and I'm okay to pay that. Exactly. If he ends up in the farm, then I'm totally fine with that. Loads, presumably... Wait, no, these are not Spanish Scourge. This guy's at Darlington. Hello. Sharjah. Sharjah is a UAE. I might be saying the name wrong a little bit. Hopefully they're fast charging. We get the full voltage out of him. This is actually kind of fascinating. Look at this guy at Matlock Town. Imagine there's an English Scourge. We didn't know about it, but they're all like... This guy plays for Bella Italia. This guy plays for Bella Italia. That's a tasty-ass player right there, chat. Italian amateur that plays for Bella Italia. Incredible. I'm trying to think of any joke that's in my head now. I guess we'll have to wait. Is he going to want a tip every time he does something? 6'2", good jumping reach. Played for Bella Italia once. I think we all did, right? Last time I went to a Bella Italia was one in London when Pog and I were going to a gig with her brother. It was when I saw Dayseeker. It's the only time I think I've ever been to a Bella Italia for that. Big rivalry with the Heart, yes. Jabba not impressed. It's quite a high wage, but I like the fact that we've somehow still managed to find amateur players, even though I'm not looking for them this year. And I'm fine with that. I mean, realistically, Gordon Christie of Darlington, this is almost certainly naff, but it's the fact that it's even there to begin with. And I feel like we owe it to Tony Jameson to take a player out of Darlington for him. This is Gordon Christie. And he's Scottish too. Where was he born? Where was Gordon Christie born? He was born Hill of Beef. Oh, so whereabouts in Scotland is Hill of Beef? I hope that's incredible. A Pollington bear in Darlington, Texas. It's the beef. We could send him to Chicago Fire or something. Right, in you come. Big Gordon. Love to see it. Beef Man is in. Near Dunfermline. Oh, speaking of Dunfermline, people are giving their new kit some shit. I actually quite like it. Mostly just because I feel like it's what tennis players would wear at Wimbledon if they were forced to wear football kicks. The Kingdom of Fife. I do like Fife, actually. Hill Beefies. That's magnificent. Is anywhere near King's Kettle? I say this because it's the only place in Fife I have any personal reference for because my family lives there. Alexander Bertson. I mean, again, he's free, right? I won't say no to an amateur player when they're brought on a plate to me. Playing for Egersund's under-19 squads. And I imagine that the reason we're showing these guys is because we have less knowledge, and so as a result, they think they're better than they are. But you never know, right? Even if one of these guys has got like 130 PA or something, we take it. York Junior, I didn't see York Junior's kit. Oh yeah, Bournemouth's kit. I know that it's going to be one of these things where in about a couple of weeks people will be like, no, actually, I really like it. And to me, I just don't. It looks like there was a movie called Kung Pao where someone got their entire abdomen punched out because it was a comedy movie. And it looks like that. It looks like there's a hole in the middle of their shirt, like they've been blasted through with some kind of high-powered laser. Bizarre piece of design there. Particularly when I feel like it was so easy to not do that as well, which if anything makes it more annoying. Yeah, start with the free ones. I mean, there's this guy, Cesar Giraldo of... I tell you what, actually, he's pretty good. Attribute-wise, at least. I don't mind a bit of him. Slow rate, we don't mind that. I realise that we could sign him on the end of his contract, but most likely he will have a clause in there which will stop that from happening, and I'd rather just pay, like, 100 grand to just make sure we get him. I will accept the demands. They don't need a friendly. Oh, Diallo. I don't know, actually. Was he above or below? Oh, he's a Spanish Scourge. Anyone with, like, Spanish second nationality there is almost certainly a Spanish Scourge player. Albacete, yeah. Unfortunately, those guys I just have to avoid. Next season, they won't be there at all because they'll all finally have aged out of it. But I just kind of glossed over them at this point. I missed this guy, didn't I? I missed the Jimmy. Jimmy Hawkridge of Matlock Town. Born in Matlock. He's Mr. Matlock. I hope he has good investigative skills. 112 requirements. It took me about a minute and a half to set them up, spinner shoots. I think it was about a minute and a half to set 112. Using fast mode, at least. I took a few off because I just wanted to get those ones sorted, but I think roughly it's about a second per... Slightly over a second, I think. Depends. Depends what setting you put it on, I suppose. Right, we'll do that. Do that. Do that. Shout out to Matlock Town. Detective Jimmy. In you come. On a youngster contract. He's 20, so these guys are just pure fodder for the loan farm, but it's okay to have a few of these guys around occasionally. I think we've lost a few. I did do a load of contract extensions as well to get most of the loan farm tied down. Those that we wanted to keep, at least. Is this the... Oh, I like that. It's, I don't know what to make of it, honestly. It's... hard to... I'm really hit and miss with kits at the moment. I mean, I also did manage to, though, find my old England kits, which is what I'm wearing right now. I found like 3 of them. I knew they were around here somewhere in like a box under the bed or something. Dug them out yesterday because I wasn't even sure what seasons they were from. Oh, dear. Oh, yeah, you're right. They've literally just taken the vector image, or rather not a vector image, and just dumped it straight on without resizing it. This is the... Actually, it does say on the kits, as I found out yesterday. This one is 2005 to 2007. I also have 2004 to 2006 in the red and 2006 to 2008 in the red. That was what I managed to discover yesterday, which I presume I must have bought when I was a teenager. But they are much bigger than I expected them to be. This is at an XL, which is actually not that big, to be fair, for an XL, compared to what they'd be like now as an XL. For example, like that nutmeg shirt I have. Yeah, that is bizarre. Also, central badge. Still not sure I like central badges on certain kits. You have to have the right kit set up to do central badge behavior. Samuel Kambala. Oh, yeah. I mean, that's just no-brainer behavior, isn't it? He's double Congo. This is a conga line. Incredible. Relatively cheap. Don't mind a bit of Samuel Kambala. The lesser spotted double Congo player. Arrange a friendly. Oh, they want that friendly Bayer, don't they? Fair enough. I'll have to do so many contract negotiations in a minute. Hill of Beef was the location of the celebrated meeting of the Covenanters, at which preachers John Blackadder and John Dickinson officiated. Interesting. So that's where they filmed Blackadder. Crazy. There's a pub that we go to sometimes back in Essex that in the toilets, the ambient music that they play, I say music, is literally just the TV show Blackadder in audio form. And it's just being piped into the toilets.
Chateau. This is our 140th anniversary home kit.
Ooh. Go on, Shrewsbury. Oh, I like it. It's clean. Colours, changed badge. Magnificent. Shropshire Homes, at least it's a regional appropriate sponsor. I like that a lot. Also, Oxen as a kit manufacturer. Not one I'm familiar with, to be fair. I like that. That's good. Cesar's decent PA. I have already approached Cesar, I think. Did I not already? Yeah. Unless there's another Cesar. There might be another Cesar underneath. It's Colombia. There's likely to be more Cesars, I suspect. So I'll take this guy here, Franco Diaz, who's an Argentinian freebie from Everton La Plata. Nice. Let me do a bit of that. Do a lot of rugby. Oh, a bit like Canterbury, for example. That's another brand that I associate with specifically rugby stuff, is Canterbury. And there's another one as well. Is it CCC or something like that? Not CCM, that's hockey. There's another one. Yeah, I've just been going through the entire list pretty much. That would make sense. That's quite a cool little different pathway to take, actually, to go after a manufacturer from a predominantly different sport. I quite like that. Scouse Raw! Thank you for the 22 months, my friend. How are you this morning? Imagining well. FM's easy this year. Dear Lord. Who's his cask of it, lads? Not in my slave. Rubbish. We'll have that, and then go again. I was going to go down until basically we're outside of the top little options here. Alexander Main. No, not Main. Mesa. Independiente in Medellin. He's 20. I might give him a miss just because he's 20 and doesn't look amazing and does have a transfer fee attached. Then João Victor. Less convinced by him. They need to be freer. Like, why are you costing money? Here we go. Modu Jallo, that's more like it. Superstars Academy in the Gambia. Now you're speaking my language. Youngster, bit of you. Bit of you. Have there been many Premier League kits announced for this season yet? Considering we are... I suppose the season will start a bit later this year, won't it, because of the World Cup. No doubt Fulham will announce their kit 2 months into the season when they've been playing in last year's kit for a little while. Right before they make a signing. Let's be honest, we're not making any. Although we are starting to be linked with more people, in fairness. I just don't trust us. Jallo, we got Fran Ortega, who's... That's Spanish Scourge. This guy's not, though. Lots of Ghanaians and... Isaac Diallo of Accra City Stars. Again, not a team I'm familiar with. Hang on, he has Greece second nationality. Love that for him. Oh, I heard something about Hull's kit, but I haven't actually seen it. Does anyone have a link? Because I heard they'd kind of cooked a little bit. Or have I seen it? Oh, no, maybe I have. Is it the one that's got the crate? Oh, no, it was last season's kit, actually, I think. Because they had an absolutely mad one last year, which I kind of fuck with. Possible in agent offers. Wants to work. Oh, really? If I see that in mind, that would be a bit weird. But that's kind of cool. I can't imagine. Everyone should want to work with Vida Xenia to begin with, really. So I imagine it doesn't tell us that because they already know that's the case. Relegation candidates. I think, put it this way, every single football channel that makes predictions will make that same lazy take. Mostly just because it's easy. It's very easy to say that because Fulham looked a bit leggy towards the end of last season. Lost their manager that had stabilised them for quite some time and do have an unknown quantity in charge. So it's easy to say that, but I feel like it's mostly just based on new manager rather than quality of players versus quality of other teams. But that being said, I think it's one of these seasons where we either finish 16th or like 5th out of nowhere. There's sort of going to be no in between, I think. But it will heavily depend on what sort of... Oh, yes, I remember this kit now. New manager start. We have a very tough start to the season, though. That's the thing. Up until the first international break, we have to play like 4 of the big 6, I think. It's not a great time for it. But then we play all 3 promoted teams in a row, which if you're in good form at that point, could be absolutely killer. Think for Fulham will sign players? Maybe. Maybe. If there's time, you know? That I like these. These will obviously become proper passe in a couple of years when every single team starts doing this thing, but I do like it in the meantime for the first few, you know? That's kind of sick. I assume it's because that Hull don't have a sponsor yet announced, so I'm guessing they will ruin it with a horrible sponsor. But at least it can't be some horrible gambling sponsor. It'll be oh no, it can't be Calcio or Polymarket, can it? Because that's gambling too. What could they... What's like the next worst? Like, what is the one that we're going to be scourged with that isn't gambling now that gambling's out the window? It'll be some other, like... Yeah, like a kind of... Crypto. I think that would... I don't know, does crypto still come under that or not? I'm guessing not. Technically, it's investing. Supplements. Depends what kind of supplements. Give me the... This is sponsored by Whey Protein. Vape brand. Sponsored by Lost Mary. That's a vape brand, right? I don't vape anymore, you know. I've completely forgotten, you know. Okay, this has fallen off really hard. So I might just... What I might do is filter it by CA, see if there's any crazy high CA guys that stand out that we maybe have lower PA. Like Jacques van der Kolk, who's very expensive. Guy at Girona, very expensive. I got Wanderers. Sioane, Blanco, Christian Caballero. If I'd had more time to run this for longer, it might have generated us more, because ultimately, as you'll see from this, even the highest level ones, I think I've only had 8 days to cook. So actually, I might leave that as it is. We can revisit that after the window anyway. Lincoln City... Oh, of course Lincoln, because they're championship now, aren't they? That's going to be fascinating this season. Fake water company. That's what you like to see. I like my water fake. I don't know if Fulham are even going to be having a new sponsor. I think our deal with our current sponsor goes into this season anyway. And I think our kits from last year will be tough to beat anyway. Also, while we were looking under the bed for my England kits, I accidentally found my 2 Joe Bryan shirts. Why is Skegness Town not in the game? Surely they are like... Am I spelling this wrong? Is it 2 Gs? Are they really at such a low level that everyone doesn't even load them in? How weird. I don't know why I figured they'd be a high... Maybe I'm thinking of Scarborough. It's the level. How low are they? Fair enough. If I had an extended database, I'm sure they'd show up. I mean, Ely City show up, I think. So Serie B currently, Cremonese are running away with it. Wow. What a start in Serie B. Cremonese bringing out the Catenaccio vibes there. 4 games, 4 goals, 0 conceded, 10 points. Efficient. They've won 3 games 1-0 and drawn the other one 1-0. I mean, it's just a crazy, interesting league down here in Serie B. The top 3 teams in the league have scored a goal a game each. This could not be in a team seen so typically Italian. Last year, out of interest, to be fair, a team got promoted with 51 goals last year, which was Monza. Did anyone really stick their head above the parapet? Now, this does happen over time in view-only leagues. I find it does reduce the goal scoring quite a bit. So sometimes that... But this one I can put down to being Italy. But you'll notice that as you go through the saves, if you've got view-only set up, it will tend to shrink. There seems to be shrinkflation on goal scoring, basically, quite frequently. Oh. Yeah, so what level is Skegness Town then? I'm just kind of curious now. So yeah, Tottenham at the moment what have they won in this save? They won a Champions League. They won, Champions League in 2033, so 6 years ago. They have come runner-up as well 2 more times. Yeah, the managers very rarely change. They've only won 1 Premier League. They did do actually... they haven't won a Premier League at all. They came 3rd and runner-up. So they have won a Champions League, but no league titles. Super Cup they obviously won as well. 2 Europa Leagues, or was that 3? Might be 3. No, it's 2. An FA Cup and an EFL Cup. 9th tier, so that's the same level as Ely. Huh. How weird. You'd think that... I'll tell you what, the reason that Ely loaded in, of course, is because of Patreon and people like that, right? Because we actually have our test Patreon player that plays for Ely. Also, the kit pack for this level is actually pretty damn good. Although I've never actually seen this blue kit before. I feel like every time I watch them, it's always red. Wittercast! Thank you very much for the 51 months, my friend. How's your Sunday morning going?
Despite FM26 having completely curing my FM addiction, I have let this sub run on to keep supporting you, Matto Sick Harold.
Appreciate that, my friend. That's very, very kind of you. Hopefully 27 can win us all back, perhaps. I think it kind of has to, really, doesn't it? Anyway, interesting. I imagine they barely have any players, but it is worth us doing. I should put that on the team report, really, shouldn't I? Keep my local boys in check. Particularly as I'm literally starting my save with them tomorrow. They do have some players, though. Bailey Crompton, Simon Grimwood, Chad Xavier. Galatasaray, please. I feel like context might be required on that one, my friend. Rogan, not Ragan Munson. Good name. Local lad, of course he is. Take the amateurs. I want to know about Chad Xavier. Has he played for them the whole time? He has. Barely and badly. He was born here, but he has Dominican second nationality. Big up, Chad. What an incredible name, though. Chad Xavier. Sounds like a character that Zealand would create. Right. Grimwood and Bailey Crampton was the last guy, wasn't he? Yes. Presumably he's also local. They tend to always be local, in fairness. I'm going to add them to the team reports anyway, because ultimately we... Oh, that was their under... Wait. No, it's the senior squad, isn't it? Yeah. You know his dad? I know Mr. Chad. Mr. Chad Xavier. The second, of course. Or technically that'd be the first, wouldn't it? Make him the second. I'll add that to the team reports anyway with the memes. Do they have anyone in their under 20s? They might have some players down there. Probably. Wait, I just saw a crazy name of a scout. Is that our guy? Grandy Ngoy. I don't remember signing him. Well, anyway, we are in the Extraclasa, which is the top flight of Polish football. We have been there since the second season of this save, and unlikely to obviously leave that anytime soon. Oh, they've got a couple of guys further down. Josh King. Hey, there you go. Josh King's back, baby. Another local lad. I swear that every single one of these guys is just always born there. Gareth Randall. There you go as well. No one's ever born, like, near to it. Northern Ireland Lower League database. I'm sure there is, right? There almost always is with these things. Particularly this stage in the cycle. There's usually a database for pretty much everything at this point. And some really fun ones out there too. I'm just going to offer him that. Oh, okay. I'm going to just remove that. Give him straight up 5 years. And he's just accepted it. Cool. We'll take that. And Suzuki, I definitely want because he has more interest in joining, let me guess, every Premier League team, pretty much. Typical. Bottom of the English League. I imagine they are, but you never know. We are supposedly top of the Polish youth lottery, and yet you see some of the players that have come through the other clubs lately. It's like, why aren't they coming here? I don't want him loaned out. I want to be careful here. £8,000 a week, 3-year contract's not happening. I'm going to have to offer him something fairly substantial. Not that much. to get the contract I want out of him, realistically. Because at 20, we want to try and have a contract that's going to, in theory... Ooh, relegation release clause of 7 million is a little worrying. That's really worrying. That's very low. Hotkeys and shortcuts for everything in FM, those are being removed, completely killed my... I could have sworn that they... I think a lot of that stuff is still here, right? I mean, they do still have shortcuts, I think. I just don't use them a lot of the time because... Actually, I don't know why. I'm just lazy, I think. Expected sponsor added. Oh, let's have a look. Hey, at least it's... colour themed. So the player says, okay, fair enough. I mean... Ultimately, I suspect that that's not likely to change anytime soon, but I think at some point we almost have to accept that things are going to change slightly, even no matter what. That's the sort of thing that even if they'd moved to 26 and the interface was brilliant, they might well have still got rid of stuff like that. I don't know. But what I would say is that I suspect that modding is going to bring that sort of stuff way back to the forefront anyway, where I wouldn't be surprised if 27 we see mods that allow you to add those things back in. I mean, there's loads of things that are muscle memory for me from 24 that I've sort of unlearned and relearned, and I do think some of the things in 26 definitely work better. Interfaces are still an absolute shit show because it's clearly not designed by people that have played FM before, but, you know, it's unfortunate. Let me just try and offer him that. No, I didn't think he'd go for that. Let me offer him... Has he got Nigeria caps? He does, doesn't he? I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll do high base wage thing, what we did before. That usually wins them over. It doesn't always require that much either. There we go. Not even that much. The pop-up screens for me are still a pain in the arse because I just don't see the point of it. I don't know what it's adding to the game. It just... Now we're talking. Now we're fucking talking. Welcome. This is Fanny Fisher. Ah, dear. Yeah, I agree the UI is definitely not great, but I guess it's the problem is that while I think that will change... I don't think it's... I feel like a lot of people are sort of cutting off their nose to spite the face and saying, because there's a lot to like, and it's sort of like, I'm not going to do this thing because of this one thing, but there's a lot that I could be having fun with that I just sort of choose not to. And bookmarks, when they improve them, which I'm hoping they do, and actually make these customizable, I would be willing to bet that... Actually, I'll tell you what. Not being funny, I reckon I could code a mod that would do exactly what you want. Once they get bookmarks into a situation where they're customizable, all you would need is a macro script that runs in the background and then just automatically assigns those hotkeys and then just use an auto hotkey script to do it. Because if this, as far as I know, this is always visible on every menu screen, is it not? Yeah. So in theory, that actually could be a really simple auto hotkey situation. That seems quite workable. Giraldo. Yeah, I'll have him as well. Right. But obviously a lot of this stuff could go out the window with 27 because for all we know, they'll tear up the UI and bring back... I can't imagine that's likely to happen, but I do think we're going to see a hell of a lot less pop-outs next year because I just do not see what those are adding. And I don't know whose idea that was or why they thought that would be a good one. Can't change the shortcut key. No, you can't, but you could have a hotkey script that presses them automatically. That is easy enough to do. Because all you need to do is have the screen coordinates for the pre-assigned bookmarks and you just... like that. In the same way that my script for transfer them in works, for example. I'm excited to see what 27 brings. Yeah, the legacy spacebar thing was so strange. That was such a weird... That was one of those other things that sort of makes me think that, like... I'm just hoping that they are taking on board a lot of the feedback they've had from the people that actually play the game and building that into the way that things work with 27. I could hope so, at least. I will reject the loan back. But until we know anything about it, and let's be honest, it's July now. We are not hearing anything about this until, what is it, usually September? Maybe we get some slightly earlier news this time around because maybe Unity makes it a bit easier to do so. But again, with the thing with Sega, it's still likely not going to be that much in terms of quantity of news. Yeah, it's the... We've designed a thing that looks kind of nice, but functionally it doesn't work properly. I think I agree, James. I'm thinking maybe early August, perhaps, instead, which actually isn't even that far away, maybe. Because I think what I will say is I'll be willing to bet that we don't get any more updates for 26 right now, and I'm okay with that if it means that the work then turns to 27. That's totally fine on me. Oh, yeah, I mean, the thing is, no one will ever be happy with 27 either, I'm sure. And ultimately, there are some people that will have seen 26 the way it is and will never play it again, regardless of how good it gets. And that's okay, right? Not everyone wants to have fun. I've managed to find my fun. Now we go. Finally. I've managed to find my fun with this now, and it has definitely required a few mods. There are some screens that I feel like still don't work in any useful way, and there's a lot of annoying things about the game, like where, best example is when we were looking at transfer room in there, and all of a sudden, when we go back off of a player, it takes me to the previous menu rather than the one I was actually on, which doesn't make any logical sense. And I assume the reason for that is because the game, because of the way that their pop-up system works, thinks that when I click a player out of here, the game thinks that I'm still on that previous screen. So when I hit back, instead of taking me to the screen, it takes me all the way back because it sort of treats it like a pop-up. I'm guessing that's what's happened there. Howard Hardrada. This World Cup's just been fun, hasn't it? It's just been fun. Wait, you've got another one? It's 18 now. Check that man's blood tests for Ahmed Hassan here. Man needs to be tested so we can figure out what it is, right? I think that I do get some of the hate that it got just because some of the decisions were truly, like, jaw-droppingly confusing. Because a lot of it was like, there were certain things that we would look at as a group, and I couldn't find anyone that disagreed with this, where it would be like, certain screens you just think, who thought this was how this should look? And why? I'd love to know the whys behind some of those things, really. All in 1 year. In it. It's the Stanley Cup all in 1 year. You've got to wait 4 years for the next Stanley Cup, man. It's crazy. What do you think of... Bobrovsky's gone to the leash, right? I think more statement than a question. Fair enough, though, but I've treated it as a question. But also, ultimately, right, people are entitled to like and dislike whatever they like. And I can totally see how a lot of people got turned off by the way that 26 was, certainly on release. And what seems to have been happening slowly over the last sort of 6 months especially, is the slow sort of return to people going, oh, I'll have a little look again since they've already got it. And realising that actually the updates have certainly improved it a hell of a lot. And they have. Or just that some things maybe weren't as bad as I think, you know, it's like, for example, when it first came out and it was, what, the third or fourth worst rated game on Steam ever, which is just mental to me. When you see some of the things that are on Steam. Yeah. I think if 25 was 26 and that actually existed, I don't think there would have been anywhere near the uproar in the way that it was. If this exact same game was released at the exact same way that it was, but it was 25, obviously it couldn't have been, but I think people would have understood more. Because they wouldn't have had a missed a game cycle. They would have understood the huge transition. People would have still complained, but I think it would have come with an ounce of like, yeah, well, this is the first one of a new cycle. You haven't still had that kind of short time frame. Maybe I'm being too sweet summer childing myself, perhaps, by just expecting more of a, Kambala's in. He's fine. I'll whack him on the loan list, just in case. And Nasiru? I like him. I think he's fun. Hope he's gone to the senior squad. I will list him for loan anyway, just in case someone does want him. But I think he's actually a really usable player for us, at least in the league. The new match engine is just... The match engine and the tactics alone carry. They have carried very, very hard. Right, please look good. You know what? Actually, that's... Can I see the good parts? Of course not. No, I think anyone that says that there's no good things about it, I wouldn't take their opinion seriously, because I think that would be... I think you could literally say about anything, ultimately, right? You could find... If you really try hard enough, you can find a good in anything, but I think there's actually a lot to like here. Nasiru looks really good. Busquets is actually... How's it... Oh, that's a great sign. That is so... No, I agree. Menus are just as important as the ME. Agreed. Loves big match, or rather enjoys them. So that's what. It's above 10. And that's all we're really interested in there. Area reach is good. Jumping reach is very good. Agility is nice too. Communication's a little low. Command of area is a little low. One-on-ones is excellent. Reflexes is fine. As a backup goalkeeper, magnifico. That's exactly what we're looking for. Because now I have a proper capable... The main reason I wanted him as well is because we actually got an injury to... Agapong during the summer, and I had to play Beloya for a few games, and it definitely showed the quality difference between the two of them. Beloya truly had some absolutely awful performances. Weirdly as well, he then kicked off at me because he felt he wasn't good enough to play for us anymore, which is odd because I'd literally been playing him and he was never signed to play for us in the first place. He's doing it again. I can't even believe. He's actually kicking off about it again. Bear in mind, emergency backup goalkeeper. James, I brought you in. I gave you $3,000 a week on a 5-year deal for your massiveness with the Philippines. Supped up. Great name. Thank you very much for the Prime, friend. Hope you're well. If the game to continue for 5 minutes on my almost brand new computer, that is... Wait, how's that happen? That sounds like a... That shouldn't be the case. Because your computer's probably even faster than mine is. Hello, Boskov. I'm going to not talk to James now. He's burning bridges, man. What's he doing? Yeah, he's made like 3 or 4 appearances for us this season because I've had no choice but to play him. How strange. Does he not realise that he's earning like £12,000 a month, minus taxes, because of his performances with the Philippines? For 5 years, he's earning like $100,000 a year. And he's thinking, actually, wouldn't it be cool if I didn't earn that money anymore? Because I'm happy to not let him earn that money anymore. Ooh, that's not... Nah. The value does worry me a little bit, but that might just be because he's only just joined us. That's a little concerning. I like his attributes. And funny name. Kazuki Suzuki is in. And remember, he was wanted by all the big Premier League sides, pretty much, and Southampton too. So I think he's earned the ability to be given a chance, and I like his attributes. So if he does end up in the loan farm, that's fine by me. But we've now got that 4th choice striker this season, just to have in the background. It's generational wealth. He's probably a landowner, no doubt. He's joined the ranks of the landed gentry, say. God, now I've got to go for all these. Bloody hell. Right, Diallo's going to come in as well. Wow, they're all saying yes at least. Jallo's coming too. God, look at me actually signing players on deadline day. I'm a new man. Some of them are even good.
You see this?
To get rid of all these guys. This will just speed the game up too, which is really useful. Just getting a few of these guys gone, which is good. Unnecessary. I always got to throw it at them occasionally in this one. It's just weird that they're up there all the time, basically. Ralev back. Thank you very much for the follow. Moving to the main team. I believe I did, yes. I'm pretty certain I did senior squad. Because you didn't have that by default, because obviously we want the lower contracts. Isaac Diallo is, yeah, fine. And you are presumably just as bad. Oh, wow, you're much worse. Wow, he's bad. Now, that's okay. For the loan farm. And you're going out alone. Okay, seeing grey CA stars is a little bit perturbing. His name's, it's just Jallo. I want to know how he's got Greece nationality. Born in Accra, Ghana, but has Greece second nationality. Love that. Oh, the Brighton Hove guy. Yes, sorry. That is his actual name. His name was Brighton Hove, so we just nicknamed him Brighton Hove Albion. It's one of my favourite name combinations ever that I've seen in FM, honestly. To have a guy legitimately come through with Brighton Hove as his name. If anything, I could have just left it at that point, right? Get a few guys in as well. Diaz comes in too. Gordon Christie from the Hill of Beef, if you recall. We'll take that. Yeah, Suzuki... Like, obviously, I'd still prefer to use Sharpek, but just having Suzuki around is what's going to make the difference. Obviously, I will look at agent offers in a minute. I just want to make sure we get all of these guys in so I can do one thing at a time. Gordon's going to go to the island of Sodor on loan. Bretson as well. Loan offers for Hook. Well, that was instant. Not that they're useful ones. Probably should be checking in on the transfer out just in case, because you do sometimes get some crazy business options here too, like Kirona Kieltsa. Ooh, yes, please. They will not leave me alone about my robot. All summer long, pretty much, they've been after my robot, and I won't let that happen. I think he's too useful for us as a backup player this season. Okay, that's fine. Got Alaves in the game as well. Hello, Gazman. How are you, my friend? It's a very happy Sunday morning for me, even if I'm a little bit sleep deprived, which I'm dealing with well, and I'm sure you can't tell. At least he's got some CA. Just replenish the stocks a little bit. But remember, he's not earning 3k zloty per week. He's earning £3,000 a week. So that's his base wage. So that's a pretty good wage. £3,000 a week before tax. 12 grand a month, minus taxes. Don't know what that's like in Poland. He's earning some pretty good... he's getting some good cash. Compared to what he was earning before. Because let's remember, we signed him out of the German 4th division where he'd just been let go from his club. We did, Brant, actually. Yes, I brought this up myself. Because I'm glad that you're on the same page with that, because I thought they were very poor questions, personally, for both him and Bellingham. It just seemed like weird. It's the way I described it earlier was that it was that sort of things that Gary Cotterill does for Sky, where they're just trying to create drama in situations when there's really no reason to. And the thing is, he could have got such great interviews there by just asking simple questions and sensible ones and letting them speak. It was so weird. I just don't know what he's trying to do. I feel like he sort of got misunderstood the first time around with the Tuchel one, and then just supposed to sort of steer into it more, which was really odd. $250,000 of his national currency a week. You love to see it. So I imagine he's been sending a good amount of that home. 15k zloty, yeah. So he's doing okay. Think of all the Żabka hot dogs he could buy. Maybe that's what he's doing. Like, right, I think that's all of those guys done now. The loan farm should now be popping about 250, 261. That's absolutely fine by me. Right, now we go back to the agent office, see if there is anyone good in there. There's Glenn Benny. Okay, names are popping off today. This is Glenn Benny of Arsenal. I'll scout him, but we know literally nothing about him other than his name is Glenn Benny. Oh, wait, no, we know that. Wait, is he a... Oh, we do have scouting knowledge of him. He's so bad that my scout has decided to not actually give him a number or a letter. That's a good sign. Okay, Santos, centre-back. Okay. Considering changing clubs, £17 million, he would have to be very, very good. He ain't 17 million good for me. And crucially, if he was going to join us, he would need to offer us what we're looking for out of that new centre-back, and he doesn't, because he's another of the sort of shorter king type centre-backs. We've got too many of those already. His technicals aren't great. Scout reports are blank. Yeah, it's... I think one of the things they really did mess up on, actually, was the navigation with national teams and stuff in general. Glenn Penny, Glenn Ross. You need to have them earlier, yeah. Girona guy. Wait, oh my god. Can I just... I'm going to have to drag, because otherwise this screen... It's another UI design that just baffles me. The amount of effect that the scroll wheel has on this screen is far too aggressive. Like, I scroll one tiny little tweak, and all of a sudden, I'm seeing players on the screen. I have no context for who is or whoever's there. It's absolutely dumb. Like, where the... Literally, I scroll one tiny little amount, and it takes me to that. Look how much that scroll... What is that about, SI? Cadiz, Espanyol, Valencia, Napoli. God, these are some good-ass players that are way too good for us. Gareth Arnold. I tell you what. I tell you fucking what. Ignoring the heading, tackling's not amazing either. 18 years old. Yeah, but heading you can train. Good left foot, very good right foot. Very good jumping reach. 6'4", and crucially, he's got that cheeky little extra half star, which I like. And he's just turned. He's 18 right now. I actually think English tax alone might be making this worthwhile. Not even because he's going to be goated one day, because when they buy him back from us, we could sell him back to them for 80 million quid. Potentially. Where was he born? Manchester. Shocker. Gareth Arnold. It's, for a young English player, it's actually not even that bad. If he was 30 million, I'd say no. But if he's on the lower end of this and his wage demands aren't absurd, I'd be tempted. So same there. Breaking the first one in the coming years is fine. Can we get the wage demand down a little bit lower? Yes, we can. He's English, which means really tough to get England caps. We could structure a bit of that fee as well once we kind of know where they're at. I'll offer them 14.5, and then we can work out how I want to play this after that, because we've only got 16 to deal with. Oh, okay. Right, so they want about... Ooh, about 21, but I can structure that right. So what we do... So after 50 league appearances, we'll keep that in there. I'll get rid of those. I can bump this up to like 7.5 million. This I could structure instead of being up front. Wait, no, that's the installments, isn't it? I want to do... Can you do another one? Yeah, you can. I could do 5 and 5.
Cooper, take off the poke.
Why is that gone so weird? There we go. 5 and 5. And then... So that's 17 there, which means that if I gave them about 25, if I'm structuring it, they'll probably want about 25 if we structure it. low with option to buy. They probably wouldn't let me do that. And the problem with that, percentage profit at next sale, actually, we've got to take that out too, because otherwise they'd end up buying them back from us and they take all the money. Let's see if they go for that. Like, it only costs us 7.5 million this season. And then, what's that, 1.5 million a season for the next 6 years? Is that 6 years? Yeah, it shows you further down here, doesn't it? It's a hell of a structured deal, I agree. But if we get in for 7.5 million currently, 1.6 million pounds a year for us is basically just a couple of wins in the Champions League group or something. And if we make money on him later by selling him for huge money, and we get to have an English player in the team. We haven't had one for ages. Wills, thank you very much for the 33 months. Reloads as well. Thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate that, friend. I don't hate this idea. It's weird, considering that we're not like always amazingly full of cash. I don't use installments as much as I get used to for some reason. I always forget they're there. I think it's also just because I quite like having money spent as money spent rather than leveraging ourselves too much on future deals, because otherwise it can get a bit sketchy. But we do it occasionally when it needs to be done. I think that would work. Man, you know, there's loads of like English players in here. These guys are a bit more expensive, it seems like. I wish it would show something like their age on this screen, because this is kind of without context quite a lot. Aguinaldo Pedro. I mean, he's stupidly expensive, isn't he? Let's be honest. I'm looking for anyone that's not a giant English side or a giant side that has a reasonable recommendation on them, perhaps. Like a goalkeeper, Daiki Okimoto. I think the Spanish guy sounds better, honestly. Ah, good. Fantastic. Let's go back to the top of the screen. That's exactly what I wanted. Cheers to them. Like Athens, Last Resort. Okay, guy at Vila. Athletic Club. Rook Herjov. Wow, okay. Casapia as always. The usual suspects near, I suspect. Hajduk Split, D-rated. Spanish Scourge. Okay. Job. I don't know, actually. He's probably retired, to be honest. Job Bellingham is at Never mind, he's at Middlesbrough. He's been around a bit. He was here with us for... God, he was here for a while. I remember him being quite useful. Went to Gorn Econ a free. They sold him for 5 million quid to Leicester City. Got promoted with Leicester and then weirdly, presumably got relegated with Leicester as well. Left to go to Middlesbrough on a free transfer. So he's still cooking about. I think Amazing is still around. He is. He is still around. In fact, not only that, we've got Amazing Bateka, who's a coach, Amazing Bellingham, but then shout out to Amazing Bennett Tyndall. The RZ guys, they're likely crazy expensive because RZ. But I will have a look, but they're just not the sort of players I'd ever really sign out of there unless they had crazy high, like A+ ratings, which I don't think they did, but I'll have a gander. OFI, ooh. Oh. Yeah, he's fun. Quite a low value at the moment, I suppose, but he is only... Oh, he's 23. He's just a good player, isn't he? He's just good. And then, yeah, Amazing Bennett Tyndall is a quality name. Let me just check. I know there was those two RZ guys, but I don't think they were... Hang on. Don't know why I'm scrolling. He's very good. He's not actually crazy expensive. Hugo Azaga. Yeah, it just doesn't really look usable for what we would be doing, and I think we could find better, cheaper. And then the other guy, I don't think was as good, but did cost more money, which sometimes can be a good thing. Was this guy. Gabor, who could not sound more Hungarian if he tried. 6'1", very pricey though. Might be worth a scout, but probably not worth moving on right now. Vasian Kabanchik, thank you for the follow. Oh, release course, fair enough. How they generate the name. So basically, the database itself that contains all of the real players' names, it knows what nationality those players are. And so each nation has a name pool, essentially, which is made up of all the first names and all the surnames of players in the database that are recognized as that nationality. So, for example, if I was in the database, Matt, therefore, immediately becomes part of the name pool for England or Scotland or whatever. And when a name is needed to be generated, it looks at the nationality of the player and it will pull out a name combination based on the names in that specific pool. And that's essentially how it works, with a couple of exceptions. So that's why you end up with really strange names like Shaquille O'Neal as a first name, or Manchester United as a first name at one point. Scottish. Well, my dad's Scottish, and my mum has a lot of Scottish family as well. So I'm sort of, I could represent Scotland were it to come to it. You know, I'd be like a Tom Cairney Scottish. I'd be eligible for the Scottish national team were I to somehow become a professional footballer at 36 years old. I'm 36. Just checking. Right, we'll get rid of those. I don't want you on a loan. I want to keep you around, honestly, bud. But that's okay. 30,000 a week. He's 18 years old, so I'm going to need the big boy contracts here. So we've got to be careful what I offer. I might offer him more up front as a way of getting rid of those. Relegation release clause of 35 million. A little sussy. Also, he'll be... I could be. Like I said, I have family that were from King's Kettle, which I don't know how close to the Hill of Beef that actually is. Mostly Edinburgh, though. Hence why half my family are Hibs fans. Let's see. I'm going to bump his base wage up to see if I can actually get him to agree to this contract. Ooh, okay. Right, Tetchy boy, I see how it is. 82 grand a week I'm not giving you. There's just no way in the world I'm giving you that. I will give you a big contract extension or big wage rise if you get England caps. It's not a great deal, but hopefully we can sell him in that time. We're taking a risk on him, but I think we should be able to sell him to a big English side for that time. If we can develop him, maybe find him a loan farm, something, or he just becomes useful for us. We could actually do with another centre-back, to be fair, this season. So if he becomes our last centre-back, then I'm actually okay with that because he won't have to play in Europe anyway. Because we are down to like 3 really good centre-backs again because of Sikuru being an absolute bastard. So Gareth Arnold. Imagine he loses his PA the second he joins us. That's what worries me slightly with spending that kind of money on him. Ooh, GKS Katowice in for a Spanish Scourge player. Yes, please, lads. Love to see it. Transfer him out. Anyone new in here? Yes, this is all going to be my robot again, isn't it? My robot. My robot. They all want a bit of the robot, and they're not having him. Mostly because they never play him. The thing is like, yeah, it's a long shot, I would say. Oh, imagine. Turkish player. Oh, what like the other guy? Rijeka, D-rated. What a great name. C+. Najalko Petrov. Trivalvet. Oh, wait, that sounds Spanish. Yeah, never mind. I got excited when I saw a Bulgarian there for a moment. Let a man dream. A little bit, I've got a lot of money anymore, but Konyaspor, £44 million. Freiburg. Oh, that's the guy we were looking at before. Yannick Conrad. Do we get more information about him now? No. Might be one for the summer. Anything new? Guztepe. D-rated. Real Zaragoza. Estudiantes. No. Atletico. Utrecht again. Fortuna Sittard. Luton. Anderlecht. Glenn Benny. They really don't like Glenn Benny, do they? Jesus Lord. Do you know what? I'm alright with that. He's kept his PA. Right, immediately, aerial. Got to get that aerial training to get that heading up. His tackling might improve by itself, but we're never going to be able to train that. The heading, though, needs to... He actually, other than his heading and the low tackling, he's actually really good. Because he's great in the air. His aggression and bravery are exceptional. He's got good balance as well. Yeah, I think our first team... set for loan. He's just quite good, isn't he? Good on both feet as well, which is quite nice. Can technically cover right wing back if we absolutely needed him to, but I wouldn't want him to. Right, let's get him training aerial. It's annoying that aerial doesn't work on jumping reach, but we do need that. There's nothing else that hits heading, is it? Strength doesn't do that, does it? That just works on jumping reach. Yeah, and strength, obviously. Yeah, aerial will have to do. We'll see how it works. It's not always great. What was his value? I didn't actually see. Oh, yeah. So he's doubled in value immediately. And he's a tall boy, which is nice. We do seem to score some corner goals directly from corners sometimes, but we just haven't really got players that can win those headers often. He might actually allow us to do that a little bit more frequently, which would be quite nice. Like, obviously, we can't put him in the Champions League squad until after Christmas, if he's even still here. Well, he will be here, but if nothing else, it will allow us flexibility in the league games to have that extra guy. I like him. Big Gaz. I feel like we always make a signing like this once per save, where I sign a youth player from a massive team for reasonably big money, but they tend to work out quite well. I wonder if it's just because we've got really quite... I trust our scouting knowledge specifically with really big teams because the players are more well known. I feel like you tend to get more like... You get what you expect out of them a lot of the time. There's less variance, it seems, in your scouting... In your scouts' opinions. I would be willing to bet that if they're saying he's got that kind of PA, I believe them, I guess. But it's not up to us to develop him. Develop him? To develop him, of course. But he's 18, crucially, as well. Gone for game time, we'll develop him, got big things. Yeah. He's the kind of guy I could totally see us selling to Man United or Man United in a couple of seasons for crazy money, which is fine. So he'll have PA really high because it's Man City. They'll probably have the best academy in England at this point. Le Showing's still sadly in the second tier of Portuguese football, but we don't know much about them because I don't actually have Portugal switched on to a playable level. So my thing is the most I ever have on 99 million rising to 126. Sorry, 165. Oh. 20 passing is quite a lot, to be fair. He is absurd. I just find myself... He kind of reminds me of Montparouse, actually. He's very Montparousey. He just... It takes me so much to convince myself to spend a lot of money. The other example I can think of me doing this was... There was a guy we signed, I think, on either Treaty or maybe MTK. I think his name was Trubovic. He was a Croatian player that came through at Manchester City. And I spent a ridiculous amount of money on him. Nathan Allen, yeah, maybe I do, actually. And... He turned out to be brilliant, but I think I spent about 50 million on him for Manchester City as like an 18-year-old. Just on the... And we had a lot of money to spend, in fairness. In the hope that he would actually be any good. Santa Clara, 32 million pounds. Oh, I've seen that guy before. He's quite good, but also 32 million pounds. Anderlecht, Pumas, PSV, Panadera, Polido. He's almost certainly Spanish Scourge. Casapia, Espanyol. I don't think we get much done before the window ends now anyway at this point. Let me just see. How big is the loan farm now? Oh, that's cooked. Yeah, I've done 263. I don't think we're going to get any more out. Realistically. Unless I sent the robot, but probably isn't time for that. So, but for a nice profit. Okay, so it's kind of the same thing you do with England, right? A Honduran side. And feels like Honduras don't understand the point of an away kit. I love it. Because it's like, hey, here's our kit. But what if you looked at our kit sideways? Like, at home, we're Brighton. Away, we're Queen's Park Rangers. You'll never be able to tell the difference. That is, there'll be a lot of clashes in that one, I suspect. Hello, Issa Kamara. Why do I recognise this guy's name? I feel like I might have scouted him before. He's very good. He's also a winger, unfortunately. Good lord. Oh, that was deadline date. Right, okay, squad registration. I will make sure we get that sorted. Unavailable already ticked. Right. Olufemi John is still not in the squad because he's still injured for another 2 to 4 months. He's basically back after Christmas. God, he's been out for ages. Steinberger doesn't need to be registered. Sharpek doesn't need to be registered. Nasiru... Kazuki doesn't need to be registered. I'll probably register Nasiru then. This is anyone else. Oh, Gareth. Oh, no, Gareth doesn't need to be registered either. Kazemka... Oh, no, hang on. I need Mate Kazemka, surely. Who could I take out for Mate Kazemka? It's a few unhappy players, though, actually. That'll be fine. Sorry, Mache. He is in the Champions League. You'll be pleased to know that Maciej Koziemka has made it into the Champions League squad because I actually had space and figured, why the fuck not put Maciej Koziemka into the Champions League squad at 33 years old? I can't see any problems with that whatsoever. Hello, Lazy Bear Rick. From what we were just talking about Scotland, actually, as we've just, we actually just signed a guy from, well, he's from Darlington, but he's from a place in Scotland called Hill of Beath, which we just really enjoyed. And now we get the scouting update, typical. Right. No doubt this is going to be... It's going to have the next future of our squad in it somewhere. Or maybe not. Oh, wrong button. It's pretty light on players, actually. Is anyone good in here? I have been sending them around again loads, so in theory a lot of these guys should have full scouting knowledge now, which should be decent. Allows us to look after a couple of them. So no, you can't make the screen any bigger. I swear you used to be able to. Right, anyone fun in here? There's a load of 16-year-olds. Loads of players that we've already got on the short lists. He's still 16... He's 17, I'm not sure about him. He's crazy expensive, but maybe one day. He's 18. Why did I put him on? Oh, I think I put him on here because he was from NEC. And it's called Robin the Young. Not sure I really care about him very much at this point. The rest of these guys that are further down. We don't know about you. Leak him down. Why is he on there? Oh, I sold him, didn't I? He's not even playing for them, which is a bit of a worry. Solid Egyptian. Oh, is his name Hani by any chance? It is. This guy here. Yeah. I've seen him a few times. Because the problem with him is he's a little pricey. But we'll have a look at his profile. That will give us a bit more information. Thibaut Dams. I guess it'd be Dams, wouldn't it? Because Belgian. But he's so young. But has such high PA. I think it'd be rude not to put him on Santa Baby, if nothing else. Just to keep an eye on him. Obviously, we can't move on him yet anyway. And there's a guy here. What on earth is... This is a fun name. I'm guessing this is still Owen. But spelled even more differently to what... Oh, maybe not actually. It could be Owen. Owen O'Loughlin of Leicester City / St Kitts and Nevis. He's fine. Oh, mate, James, yeah. Jed Spence was so good when he came on. I was so goddamn impressed with Jed Spence when he came on. Not just his defensive, like, his anticipation was incredible. The amount of times that he got in front of Oscar Bob and nipped the ball away from him and just killed any Norway attacks down that left-hand side was incredible. And the effort he went to well, win the penalty. And also, there was a few other shots. That one that he managed to block the goalkeeper's clearance as well. He just had it. He was so good. Like, really, really pleased for him. I'm glad he got a performance like that, really. Yeah, the time he closed down Neeland, I don't even blame Neeland for taking the time over that. I just don't think he expected Spence to get onto him that fast. It was unbelievable stamina. Or like, not even stamina, just like work rate. Really, really good. And I did really like Reece James when he came on too. I just think he adds a calmness and a little extra craft in that position sometimes too. Yeah, he's very expensive, of course. Yeah, I feel like Noni and Saka both kind of struggled in that game, but I think a lot of that comes down to the fact that because they had Konsa behind them, there wasn't really any support a lot of the time, and he was always doubled up on, and they were able to do that because they had no one overlapping. It almost felt like they were almost like decoys. That one thing Saka did do, though, was that brilliant one where he took on the two defenders and got that low cross in that was cleared over the bar, and Kane maybe could have slid in on it. That was ridiculously good, but other than that, they didn't really have much of a chance. Elliot Anderson is just a good footballer, isn't he? He's just a fucking incredible footballer. I feel like the first goal doesn't happen without him because of the way that he brings it. He takes the ball and drives into the space where Gordon would normally be running, and it allows Gordon to then form that extra bit of space to then just opens the pitch up for Bellingham. It's a lovely pass to Bellingham too, though. Great finish again. Bellingham is just him, isn't he? He is just... I feel like England have never had a player that does what Bellingham does for us. That's so clutch. Consistently clutch. Also, some of the clearance headers from Dan Burn. There was that one where he like leaps over the top of the Norwegian midfielder. Just proper nuts it all the way into their half. It's fantastic. Pimenta, he's very expensive. I might shortlist him anyway, because there might come a time later where we have loads of random money and just think, fuck it, why not buy a really expensive player? Covering wondering centre-backs too much. Yeah, although I liked a couple of times when Stones and Gay did actually push into the midfield on certain plays. They retreated back quite quickly, but it did add that extra man, which was cool. Madueke always feels like he's so close to doing something incredible. And Aaron was saying this on the podcast the other day, that he's like, no, trust, he's going to do something incredible. And hey, if he does that in a World Cup final or something, then fair fucking play, to be honest. There's a reason why Tuchel keeps picking him, clearly. Spider camera. I don't care. I could not give a shit, to be honest. I heard nothing about it during the game at any stage, so clearly it was a massive deal that only came out this morning. The Cable of God, sure, why not? Ultimately, I feel like with any of these things, score more goals, really, to win games. You just kind of got to score goals. It did, yeah, a bit of good luck, absolutely, but at some point, just score more goals than the other team. But they obviously didn't see. I think Neeland might have appealed, perhaps, or they're showing clips of him appealing for something else and it's being like super masqueraded onto it. I don't know. But the fact that I didn't find out about it until this morning, it was wild. Yeah, they have, which, I mean, for me it was weird because it looked like it kind of did, to be honest. Yeah, they probably could have tackled a player after that point, though. The thing is, I don't know if it was they're taking their chances, because I don't think they actually had enough chances in order to really take them. There wasn't actually that many chances for either side in the entire game, to be honest. Like, what are they going about? Replay it. Kick England and Argentina out. Deduct 12 points from Everton, suspect. Punish them! Or something. Sort of passed out. No, yeah, no, that was the big moment for me. Was Saul not passing to Haaland on that breakaway. He's going to be haunted by that because it was just such a strange thing to do. It was so weird. Those are like the go-tos, aren't they? Wait, this guy's 16 as well. Kostas Kiritsis. I feel like at this point we're just sort of monitoring them. We're watching their careers with great interest. Delete the footage real quick. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, there was always good. They'd always find something, right? And just as if England had gone out to some weird things as well, they would find something there too. It's just how it does. That's media, ultimately. I feel like with this, I had my plan today, which was just like, if people kick off about the camera thing, I'll just be suddenly changing my opinion on the Spence penalty and the Kane foul. I don't think they were, but I can change my opinion on the fly because, you know, that's what we do, isn't it? So I'm gonna keep him in error. Yeah, the second goal I do feel for Nyland with that one. It reminded me so much of the Lamens one against Spain, which I felt so bad for him. But you've got to be pushing that lot. You've got to be pushing it wide. Pog and I were watching the game and she was just like, she couldn't see what was wrong with what the keeper had done. And I was trying to explain that when a shot comes in like that, it looked like Lamens thought he could keep hold of it. And the way his arms were set was like as if he was going to try and hold the ball. And he didn't have time to adjust to shovel it out to the wing. But it sucks. Rage about it goes, oh, absolutely. But that's football, isn't it? I know. It's nice for once that it's not against England and I don't get to rage about it. And usually what people say when England complain about things like that is score more goals. And they're right. Score more goals. Overcome the giants. That's true. We've overcome the giants of the teams we were drawn against and the teams that they beat. Don't you hate it when England decide who they play against in the World Cup? It's awful. I can't believe they keep letting England pick who they're playing against. God, I can't believe we're playing St Kitts and Nevis in the semi-finals. Cole Palmer's been called up. It's crazy. They'll probably lose them, honestly, now. Ah, dear. We have to play Messi next. Exactly. And FIFA, apparently I'm being told. Why didn't they let them rig it? I don't know. Why did FIFA rig it so that Argentina would get an extra man against Switzerland? Why did they tell Brel Embolo before that game to do a silly? That was a really dumb decision as well. Like, what was he thinking there? Stones in an English shirt. I think Stones has been... I know he made that one little one that Haaland probably could have done better with, but maybe got away from him. I think Stones has actually been pretty good for the most part. I think ultimately when you play the way that England do in some times, you're going to run the risk of that happening occasionally, and I think it's always worth it because if you don't, the alternative is just bashing it out from the back, which we kind of did against Mexico, but that was clearly part of the plan. Very large photographs indeed, yes. And like his because obviously I didn't watch that one, I was watching the highlights this morning, but it looked like Switzerland had a lot of momentum at that specific point in the game, and because the commentator on the highlights were saying, oh no, I don't think it's a dive, I just don't think he's actually clipped him. And then they turned around on the other camera shot and said, oh no, that's definitely a dive. It was crazy. Why do that there as well? It's like on the touchline, facing the wrong direction if I remember correctly. Well, they may well do, Anna, but at this point I'm just kind of happy. I was also content with it in the sense that if Norway had beaten us, I'd have also just been like, fair play, to be honest. I'd have happily got behind them. You got Embolo-ishment. Oh, you've literally done the same. That's the joke, Matt. Yeah, Pickford. I think that one of the things I actually like about Pickford, and I know some people criticise him for this, and fine. You know when he comes and he bats them away sometimes, when you think, maybe you could have caught that. I kind of agree. Look, I like it when he does that. I like that he's aware of, he's not taking that risk. Because ultimately, if he punches it, yeah, sure, it's not going to be England in pure possession, but it's nowhere near the goal at least. And I quite like those decisions, to be honest. Right, let me go to the other system because we're playing Chelsea today, so there's no way in hell we're starting with this lineup. Do I start Alan again? I think I will, honestly. All of us. I mean, it's fine. Part of football is blaming the ref for everything. That's part of the fun of it. Kowalski probably won't start here. Oh, no, that's not true. Kowalski will start here. He just won't start in that exact spot. He'll start there. Gomez will come out, which means in will come Van Kemsika. We do have Danhard as well, actually, if we need him. Van Kemsika in the middle, Steinberg on the right, Naeem, Kowalski, Allen, or Alvarez. Probably should be Alvarez for this game, to be fair. He has played all the other matches, has Allen, but maybe for this one against Chelsea, we probably could do with a bit of Alvarez, given the defensive quality. He's erratic, but I just don't think England have any better goalkeeper that's going to do exactly what Tuchel wants to do because of the distribution that he can bring. Let's see. I think our bench is actually technically full, but I want to make sure I've not got anyone crazy on there. Well, it's weird going into a Champions League game where we actually have space outside of the bench. It's very unlike us. We won't need another centre-back on it, because Yemka won't sadly make the bench on this occasion. Because we've got Cabezas back now, we've got Roman in there as well. We've got deep options, basically. Yeah, no, I disagree. Some of my friends were saying that, like, oh, no, we got this referee. I was thinking to myself, generally speaking, Turpan is considered to be a very well-respected referee, is he not? And I would much rather have someone like him in charge of the game. I actually think, generally speaking, he did pretty well. For the most part. Like, he controlled the game nicely. Got most of the big decisions right, from what I could tell. Kind of an uneventful game from a refereeing standpoint. I know he had to make a couple of decisions, but I think he did the right thing. The two do not like each other. Well, if anything, I think sometimes in football, I feel like that can sometimes go the other way, where having a referee that doesn't like you can actually help you occasionally, because there'll be sometimes you think maybe they'd be a little bit more cautious on certain things to make it clear that they're not being biased against you. Of making that constant mistake. I know, he doesn't really, does he? He's erratic, but it somehow works. It's like a fireworks display, Jordan Pickford, right? It works, and you just kind of go, oh, yeah, that's gunpowder, and it's dangerous, but also beautiful, and it's just kind of working for us, whatever. Is that a refereeing? Yeah, that's the thing. He's got that experience, and when I saw that it was Turpan, I was relatively happy about that, to be honest. He does have little arms, though, yeah, bless him. Little Jordan T-Rex Pickford. Until it doesn't work. Well, everything works until it doesn't, and so far it has. And that's fine. I think even if it didn't work and he lets in an absolute clanger against Argentina and that's the reason we lose, I'm still okay with that because I feel like we wouldn't have reached this stage. I feel like he's done enough of the good work to this point that he's earned the ability to have an absolute shitter. I agree on that, though. I feel like he does just yell for the sake of yelling sometimes. Like, a really innocuous cross comes in that his centre-backs let him collect, and he's like, what are you doing? I'm like, what do you mean, what is he doing? Who else? Exactly. There's possibly arguments to be made that there are other keepers that England have that might be better shot stoppers, but I don't think they have the other side of things. The new rules change, yes. To be fair, with the new rule change thing, I completely agree with the corner things. I think some of the behaviour you see at corners is fucking stupid. So I'm actually kind of glad that rule change exists. Because like the commentator made the point of the like, so that under the old rules, does that mean you could just do whatever you like until the ball is kicked then? Because then you could just throw your opponent to the floor, get a massive advantage, and then as long as the ball hadn't been kicked yet, you're fine. It just seems like, why would that ever be a thing? So I'm kind of glad they've cleared that up. I do find the logic with the penalty one a little bit strange though, because it's like, he's deliberately put his foot there. It's like, yes, of course he has. He's running. And he's entitled to put his foot wherever he wants. Oh, shit. Okay, that's a bad start. Take away corner. Yeah, that is a weird one. I think it's just to sort of speed things up a little bit, but it does seem odd that you can't give one. Like, no one's so much better. That's the thing, yeah. No one's really, like, stood out and become the guy. I hate watching Ayapong do this. It feels like he doesn't dive half the time and he just lets shots happen to him rather than actually engaging with it. This has been a really poor start in this game for us. Oh, yeah, no, I agree. I just find it funny when they use lines like, he's put his leg there. I'm like, yes, of course he has. We used to call that winning a penalty, but yeah, I agree. I don't think it's a penalty and it shouldn't be. But they certainly were giving it for a while. Oh, come on, blocked it. Yes, nice. It is contact sport, yeah. Good young goalkeeper. I don't know in terms of young goalkeepers. To be fair, even a young goalkeeper is a lot older than some other players these days, right? But Trafford, I guess, is probably the one that stands out, but he just needs to be playing more. Oh, oh, come on now. Well, that was beautiful football. That's exactly what we need to be creating in this game, and somehow Al-Shankiti's put it wide. We've been kind of bad in this first half, to be fair. Have we got any other Polish sides playing today? I don't think we do we? Thanks for doing that. Yeah. I mean, as long as they're consistent about overturning those, I'm absolutely fine with it. Rushworth. Okay, I'm not super familiar with Rushworth. It's 20 odd. So he's got loads of time then. In possession tactic, to be fair, our in possession tactic here is actually relatively straightforward. It's just advanced centre backs. It's the wing backs getting forward, providing passes for the channel midfielders here, and these guys basically moving into the wide areas to allow a bit of space through the centre. It's not a tactic that's really designed for heavy goal scoring a lot of the time. We mostly use it against really good sides to try to be a bit more stable defensively. When we are trailing matches, which you may see later in this game potentially, the idea is a lot more crazy than that if we have to switch to the other system, which there's a very strong chance we may have to, because right now we've not really got it going yet, and apparently not with shooting like that, are we? Hello, Schuber. How are you, my friend? I'm fantastic. I'll be a lot better if we could actually get ourselves back level here with Chelsea. But right now, I'm not super worried. Although, if these two could maybe... Jesus Christ. Terms of head loss. Yeah, I agreed. Those things are annoying, but I'm also kind of like... I like the pageantry of football, and so I weirdly feel like those things play their part in that as well. Kowalski! Good save from the keeper. Magic feet. How are you, friend? Thank you for the tier 2 at 9 months. That is wild, friend. Ooh. Busy personal life. Hopefully good things. But to Brighton, didn't he? Oh, the guy... Was this the guy that we had this discussion about where Brighton wanted loads of money from Coventry to sign him permanently, and we had this discussion about why teams could basically demand any amount of money they like? Yes. My goodness me. Yeah, I think that you kind of almost have to accept that with Pickford. I think most people do, right? We were weirdly okay as that half went on, but I think it might be an early switcheroo here, to be honest. I don't think that we can afford to lose at home to Chelsea here, not as Champions League winners. Right, can I at least... Yeah, that I can. Right, cool. Let's switch around. We go... Policia back there. On comes Gomez. And that should be the only change needed. Nice. Lone Children. Really? That's... Wait, who does he play for? I recognise the name. Through this one. The idea with this one, basically, is we get the ball as high up the pitch as possible and then don't lose it up there. Because everyone's so advanced up the pitch that the second that we lose possession, everyone becomes a pressing player with the idea of winning it back before they even leave their final third. It does leave gaps at the back, but the idea is that it's such a huge overload that it almost becomes impossible for teams to get out their own defensive... Why is Gomez back as a centre-back again? Shit. Right, there we go. Press the wrong button. I meant to press that, not that. Is that correct? I think we're all right there. But that's the idea. The general plan is to just keep the ball in their half and grind them into a pulp. And generally speaking, it does work. You just got to be careful who you use it against. But right now, as a goal down at half-time, we kind of got no choice but to go for it. Because right now, Chelsea are... Well, they've had one shot on target, but it was a good finish. We seem to come into the game towards the end of the half, but I think we just need to change things up now. Alvarez has been good. Right, time to yell at them. And get this one going. Oh, okay. Wasn't quite what I was looking for there. Did not mean to... I'm sorry, Stanley. There we go. Although from Burnley. Esteve. Yeah, I think that, I mean, it seems like now more than ever, when teams come up and have to sign players inevitably, that they lose a lot of them the second they go back down again, because that does seem to happen quite frequently. But it feels like there's more quality being found through that. But I guess it's just the Premier League budgets and the recruitment is so elite these days that it's almost hard not to find those types of players. Like, oh, shit. What is he doing there? Alvarez hanging on to the ball for absolutely no reason when he has a player clearly... Oh, no, the back post header's on. Oh, wow. Kowalski, what is he doing there? Just, why are you diving in? Right. Yeah, I'm kind of hoping that Fulham don't start... I mean... We're being linked with a lot of people and the price ranges are always around about 25 to 30 million pounds. And I'm just thinking, surely we could find... We have to... There must be some players out there that we could sign that aren't 35 million pound players. The ceiling and risk on those is just so high already. Why are we watching this entire thing? Did we have to see the whole treatment there? Oh, I see. Because the guy that was taking the penalty, Danny Murphy's cap, probably available fairly cheap. Right, I need something out of Ayupong here. I don't think he's ever saved a penalty for us. And that has now continued. Because we're 2-0 now to Chelsea now. I guess it is. It's just that you see so many Premier League teams being able to find these gems for a lot cheaper than that. And Fulham just seem to never be doing that. We are almost always the ones signing 30 million pound players. And there's just so much pressure on those guys at that point because they have now got a price tag. Right. This has been bad from us. It's exactly what we didn't need right now. God, El Shankiti's had an absolute shitter here. To the point where I'd actually be tempted when our substitutes roll around to maybe even bring him off and bring on Sharpek for a little bit. Harry Wilson. Well, we didn't get a choice. Like, ultimately... Oh, finally. We wanted to keep him, but if you offer a player a contract and the player says no and wants to play for Leeds, then that's really on them, isn't it? My guess is that the contract we offered Harry Wilson was not as much money as what Leeds offered him, and that's fine. We have a wage structure, and if he wants to earn way more money, then he can go to Leeds and do that. I don't think Leeds are going to get the player that we had last season, simply because I don't think we would get the player that we had last season, even if he stayed. But we do now... That's at least going to free up some spaces in the wide areas, though, for the likes of Oscar Bob. So we'll see. We're back in the game, albeit somewhat fortuitously, but we take those. FM? What is it doing? Am I on full match somehow? No. It's being really weird. Seems to be creative. Yeah, I think we kind of have to be. Like, with the new manager... I mean, I'll be amazed if we don't sign a player from Real Madrid Castilla. Just after his career, I think it's because a lot of people thought he was going to be going to Villa. And I'm just not sure. I mean, for Villa's sake, I genuinely think that was a good idea to not sign him. Because he probably would have got even more money. I think he'd be a good player for Leeds. I mean, he was linked with Leeds a couple of seasons ago, so there might be a reason why... Oh, he's not going to get another one, is he? No. Bobbers actually looked really good for Norway in the World Cup. He's probably looked way better for Norway in the World Cup than he has really even for Fulham at all yet. But then I always feel like with Marco Silva, players always used to take about 6 months to settle into that team. And they're going to take more time now to settle into whatever Arbeloa is going to be playing. Yeah, Arbeloa signing the Spanish Scourge players for Fulham. I see. Makes sense. Oh, God. You think that, like, they could just ask him for some pictures and then use it like that. I imagine he's got a house that they can do the right lighting in for that kind of thing. And some good Photoshop artists. Oh, not again. Oh, good clearance, actually. We are running the risk by playing like this now, but we've got no choice. Oh, shit, the highlight's still not finished yet, is it? And again, right, this is not finished yet at all, is it? No, oh my God. Mastantuono I have heard about. We're also being linked with a striker from Real Madrid Castilla, but it also might just be lazy journalists who, the second a manager comes in from X team, immediately get linked with the... Oh my days. I mean, yeah, probably. They immediately get linked with whoever that manager's few former players were, right? Right. I don't think Al-Shankiti's been very good here. I'm going to throw on the youngster. Montperusa's been terrible today too. Not what we need. I think Cabezas in for him. Naeem's been poor as well. A rare day out for Naeem being bad. I'll say the other sub just in case anything crazy happens. Yeah, Steinbergen... Actually, he's been excellent. Steinberg's man has been terrible. Steinberg's been making those crosses. Sorry, making those deflect... Like the clearances today. I still feel like we've got an equaliser, but we've been quite poor. And we wouldn't deserve it if we got it at this stage, unless it was a crazy good chance. But we've certainly dominated the game since we tried that. Garcia, I think, was the guy. He's a bit, yeah, Affalay, Bojan. I mean, it could work out, but it's... I guess he just has less players that he knows and he's worked with because he's only really worked with a small group of players, either at Castilla or at the big club, and he's unlikely to be signing loads of players from big Real Madrid, is he? Yeah, Gonzalo Garcia would be... We do need another striker. Like, we've lost Raul Jimenez, so now we only have really Rodrigo Muniz. So we're going to need another striker no matter what this season. And Mastantuono, I've heard... I mean, Mastantuono always seems to do crazy things in my FM saves. If that means anything, which it doesn't really. But I always see him popping up with crazy things. Right, they have made a couple of tweaks here as well, haven't they? Let's do a bit of that. And... I don't want to lose 2-1 to this, but we completely... Should sign Galette. We could. Crazy amounts of money. Access to that is clean, but people will take another IP infraction. Best thing to touch line with technical event showing uninterrupted rainbow arch. Okay, interesting. Was this related to the first goal? Oh yeah, sorry, the England was the only one of the match. Yeah. Garcia looks, I mean, literally looks like he's got a bit of strength about him, which is the types of strikers that Fulham seem to have particularly enjoyed in, well, a very long time actually, even back to the Mitrovic days. Really, we've liked our big boys. Oh my God. High quality prospect. Yeah, I mean, maybe they try and do what they did with like Nico Paz, where if we were to somehow pull off a permanent deal, which could happen, they have a buyback, and then because what with Paz, they had quite a cheap buyback, didn't they? And then they bought him back and then immediately sold him back to Como again for go on, Joao. No, that was a lovely little shimmy from Big Joao, but that might well be us cooked here. I don't think we're going to get any more chances in this game, and to be fair, I can't even really complain. We threw the dice in the second half, and Chelsea didn't need to get a second goal because they'd already got it. That fucking penalty. That's bad from us there, really. Mitra, I think, is still playing, yeah. I think he's still out in Saudi, although I did hear something about his contract potentially being terminated at one point. But Quavers for ankles. I imagine not with Mastantuono, but you never know. Sometimes weirder things have happened. That would be incredible. It's... Oh, that's so annoying. Wait, that wasn't Adrian, was it? I think it might have been, you know. He's in Qatar. Oh, is he? I did remember something about him having his contract terminated with the Saudi club he was at. Because he played for the same team as Ronaldo, didn't he? Or, no, he didn't. That wasn't Ronaldo. It was it Neymar? There was a specific team that he had a very famous teammate where he was playing before. Obviously, loads of them, but like specifically one guy. It's fine. We'll get William back. Problem solved. Literally. Oh, it was Neymar. Yeah, I thought it was Neymar. It was one of those two. It was the blue shirts. Because, was it blue? Yeah, it was blue, wasn't it? They were like a blue and white kind of drip. Right, let me get those fancy points in. Manzambi, he's certainly not done himself any negatives for his play at the World Cup. He's looked really, really good because he's only 20, isn't he, Manzambi? Also, Switzerland, yet again, doing the most Switzerland thing ever. Quarterfinals. It's what they do. Not a lot of points to hand out there, unfortunately. No man of the match awards. Just Raul Carlos' goal, pretty much, and an assist for Steinbergen, apparently. Fair play. Things you love to see. Right, we move. Replaced by Benzema. Jesus Christ. I thought Manzambi not only had been linked with Newcastle, but like had been actively pretty much done with Newcastle. I'm going to yell at them. That's bad. That's our first group stage defeat in over 2 years. Our last 16 matches in the group stage, for basically the last 2 years, have been 15 wins and a draw. So that's unfortunate. That was our second Champions League win. Yeah, it feels in many ways like our first one, because the first one just didn't feel as it didn't feel as earned because of the Spanish Scourge stuff, whereas this one feels not just earned like a normal level of earned, it feels, if anything, like we've earned it even more than normal because we're now fighting against the Spanish Scourge players in order to win trophies. So that's my most probably one of my most satisfying Champions League wins at all. But says Sula from Roma. Oh, I did see that, yes. In fact, I think I'd even seen, it was around about 35 million was what I saw. That may have been euros, in fairness. Right, let me just rest the squad. Because our next Champions League game is not exactly far away, if I recall. And we've got Jagiellonia to play, of course. One thing I didn't actually show you was the other European stuff. So, of course, Jagiellonia and Brugge Petnicece are in the Champions League with us this season. We also have, in the Europa League, the other three, basically. These are they. Chris Doof, thank you for the 24 months, 2 years. You love to see it, friend. So, some interesting teams actually made it into the group stage of the Europa League this year. We've got Bochum, Brann, Celia, Estoril Praia in there too. We've got Apoel Tel Aviv. We've got Kara and Kasim Pasa as well. 24? Yeah, I said 24, right? Resubscribe for 24 months to tier 1. That's what it says on my screen. Which is weird. Huh. Yeah, that's what on my screen it says. Chris Doof resubscribed for 24 months at tier 1. They've been subscribed for 20 months. I don't understand what that means. Was it like a more than 1 month sub? Because sometimes Twitch gets really confused by that. Rodomec did stay up. I think Rodomec like comfortably stayed up in the end. The biggest one was Gornik, unfortunately. So it's 20 streak. Yeah, I think that's I don't know, actually. Leckie are obviously in here as well. Man United, Motor Lublin and PS Gliwice. Rangers there too. Waterford, of course. Because Watford very nearly got in the Champions League group, though. They narrowly lost to Sparta Prague. That's how close they are to actually getting into the big group, which is wild. So Watford in the Europa League again. Not you two. Thank you for the follow. You're well today.
The Pope hat.
And Conference League. We obviously have one team in the Conference League, which was... I've already forgotten who it was. Oh, Zagłębie Lubin. And any fun ones in here this time around? Gorica, Hibernian again. I think Red Imps. I feel like Monaco are in this every year. Tottenham, annoyingly. That's kind of sucky, actually. Cricket fan, no. I just simply not. I don't know what was I even going to say there. I'm not really no. How high is ranked the Polish League? We are currently ranked 5th. We have been 3rd, but there's a chance we could go 4th this season if we have a good enough year and France kind of shit the bed a little bit. That's the plan, at least. But yeah, they beat Breivik, and then they also beat Maccabi Tel Aviv to get into it in the end. A little bit tight, but they got the results in there, which is the most important thing. So they are through. Please don't tell me they've got to play one of the English sides. Oh, they're playing Tottenham. Why is it they always seem to draw Tottenham? Tottenham will probably win the Conference League, unfortunately, which sucks. After an argument, I actually can't remember the last time Pog and I had breakfast. I'm not a breakfast eater. I'm more of a protein shake man because it's the simplest way I can get protein into my body that requires the least amount of friction, is what I kind of discovered in the end. Oh, I thought it was... I keep getting Nasiru confused with Sikiru, who no doubt is going to come back to haunt us at some point this season. Almost inevitability at this point. Yeah, Hibs have been actually in the last couple of Conference Leagues, if I recall correctly. Right. Oh, dearie me. Now, Wednesday's more important, actually. Hello, Mushroom Man. I do feel good about the events, other than the fact that I went to bed really late. But that was always likely to happen. At least that won't happen anymore, because none of the games are on at 6 o'clock in the morning from now on, are they? I believe the semis are all on at 8 p.m, and I'm assuming that the third place playoff and final are all on at 8 p.m. as well, most likely. Jagiellonia starting off away at Olympiacos. That is actually an opportunity. That less so, although we've just taken City's best player, so maybe there's hope. Maybe there's hope that he becomes City's best player. All air conditioner saves, that's good too. See, where are these last few games being played? A 1-1 draw away at Olympiacos. Do you know what? I don't hate that. Third place game is at 10 p.m. I wouldn't have to worry about that. I'll be busy. Got other things to do that day. It's Viking's birthday. That's a Spanish issue. You can feel the petard hoisting as we speak. Yeah, I still love that. Right. Yeah, Jagiellonian. Oh, we're actually playing them next as it happens. I just wanted to have a look at the actual stats for this game, see if they were lucky or not. To be fair, they had exactly the same stats, other than slightly better chances there, so fair enough. They've stolen my tactic. Is Atlanta? Okay, cool. It's a Thursday. I keep forgetting I'm scouting Real Madrid. They actually do occasionally produce the odd player. I'll let that exist. Close to triggering clauses. Who is... Oh, I did just sell a random guy to Saudi, didn't I, at one point? No, I didn't. Oh my god. I sold him to GKS Katowice, and they sold him to a Saudi side for £35 million. Speaking of, I'm pretty certain there's a new Polish transfer record, because I saw something crazy while I was looking through the transfers. Speaking of, I actually don't think we... Oh, Motor Lublin sold 2 players on... Oh, that wasn't the start of them, it was the end. Was there any crazy shit that went through on the final day that wasn't us? Polonia Beaton sold a guy. Loads of loans, obviously. 3.5 million, that was us again. Point being, didn't sell him. I know, I corrected myself and then said I didn't sell him, but I will. This one. Sangare. Lechia Gdansk to Freiburg for 50... I did sell him, technically, but to GKS Katowice. So actually, I was correct on both fronts. Oh, so I did sell him. Right, I see. Sorry, I see your point. Right, yeah. So I did sell him. I could remember doing that. This is what I'm trying to show you, though. Sangare, £52 million. That might be the most received by any non-Polish side. Well, certainly the most received by any Polish side that isn't us, at least. 52 million quid to Freiburg. It sucks that they've lost him, but this was the guy that we really liked and nearly signed ourselves. He's going to be ridiculous. And, crucially, that means that Lechia Gdansk has sat on a transfer budget of... Well, they were sat on a transfer budget of 52 million quid. They have obviously spent a bit of money too, it would seem. Hang on. 2.8 million? Oh, that's last year. They signed a guy for 12... Yeah, they signed this guy here. Tomasz Orzechowski from Jagiellonia, which is weird considering Jagiellonia are in the Champions League. But hey, if you got the money, you got the money, I guess, right? Oh, dear me. Chelsea game went badly. Oh, no. Oh, come on. I jinxed it so bad last stream when I said, hey, we're going to need a second striker or a backup striker for when inevitably Gomez or Al-Shankiti are not able to complete the full season. Well, that's Al-Shankiti's second injury of the season already. He's only just come back. Just as well, we've got Kazuki Suzuki. Otherwise, we'd be in real trouble here. Sharpak has done well this season. He's got 6 goals already. He's genuinely looked very good in the games I've played him in. I've been playing him on the right because of the different out-of-possession roles, and he seems to really like that. Okay, so, oh, that's Champions League again. On a Thursday? Oh, of course it always does that first week, doesn't it? Well, we've just seen that Lechia have won their first game in the Europa League. Because the game has informed me of that, which would be nice if it did that more frequently. Or I was paying attention enough to notice that it was doing that. What about the others? It said 5 to 6 weeks. Motor Lublin have won. Lechia have won. Piaskowice have drawn. You know what? It could be worse. That's a really good first day for the Polish sides in Europe. What do we end up with? And it's away at Bochum. That's a good result. Really, really strong result for them away at Bochum. Then we've got 5-0 for Motor Lublin against Ludogorets. That's... Wow, 4 goals for Raul Marti. And then obviously 3-1 victory for Lechia Gdansk with big Kevin Morrison. Who remembers Kevin Morrison? Our Scottish striker that we signed a few seasons ago and then finally gave to someone else. He's kind of been doing okay for them. This season especially. He's already got 9 goals for them this year. Kev is cooking. PC background for next year. That's kind of sick, actually. Mine is literally just a picture of the cathedral. It's the dumbest thing ever. Oh, love to see that. So that's just great points for Poland in general. I mean, it would for them, if nothing else. He took a while to get going, it seems. He was never like great straight out of the bar, and there's no Conference League first week, is there? Anyway, so we can actually check the coefficients now because it should all be locked in for the first week of the season. So, 1.4 points on the board for us so far, which is good news. I just want to close the gap to France. That's our entire goal this season, is to finish ahead of France. Height has made a difference. Yeah, I think maybe that is why we do need to get that tall boy centre-back. In my defence, I thought we had the tall boy centre-back. It turns out that now Stade Rennais have the tall boy centre-back. And I tried to sign that other tall boy centre-back, who I'm pretty certain also went to Brighton, didn't he? Like, I'd put the plans in place, but we just didn't. Everything did not come up our way this time around. But we'll find our time. Is Jen still at Gornik out of interest? He is, but he's trying to force a way out. And we've got Big Gaz. Exactly. Once Big Gaz is actually, like, bigger Gaz, problem solved. I shall, Mushroom Man. And please don't think I've forgotten about the flask thing. It is on my list. Things have got super busy because I'm starting the running thing tomorrow, which I'm starting to build that wheel later, which is going to be fascinating. Everything's in place for it now. I just need to actually start the recording part. So that's going to be a long-ass day. But it's just nice to be working on something properly now. Running thing. It's a new series I'm working on, basically. It's quite a large project. It's for the YouTube side of things, not for Twitch, obviously. That would be wild. Nathan Allen. Big Gaz is 6'4", I think, which is pretty good for 18. Nathan Allen's progression meant actually running. No, I did. Like, I legitimately do mean actually running. That's part of it. Essentially, it's a series where I'm basically... It's a lower league English thing with my local side, but every time I lose a match, I have to run the distance of a random player that played in that match. And there's loads of other stuff that happens with regards to it as well. Depending on the number of promotions and stuff I can get, I have to enter ultramarathons. There's all sorts of weird things that are going on with it, basically. But that's the general overview of it, basically. In really, really small details. Going really... Yeah, I'm just doing like whatever the hell I want at this point. Because fuck it, right? I need to get out of my own way a bit more. Is this actually looking good for us or not? Benefits, progressing well, benefits. Playing FM. The idea is, the video concept essentially, Brants, is I used FM as a fitness tool. Essentially. But where you've got the Let's Play side of things, where obviously we build a story out of the save, but ultimately the save is also punishing me because of things that are going wrong with it. So the wheel obviously will have... It's a 14-thing wheel, so there's 11 players obviously on the wheel, which is the starting 11. There's also 3 other slots. One of the slots on it is double trouble, which basically doubles the length of the run. One of them is like a veto, where you get out of doing it, and the other one is a thing called push your luck, where you have to then spin it. You have to do another match for it, and then you combine them to make like a double one, basically. It's relatively simple stuff, because I didn't want to overcomplicate it, because it can still throw up some absolutely heinous shit. Like, you know, cup game goes to extra time, roll on double trouble, cool, 30-kilometer run. Oh, good. Chat at one point we're calling it Matt gets rhabdomyolysis. Essentially. Absolute river cows. Yeah, but that's why I've got all the equipment now. Like, I've got outdoor filming equipment. It's gonna be good. You need to actually use it so I can expense it. Heard of Nordic numbers. Exactly. Sounds kind of dumb, but it's because I miss storytelling on a purely YouTube sense. Because obviously I'm storytelling with the recaps, but it's from the Twitch thing. And I miss that. So I wanted to do that. I also wanted to find some way of becoming more accountable with my running and stuff. So I figured, hey, fuck it, why not? And it's also weird and kind of something that I feel like I'm in a position to do. And in addition, I also feel like with YouTube, because of the way that the videos are, they're less personal than Twitch is with regards to the way I do the content. And I feel like it means that it would be nice to be more personable, I guess, on the YouTube side of things and be able to be more me. I only have one work rate. To be fair, I went and did 10k yesterday just to make sure I could as a baseline, if nothing else. My legs are definitely feeling stronger, though. The strength training work is actually really paying off there. I was just feeling real bouncy, like. Right, we want full strength squad, full strength tactic. No Al Shankiti, of course, because he's deserted us by being injured. Not entirely his fault, but partly his fault. I will switch out. I'll move you there. That way we can take him out in a moment. So you, oh, excuse me, you will come in, and you will come in. Nice. I really hope that it isn't Red Zone, Adrian. I hope that it's actually something that could take off in some manner or just be something different. It's one of those things that I know will do poorly to begin with, because I feel like it's one of those things that you'd be like, what the fuck? It's not the sort of video that's going to explode. And if it does, then I think it will come later, and that's fine. And if it doesn't, I'm okay with that too. I just wanted to do something different and something that I found interesting, because what I used to do back in the day a lot was just make content that I wanted to see. And I kind of stopped doing that, I think. Probably should put Suzuki on the bench really, shouldn't I? But probably don't need Rahman on the bench as often. Why is Kowalski back there? What are you doing, lad? I'll put Suzuki in there. Just so we've actually got an option off the bench. Bellingham's response to Gabriel Clark. I think we actually did discuss this earlier, but my sort of opinion was that I thought that the questions that Clark was asking both him and Tuchel were really weirdly divisive and seemed to be designed to get some dodgy reactions for some reason, instead of just asking normal questions that he could have easily done and got some great clips about the game, which was really odd. Something like, for a few weeks, I'll be in with you and Doc Paul. But, well, what I mean, Limerick Leprechaun, is that I perhaps didn't do the best job of explaining that. Tell you what I'm going to do. A rare thing that I do in these streams, which is almost never, in fact. One, I'm going to start Nathan Arnold. Not Nathan Arnold. Nathan Allen. Nathan Arnold! Who the fuck's Nathan Arnold? Gareth Arnold and Alan. I'm going to watch the game. Because it's okay. We've only got two other Champions League games to play today, so I figured, fuck it. Probably Gareth. Sorry, Ricardo Ruiz. I don't know who that is. We'll get them in. But it's more like, I didn't so much mean like lack of personable. It's that, like, YouTube for the most part, my current videos with the recaps, right? It's voiceover and me sort of jabbering about fixtures and stuff. It's okay, I can insert humor in there and whatnot, but it's less like stream where I'm jabbering about random things and being more my own pure personality, unfiltered, which is sometimes a bad thing, I agree. And with any of the other videos I do on YouTube, it's usually guides, which means it's very much straight-laced, I'm giving you information, welcome to the information type beat, right? And as a result, I think it can... On the YouTube side, it's just a voice. I'm less of a person, if that makes... That's kind of what I was getting at, in that you don't know me as well if you're watching purely the YouTube side of things, perhaps. Matching, that was genuinely, being a child, the reason I decided to load the match, because I was just like, shit, I might end up yapping a little bit too much here, and I don't want to just do it sat on the goddamn tactics screen, because I'm learning. Nathan Arnold is Alan and Arnold's queue. Come on, it is. We're shipping them. Hopefully. So yeah, Alan in this game. We've got Alan and Arnold in this team now. I like it. We've spent far too much money on the pair of them. In fact, their combined transfer fees like nearly 60 million quid. It's fine. This definitely won't come back to bite us in any way, but it'll be fine. Oh, have they got Xavi Xylophone? Yeah, we probably should get him that Z name at some point, right? I don't think... I'm trying to think of an instrument that begins with the Z at this point. More concise videos. It does, yes, exactly. And I feel like this will allow me a bit more space and room to be more myself outside of the obvious stuff, because... But we'll have to see. I just figured that I used to sort of be... I used to feel way more creative on that side of things, and I don't know why I stopped. I think I just got scared of failure, which is really dumb, because who cares? Failure is how you learn. But I don't know, something just got stuck in my brain, and it has continued to be stuck in my brain, but I just kind of need to get the fuck over it. Well, thank you, Limerick Leprechaun. I'm glad you think so, but I want to make sure I'm more that, I suppose. Zion Zither. That actually sounds like it could be a real person's name, to be honest. Go on, nice little... Another goal for Sharpak. He just... Is it a Y name? Yeah, sure, it should be a Y name, actually, you're right. Me just forgetting about Ys in general. France, I would argue it's the perfect time to play a Christmas song, because we could not be more far from Christmas right now. Well... Sorry, what I mean to say is holidays is coming. Just 150-something days and sleeping till Christmas. Perhaps... Yanni Yadaki is good. Unishi. What is a Yadaki? Is that a... Oh, I'm guessing it's a musical instrument. Not one I'm super familiar with. Too fucking hot. Nah, it's actually quite warm in this room now, but outside it's not too bad. Not that it matters, because I'm not outside. But this morning, it was lovely out there. I was stood here before stream with the window open. Like 21 degrees outside, just a lovely breeze, and now I'm warm again. I don't know if I've even got the window shut. Shannon, as far as I know, doesn't even live next door anymore, because I saw her granddad. Oh, hang on, Nathan Allen? Oh, dear. Her granddad yesterday picked up some pot plants. My other neighbour is out there sunbathing. Maybe they don't need me yelling the names of random Polish men while they're busy sunbathing and being heavily pregnant. Dan2, thank you very much for the follow. If I've said that correctly, do let me know. I appreciate that, friend. Welcome aboard. Who do you support? Yadaki Didgeridoo. Now, it'd have to be Yidgeridoo, I suppose. Oh, go on. Ah, it's blocked again. Wait, another try? Hey, an assist for Nathan Allen. The greatest footballer that ever did exist. I'm offering baby names. Exactly. Have you considered Przemysław or Przemysław? or I'm thinking of other fantastic Polish first names that are overly complicated. Only number one. It's a great song, No Metal Leprechaun. It's just a good beat. No, not a good beat. It's just a nice song. They're pregnant with my Polish, but they've got a pregnant pause in there, perhaps. Jersey? Jersey could work. There you go. That's what I'm talking. Grzegorz. That's the one we really want. I've still never been able to that one. International saves. We did manage the Philippines in this save for a bit during the World Cup, but other than that, no. Not in this save anyway, or in this game cycle, because obviously the international mode's only been out for a while. Largely, I just found that international football in FM can be quite tedious. They've certainly improved things with the update to it, but ultimately it's not all that different from what it was before they took it out, to be honest. They've got to know they don't, actually. I wish I did. Just say Gregor and move on with your day. That's a good way to go with it. Yeah, we could Amaricio penis it. Did I actually shut the window? Yeah, I did. Wasn't sure for a moment. Okay. 2-0 at halftime. Nathan Allen's looked good. How has... Okay, Gareth's on a 6.9, but that's okay. He's biding his time. Oh, they've made 3 substitutions at half-time. That's always a good sign. Aggressively a German. Well, Suzuki, there's room. I could probably bring him on for Gomez in the second half at this point. I think we can, Lord Justinian. But what I really need to ask is that where are Morocco in all this? I thought Morocco were going to win it all. I think we should actually step outside from Morocco. Yeah, they got absolutely fed into the Bonjour wood chipper, didn't they? That was not a pretty one. Not that I actually saw most of that game. I just saw the results and the stats for the game and went, oof. I'm beating the Jag. They refused to pay the bill for this game, which is terrible. Oh, bloody hell. All right, Sharpek. 55. No, we've still got time. In a courtroom in 9 months. They'll find a way. Turns out that actually the ball was made of cheese in this particular example. Against France, yes. But that's how it works, isn't it? Like, they got absolutely annihilated by a very, very good French side. And I think pretty much it's going to take some beating for anybody to beat France, to be honest. Sharpek is just a very good player. This season, now that we've finally given him a chance to play more consistently, he does genuinely look completely competent. An England-France final would be fascinating, and I would very much like that, because it's the only way we're going to be there anyway. Yes, score, mon pas! Come on, lad. Right, I might bet the subbies now. Spain have the best chance. I might be overestimating things here, but I'm not entirely aboard the Spain train, to be honest. I know they're there, but I feel like they've weirdly not looked convincing. They just win without being convincing, and that's fine. England have done the same thing, but I don't know. Don't know what it is about the Spanish team. 2-1 and yeah, I did feel for the goalkeeper in that, because I think that easily could have gone to extra time as well. Yeah, Mumbler's not had the best game again, but luckily we've got Cabezas, so he's in. Kowalski, I will give a little rest for the robot this time. And it would be rude if I didn't bring on the new boy, Kazuki Suzuki. He sounds like a cartoon character, and I'm totally on board. Paulo Enrique, and I'll save the other subby just in case. No, screw it. No, I'm not going to save the other subby. I'm going to throw on one of the many right wing backs we have. What the fuck was that sound? I think the bathroom just collapsed in on itself. Yeah, he just scored, but he wasn't doing very well before that. Imagine he gets disallowed now. Oh no, it is given. It is given. I think everyone looks a bit tired, really. I think the French... I saw an interesting stat which was to do with the minutes being played by some of the French players, and they had a lot less minutes on their legs than some of the other nations do, which is terrifying as well. I think you might be right, though, about the way they set up in that game. It's interesting that would be the semi and not the final, because... I mean, I'd love it if Spain beat France, because I still think even though if they beat France, I think we'd do better against Spain than against France. Blue character, 100%, yeah. Change entire front three, yeah, they just have so much depth, it's absolutely outrageous. If Spain beat France, I mean, you just never know what can happen on your day. Like, France, if England did play France in the final, France could batter us and just not score for whatever reason. You sometimes do just get those random events that happen, but you wouldn't want to have to rely on that, but I would not give a shit. But I think... Oh, no, come on. Not like this. I'm liking this didgeridoo-ass beat we got going here. This is very out of... Mongolian jingle bells. So I've just realised what this is. Because they're just better. Yeah. I think... And they are, objectively, like, on paper, better. But not that being on paper better matters too much in this tournament. You'll still want to make sure that, teams have managed to pull off great results in this tournament without being on paper better. But you got to raise your game for finals, right? Mongolian Throatsing is what I'm here for. Hasn't choked yet. I do love this. It's just like the refusal to give England any credit ever for any reason. It's like, I think you'll lose to this team. Beats that team. Ha! You should have beaten them anyway. Okay, cool. Like, it is just funny watching that kind of discourse repeat itself over and over and over. They win the final. It's like, well, you should still beat someone else. Why haven't you beaten this team that you didn't play against? Where was the knocking out of Germany in all this? Paraguay, like, hola, in the background. 3-0 win in the end. That's okay. We looked pretty strong at the back, I must say, actually. Arnold, I'm guessing, was just nutting them away constantly. Suzuki gained rating off the bench too, which was nice. Nice. Don't think any of the substitutes really gained any rating in that one. Sharpening their knives. Yeah, they've got Ola written in blood on a knife. I should have been clearer. Pog was saying that she thought the rowing thing was a bit cringe. I actually don't agree. I like the fact that fun has been normalized at this World Cup. We feel like it seems like fun is back on the menu, baby, and I've enjoyed a lot of that. I like people just enjoying football and having a nice time with it. The Wonderwall thing is awesome. The rowing thing is cool. There's just so much cool fan culture around this tournament that seems to be being embraced rather than rejected and chided, and I love that. Bring back fun. I'm always pro fun. Didn't deserve to. Hey, to be fair, this is the deserved to World Cup, I'm afraid. And we may not win that. Potentially. Oh, God, that guy that was saying, yeah, because they would have sailed and not rowed. I must admit, I respect the pedanticness of that, but also, like, come on, smile. It's okay. I'm a confirmed fun enjoyer, yes. I'm an advocate for fun. Bring on the That's right. Haven't you heard? Pog is the man now. We've got to stick it to her somehow. Spinner Shoots, thank you very much for the follow. But yeah, that was fantastic. Right. Good. We won the game. Actually gained my respect. And to be fair, that's all they've been after in this tournament. That is all they've been looking for this entire tournament, is to gain that respect. But in the actual game, I don't think Norway did do very well. I don't think England did very well either. I don't think anyone really did very well in that game. I think when it came down to... Shit, I've just yelled at them for winning 3-0. I think it came down to stars performing and taking moments when they could, really. And England have more of those, in theory. But yeah, that's weird. To me, that doesn't count as fun. I think that's more like forced fun. I like organic fun. Home, grass-fed fun. That's what I'm after. Oh, wait. Oh, thank God, that's... Well, not thank God, that's not what we need either, because he's going to be playing really well for them in the Champions League, in theory. That said, they do now have that other guy, so there's probably a little bit less pressure on Big Kota Abe these days, which makes me happy. My guy. They definitely had that spell after the first hydration break as well. It seemed like Tuchel tweaked something at that point, but so did Solbakken, and Solbakken's changes were just better. They always had like the nearly chances rather than the full-on chance, like the Sørloth thing with Haaland. That's got to be... Yeah. Box more crowded. Yeah, it occasionally worked, but I think it only really worked once we started having a bit more bodies in that area that actually allowed... Like when we started getting those decoy runs to provide a bit more space for Saka so he wasn't doubled up on every single time. He is just that... He is just that good. He's just that good. Wasn't easy to... I think you're right, Fry, that maybe they're not giving enough credit to Stone. But I feel like if he tries to play that pass and Stones intercepts it, you kind of go, fair enough, it's really good defending. But I think it's almost like the lack of attempt of the pass. Because what he actually does was never going to result in anything unless he got incredibly lucky. That pass has got a way higher chance of success than whatever he tried to do, I suppose. Yeah, and then the French players will come along and tell you that football is actually a very different sport, and we're about to find out. Exactly. Switzerland. I was disappointed in Mbolo doing that, yeah, but also Switzerland getting to the quarterfinals is the most Swiss thing ever, so they've done their part. When they went to extra time, though, that Lautaro Martinez... No, not Martinez. Alvarez goal. I wonder if Cabral taught him how to do that. Just little tips from the last time around. Yeah, I agree. I think it's also a lot of like a... couch quarterbacking where we're like, oh yeah, you just got to do that, as if any of us could even be in that position in the first place. So Gary Langston is at Leicester these days and has been for not that long, actually. He was one of the Patreon guys that were at Everton in that giant clump, and I think most of them have now left as it happens. Not had a single green season or entire career, but he get loads of 429. It's got to put him towards the top. They might have done. Yeah, but he did do that, and it was just a... What really surprises me is just why he's doing that there. If you're trying to win a penalty, it's like, it's dumb, but I understand why you're doing it. That was over on the touchline facing the wrong direction. Hello, Spirikov. How are you, my friend? More time doesn't allow a bit there. Yeah. It's just... Noosa. I do like Noosa a lot, though. He just adds something a little bit different. And now more stuff's falling out of the bathroom, apparently. The closest we're going to get is Arnold Catala, who sounds like a Spanish curse player, but he's not. He's the French version. Legend Howard. I don't know who that is, but he's a Patreon region, so maybe. Potentially. Take whatever Reynolds. I think what we really need if we were to get to the final is just a French capitulation, and in the way that they do. But I don't feel like they've got that in them. They actually seem like there's a weird togetherness in the same way there is in the England squad. And that's terrifying. But if you lose to a team like France in the World Cup final and you get to the World Cup final, I don't really think you could be going, you should have done this, that, and the other. If you get to that point and you lose to a better side because they are a better side and they play better than you, that's what it is, right? I certainly don't think there'd be people going, oh my God, I mean, there obviously will be because it's the internet, but I would be satisfied with that situation. Obviously, it'd be lovely to... Wait. Oh, contract rejected. To say. The straggler. Best Christmas film. Pog would agree with you on that on Mushroom Man. It's one of the few films that we own on Blu-ray. And when I say a few, I mean literally 2 films. We own Jingle All the Way on Blu-ray, and obviously my favourite film, Chef. Those are the only 2 Blu-rays I own. Because, of course, we own those 2 things. At least saying Bellingham's swat would be terrifying. And Jesus Christ. They're very good. Bet on England. That's brave. Somebody would have won a decent amount so far, though. 11 of the World Cup. I don't know if I could name enough players or in my brain at the same time in order to actually build an 11. So I'm going to go with whatever England's team was in the last game, because Free Lions, baby! Woohoo! I think that's a reasonably fair answer to that question, no? I struggle with anything like that because my brain can't hold enough information at any given time to form the right sort of decision making. Just 11 Kylian Mbappe's and Jordan Pickford in goal, baby. Was that the Zambian fella? Oh, it is, yeah. I can't believe he actually agreed to sign for us. Right, it's mostly reasonable now. Be good if we knew if he's any good or not. Israel Carlos, still minimal. I really want to know about this lad, because he stays 5 stars, but then we don't get any more information on him, so I suppose that's probably why. Yeah, we can have Dan Burn, the Burns unit, everyone. Get him in there. That advertising, great tackle, to be fair. 11 plus Pickford, yeah. I make my own rules. I want whatever 12 is in Roman numerals. My XII, probably. Frano Huldak. Nah. 1 World Cup each. I think I am interested in the neutral thing with England versus Argentina. Because Argentina have not exactly made friends at this World Cup. So I'm very curious to see what that... Like most people, whenever you see England playing anyone, it's always whoever England are playing, that's who people want to win. Fine, whatever. But with the Argentina one, it does certainly throw up some interesting questions there. And how are FIFA going to rig it for Argentina is the question. How will they make a team defend badly? And how are they going to do that to England? On French. I mean, that seems to be the impression I'm seeing more and more on social media, especially from the French. They just really don't like the Argentinians either. Seeing Messi fanboy. Yeah. It's going to be a very... Maybe this is where England do fuck it up, because now suddenly people... They're like, hang on, wait, people want us to win? No, we can't do this. We need that venom. Pretend. It's the... Yeah, the unlikable force meets the absolutely despised object. That, and I think it's quite hard to dislike the England team as well, which is making it difficult for people, because they do seem, even more so than before, like a very organically likeable bunch. It seems like England's PR stuff has changed since the Southgate regime, as it were, where they were doing better with that kind of stuff, but this one feels more authentic for whatever reason. It is a bit boring, unless you're in England, in which case we do not give a shit. But yeah, I can see why as a neutral you'd want someone a bit more of an underdog in there, like if Switzerland had got through, or Norway, for example. England or France in the final. They're just like, I've forgotten what football is. Never mind. John Stone's shoulder. Oh, just... The amount of that content I consumed was it's just immense. Once again, they've put us on our own, and I'm all right with that. But we do actually have to like do well this time. Villarreal at home. Part of me is just like, are we sending it now? Because I just feel like we tried to settle like that against Chelsea, and it didn't work. And at home, we kind of just need to be like, let's go. Alan won't start for this one, though. We will rotate him out. Everybody else, though, will be okay to play, I think. Oh, no. All the bench, obviously, will be different. I really should have do next match only with these in future. 4 spots on the bench now. My goodness. I will put Maciej Koziemka. My guy. Get him in there. England would be a good narrative. England-Argentina would be a good narrative if it wasn't the semi-finals. As not starting. Not in this game, per se. He doesn't have the tackling ability, really, for it. Although, technically, him on the bench. First foreign manager of a national team to win the World Cup. Really? I actually didn't know that. I just assumed that someone would have done by now. Yeah, the whole... There's just been so much... I've just enjoyed the vibes pretty much throughout this entire World Cup. There's just been an exceptional vibery throughout the entire tournament. Okay. Sharpek, big moment for you in terms of Champions League. This is a strange plot. We'll have that rock, alright? First time England and Argentina played each other since 2005. Really? Wow. Yeah, that is a bit surprising, actually. Okay. Let me crack on. Oh, wait, hang on. I've got an extra sub. Let us crack on in a minute. Let me put probably another centre-back on the bench for the memes. Chendros, let's go. I nearly just resolved the game there. Let's go. He's grown quite the... Hang on, I can hear a weird noise, chat. Forgive me, 1 second. It was just the remnants of what had fallen down in the bathroom, rolling around in the wind. I'm a big fan of giving a centre-back who's not going to play for us the number 1 jersey. Yes. Yes, I think I will do that. Feel free to rant at me now. I didn't even know that was an option. A band friendly? Really? Fair. I remember England playing Argentina once I think it was in Geneva. It may well have been a friendly game, but all I remember about it is that I was delirious because I was extremely ill and had the flu. So I was in this like weird fugue state, and I just remember watching it from my parents' sofa, not really knowing what's going on. And then after the match, they watched the movie Kate and Leopold. That much I do remember. The other thing I remember about it is that I was so delirious that at one point I stood up from the sofa, went into the hallway, and just stood there in the dark. And then my dad was like, "Where's he gone?" So he then comes into the hallway and is like, "Matt, what are you doing?" I was just like, just trying to be out of the way, just standing in the hall. So eventually he had to do like maths questions so that he knew that I was like cognizantly still there. That's how bad the flu was. That was nasty. It's a weird time. Number in the corner of the camera view. Oh, that is the current temperature in this room. I have like a little temperature sensor thing that my mate 3D printed me a few years ago. And when the heat wave struck the first time, I set it all up again and recoded it so that we could bring it back as a stream overlay. It just basically shows you how hot it is in the room where I'm currently standing. It's not too bad today, in fairness. It's quantum ability. Yeah, I mean, that's how I end up with some very strange numbers, just by whoever's number is left a lot of the time. That's why we've had about 10 different players be number 99 in this save, and that is wide, and that looked offside, in fairness. I might switch to the other tactic where we to get ourselves into a good winning position, but Villarreal are a decent team. And us losing our first 2 Champions League matches could put us in a spot of bother. But then we'll have to keep playing the more aggressive approach. But I guess at least, if nothing else, we won the Champions League last year, so we've got a bit more kudos, if nothing else. Go on. Need to find the right pass here. Oh, that's actually not too bad. Go on, Christian. How he links up with Sharpak today could be fascinating. Go on, Kowalski, bend it. Oh, that was close. That was close. One of these days, they're going to go in, and they kind of do sometimes, just never the bendy ones. He always seems to score the low daisy cutter type shots for some reason. Oh. Defensive side ever won the World Cup in which the side didn't have stars up front. I don't know. You usually need some stars. Because ultimately, there's so many stars in world football that rarely does a team get to a World Cup final without having stars in their squad, just because... Yeah, maybe right back in the day, before the sort of the stars of football even really were considered a thing. That's offside. It's a good finish, but he is offside by an absolute country mile. Sadly. At least a goal would be quite nice to happen, just so that people can... I saw something the other day being like, at least he's been rubbish at this. He's not got any goals at this World Cup. I'm thinking, yes, because he's got all the assists. Every single one of them. Is the record number of assists at a World Cup 6 or something? Because he could probably get that. David Seaman, Ashley Cole, Sol Campbell. God, that was a... Danny Mills. Okay, now it's got booted. So in Hargreaves in that team. Wow. That was very offside. Bit of a weirdly slow start for us despite the sheer amount of possession. But we are at least dominating the game. I'm just concerned about... The balance feels a bit weird. I think what it is as well is that Alshan Kiti, even when he has come back into the team for that little spell, he hasn't scored a goal, I don't think, and didn't look especially good upon recovering from that injury. And now he goes and gets another injury, which is going to keep him out for 6 weeks. Like, there's a realistic chance that Alshan Kiti doesn't start firing properly again for us until, you know, November kind of time. And we really are having to rely... Oh, no. Okay, it's really not happening for us today, is it? What is that? Was that Steinbergen that's just give that one away? That's so unlike him as well. I think it was Steinbergen. He's got such an easy pass on here as well. Just drop it into one of the central midfielders. No need for it. He's just cost us a goal. That sucks. But now we're having to rely on the youngster. Thank God we won the Champions League last year. We may have to rely on the other Polish sides this season. Hopefully they'll actually step up for us. Oh, go on. Nathan Allen will fix it all, though. Well, that's nice. Naeem! Oh, and again, it's wide. I still trust us to win this game, but Villarreal are a decent team. I feel like that has happened quite frequently in my saves in general. Whenever I've won a Champions League... Oh, no, actually, to be fair, our first Champions League, when we did get back to the final the following season too, and then lost. But in the past, it has always been a little bit after the Lord Mayor's show type problems. Off we go from the round of 16. I mean, at this rate, barely even get to the round of 16. Like, we already lost to Chelsea at home, and now we're trailing... Go on. Oh, that's a lovely disguised pass. Oh, if this turns into... Oh, that is gorgeous. That is actually insanely good from Mateusz Sharpek. This is what I mean about him. He looks like... Oh, please no. Nope, we're good. Great equaliser. The vision from Sharpek to pick that out. I thought he was going to shoot here. He looks like he's for all like he's shaping to shoot and just swips it over the side. It's a lovely first touch from Joao Carlos. I think he's scored our only goals in the Champions League so far. That is lovely play. Big fan of that from Sharpie. He's leaving a permanent mark on this game for sure, if nothing else. Although Montpellier is struggling yet again, which is a little bit annoying. Hopefully over time things will start to improve. Polizia has also not been quite as on it this season either. It just feels like there's been a lot of balancing issues for seemingly no reason. Alvarez has been poor. Naeem's looked a bit off the pace today. Everything's just not quite right. That is a weird system they've got too. But their DMs are definitely about to get marked out of the game if they weren't already, which they weren't. Let's go after you then. Might weaker foot them as well. Seems like there's very much almost no reason not to put a player under their weaker foot a lot of the time. They need to. So far in the Conference League, sorry, the Europa League, they've done very well. Champions League, obviously more difficult, particularly with only 2 teams, and we haven't had any Conference League games yet. But this is definitely going to be a year where I think we're going to have to rely on the other Polish teams to carry the weight a little bit more. I mean, maybe we turn it around. It's just our Champions League fixtures this season are extremely difficult as well. And we have had 2 seasons of absolute team to manage. Have you considered Fulham as an option under that? Heating heaps. To be fair, we do leave a lot of spaces. So that's not really a huge surprise. But what is annoying, and I've noticed this throughout 26, is just how the more you are in charge and dominate games, the more it seems like your opponent do just score every chance they get a lot of the time. Not Prem. Then this would be one of the things you'd probably have to tell me before you ask the question. The reason I always say Fulham now is because people will say, give me a save to do, and then give me no other context on what they're after. So then I give them a suggestion. They're like, oh, not that. It's like, well, then help me help you, please. Like, I do want to help, but I don't know what you want because you haven't told me yet, and I can help you if you do. That's lovely. It's like, I genuinely do want to be helpful, but one day someone's going to be like, actually, Fulham, that's the perfect save for me. And it should be. Fulham's great. Wait a year and it won't be Prem. It'll be Champo, probably. Or go on, Christian. That's surely offside. That's surely offside. If it's not, that's an unbelievable goal. He scored a couple of these last year too, actually. It must be. Oh my God, it's not. That is some... Everything about this goal is elite. Oh, he is onside. They're both onside, in fact. Incredible. That is such a good finish. Look at this. The angle he's at on the full volley across the keeper. Good Christ. comparison in most teams. Is it? How so? Surely it's just like your bog standard Premier League save, right? Unless they've got like some wage issues. I actually don't know. I haven't matched Fulham in FM in a long time, to be fair. Last time was probably on a beta save I did on FM 21. Might have been FM 20 actually. Perchance is also your best bet too. That'll definitely get you some options as well. But it will be completely random at that point. I feel like, has Perchance been updated at any stage? Or is it sort of just exactly as it was in the past? Because I feel like there's something that someone could do with that to actually give a few more options for people. Go on, Alvarez, have a banger on it. Oh! That is a goal. Right there. I was just saying Policia was not contributing like he was last year. Well, that has changed my mind. What a goal from Policia! It's a lovely look. I thought Alvarez was going to shoot, but the fact that he just drops it off. It's his first time. On the half volley. Oh my goodness me. Beautiful finish from Policia. What a comeback against a really good Villarreal side. We like that. Montperucci is definitely getting yanked though as soon as this substitution break comes around though, because he has not been at races today. Again, sadly. He's such a strange character, bless him. I might go for big hands actually in this one. Do the usual robot on. And then which of the two? Joao Carlos has done well. Or Polizia, who's just scored the goal. It's got to be Joao, hasn't it, really? Because I want to get Cabezas a bit. Got to be careful with Cabezas because he can't play the DM role as well. In fact, probably be Paulo Enrique then instead, wouldn't it? Alvarez is very tired, which means it's time for Nathan Allen. What team? I'm confused. What do you mean, what team? Fulham. Unless that was a different question. My apologies. There wasn't actually a question mark, so I'm not sure exactly what that question was in relation to specifically. Have to download something to access. Oh, okay. Cyprus, I think. I don't think Cyprus is base game, is it? I feel like I always click, every time I click on Cyprus, it's always like, no, you're not allowed Cyprus. How dare you? So I think Cyprus is one of those. Cyprus is fun as well. Like, really fun. There's some... I've managed quite a lot in Cyprus, weirdly. I've done Ermis Aradipu. I've done... who else was it? Ahironis as well. I think there was another Cypriot side I've managed too. I have a weird affinity with that place. It always seemed to end up there on Outcast Icon saves. Didn't last time though. Maybe that was the missing link perhaps. We should have gone to Cyprus. Cyprus is a fun one. You will have to get an extended database. They've got quite a deep league system as well. You do actually get some surprisingly good players from there sometimes as well, which is sick. Cool names. What's not to like? Pretty much if you go with anybody except... oh, come on. If you're not with Apoel, or is it Aris Limassol? There's a lot of teams that are just below that. Iron Apple would be very fun if you want some party town. That'd be fun. What? Is he offside? Yeah, Ayapong is weirdly bad for that, even though he has, in theory, the attributes to make himself good for it. Oh, he is offside. Wait, hang on. Just realised Manzambi's playing for Villarreal. Foreshadowing. Not playing that well, but he is there. In the end, I've been surprised at how good we've been in this game when we sort of turned it on a little bit there. Substitutions haven't really offered much in this game, but that was okay. It was just about killing the match. Well played, lads. Much better. We needed that. After that Chelsea defeat, this one was very, very important to once again prove that we could do it without El Shankiti and with Sharpek looking okay. Build next year. So pretty much the decision for building a nation next year is largely set as Denmark. Barring some crazy change of circumstances, it's almost guaranteed to be Denmark. Done on leagues that feature names like Good Luck. We do have leagues like that switched on, in the sense that like the names exist whether with or without the leagues. So that wouldn't actually affect the names at all. Because the names are part of the name pool and the leagues being added to the game, unless they're adding the players individually, which I doubt they are, wouldn't actually change all that much.
It's good you came in summer.
With Paphos.
In winter.
Nice.
It can get
yeah, the Champions League money will make a huge difference in Cyprus. Robert Colombian, thank you very much for the follow. From the Colombian clan. Good to see. Hope you're well on this fine afternoon. Hello, Bab. 2 hours later, thanks to the England game. Oh, damn. Yeah. I must admit, I wasn't looking forward to working today. Oh, I was actually, because I knew this was going to be a fun Ash stream. Oh, fair enough, Lord Justin. And yeah. Africa is good fun, actually. Like, if you get one of the extended databases, which is definitely out there now, African saves are banging. because you'll come up against some amazing team names, amazing player names, like Justinian said, and you get weird rules, weird leagues. It's definitely a thing I feel like you should experience with FM at some point. I enjoyed the shit out of our African adventure save with, what was it, Namibia, Zimbabwe. We did do Ivory Coast, Senegal, and South Africa as well. I wish we'd done more of the smaller nations in that, honestly. Looking back, I think there was more scope for the fun teams even further down, in fact. Wisła a friendly. Fair play. Wait, really? Wisła played a friendly, yes, against Wrexham in real life, which was kind of fun. Finland ban save. As far as I know, Finland's rules would make it very difficult for me to do that. It's certainly not been on the cards recently, but Denmark is locked in as the next one pretty much, with HB Kyrgyz specifically, because I want to go back to the first ever building a nation save I did and get it done right, because I only think I did about 4 seasons of that save before I had a mental breakdown and took 2 years off of YouTube. And I feel like there's unfinished business in Denmark, and I want to try and finish that business, if I can do at least. No other Polish sides playing today in the Champions League, but we got the win, which is crucial. Celtic have won a game as well. How's that been allowed to happen? Who has allowed that to happen, more importantly? Oh, wait, that can't be who they played. There's no way they... I mean, they did, but not there, clearly. Oh, Sparta Prague away. God, that was so close to being Waterford as well. England ban. Oh, you can. They have to do it so quickly, though, you see. They start the save, and then the save finishes. It's like an elusive woodland creature that you must use night vision cameras to capture. Nightbot's not a fan of HJK. Besides, I've done my HJK business. It went about as well as you'd expect. Cup tying my entire first team to the B team. Good behaviour there. I remember there was a house that we really liked up here that Pog and I were looking for, and I couldn't go because I was streaming, and it was like the perfect place. Even had an outhouse, and then we didn't get that. So that was I think I actually fell off a chair when yeah, bad times. But it doesn't matter because I'm here now, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Scanner, yeah, I mean, Iceland can be tough because of the foreign player rules as well. Same with Faroe Islands. Like, while it was fun managing the Faroes on an Outcast of Icons save, really was fun. But on another save, that could be really, really tough. It depends on ultimately what you're looking for out of a save. Right. Brookbear away at Benfica. Good, God help them all. Yangalonia are away at Nice. We need Summit here. Cut your entire house. I did. It's true. There was another house that we went to look at that was in a town a few towns over from here. And I say a few, it's like 15 miles away, actually. I'm really glad we didn't move there because we did actually get approved for that one. And Pog had never seen it. I went up there with my mum. And in the end, I just kind of went, I wasn't feeling it, even though we really did want to move. But I'm really glad we did not move into that house because it's so far away from here. And it was, I don't know, it just wasn't, it would have been the same. I'm glad we waited and came here. Well, the wage requirement thing. So, fun fact, I signed a player on a loan deal when we were managing in La Liga last season in FA. Oh, come on. Oh, dear. And the wages that he was on at his parent club were less than the loan threshold, sorry, the wage threshold in Spain. So I had a loan guy for a full year whose wages I had to pay that I wasn't allowed to play. So that was fun. Note to self, and anyone watching, don't do that. Learn from my mistakes, if you will. Poland not doing well in the Champions League so far here. 1 point between the other two. That ain't good. We are very much going to... I think I cleared up the commands. Nordic Nomads was a fun-ass, weird adventure. Jesus Christ. It was my last attempt at, can I make a Let's Play thing work if I do something really dumb with it? Oh, I asked for another affiliate club. Since they wouldn't give us a lower league one, I decided, fuck it, let's try... Oh, hang on a minute. This is fun. This is a bit more like it. I wonder if it's because our reputation's higher. So we've got options with Malmö, Peñarol, Dinamo Česká Budějovice, Midtjylland, and Alianza Lima. So Sweden, Uruguay, Slovenia? Czechia, sorry. Denmark, and obviously Peru. I feel like Peñarol would be fun. Midtjylland is probably the one you want for youth rating reasons, but I almost feel like now we're kind of at the point where we've got enough of those from the Spanish and German and French ones, and Dutch, where I think fun might be more favourable. So if Peñarol or Lima feels kind of fun, who's the better out of Peñarol and Lima? I mean, it's probably Peñarol, isn't it, to be honest? Like, with it being Uruguay, they're going to have higher youth rating, and also the club's probably better. Above average youth recruitment, academy coaching good. And then adequate and excellent youth recruitment, but it is Peru. Be fun as well. It would. I mean, Malmo have probably got quite good stuff as well, right? Excellent, excellent. Tell you what, Malmo's quite an option too, but it would be nice to have one outside of Europe, wouldn't it? I quite like the idea, yeah, the youth rank is much higher in, but I suppose if we're doing it for fun, then we don't care about the youth rank, we care about the interestingness of it, don't we? Because we've got the other ones for like good stuff. We can get, I think you're right, I think Lima's the one, just because Malmo are good, but we could just sign them normally. Getting a Peruvian Polish player would be more fun, and we already signed loads of Uruguayans. It'd be better to develop our own Peruvian Polish player. I agree. Let's do that. They've got the same problem as that other team. Right. Propose it. At least they gave us 5 options this time. Send academy players to train. Wait, why has that one got an extra thing on it? Players come for academy. Send players on loan. Oh, I see. We can't send players on loan to the South American sides because South America. That's fine. Lima it is. Nice. Where are the Maltese? I know. Why can't I get Hammer and Spartans in here or Sweetie United? More like come to me? Maybe, yeah. And realistically, with Peru, we're not relying on them for the youth rating anyway. It would be more about our youth rating, developing their players. So the reason we've got the German, Spanish ones is because they've got a higher youth rating, so we might be able to get a couple of extra crazy good players in there. But we've got so many of those guys now that it feels like it'd be better to prioritise the more interesting nations on these now. Whereas with Malta, we kind of had no choice but to just always be Spain, Germany, France, etc. And when you're, say, Hungary, it kind of went the other way around. Yeah, like, let's get the Peruvian Steinbergen. Like, Poland... I can't think what Poland's youth rating is. It's not that high, is it? As it happens. I may have to rotate heavily for Legia because I've realised I actually didn't do the resty thing after the game. Probably could still do it, actually. Just give them a day off that they've already got off. Besides, Thursday's more important because Thursday is about Europa League. That's where the really good shit is. We need a Papuan women's team. We need the Mama New Guinea is what we need. Sven's Hens were doing quite good before. They've had a good little run of success, if I remember correctly. I'll just check. I'm going to have a wee break in a minute because I need to get a drink. Also, I know I'm not sponsored by them anymore, but Holy actually sent me out a load of their new coffee stuff. The iced coffee milkshake things that they've built. Like, they've got the hazelnut one, the iced coffee latte, and then the caramel one. And they just randomly sent me a load of them. But that's really kind of nice of them, considering literally not even under contract with them anymore, but they still sent me a load of them out. Which is just really chill. And I'm kind of glad, because I was quite looking forward to trying one of those. I'll let you know my thoughts when I next have a chance to have one. Good for me, I know. Thank you, Dom. I appreciate that. So, they actually are still in Europe. For once. They have got past Norgerland. They've got past the group playoff majiggy nonsense here. They're still in to the next round against Bayer Leverkusen, so they're kind of cooking here. Quarterfinals. Wait, this is still the qualifying round. They're going to get absolutely mullered here, but still. We did lose an affiliate. Yeah, I can't remember who it was, but... we seem to lose one every single year, basically. Wait, did they not get part? Oh, you're right, they didn't. So they dropped down into the Lady Europa League, essentially. How's the league going, actually? Oh, it's only 2 games in. Try and get signed a new contract on the worst payment. I mean, any payment's better than no payment, right? That's not entirely true, of course. So, it's okay. It did, I know. That's why I was just playing into it. I know it wasn't, it's just funny because you can't intone text. You know what I mean. Words. Right. Oh, hang on. We have had Europe being... Wait. Oh, no, I'm not playing in Europe, are they? So, Europa League. Please just be better than the Champions League. Is all I care for. Oh, baby. Oh, if I see another win, which I'm not, am I? Okay, so Motor Lublin and Lechia are both 2 for 2 in the Europa League so far. Piasklevica, on the other hand, are shitting the bed, it would seem. They lost. Who did they lose to? I hate the fixtures page so much. Right, back we go. If it's an acceptable defeat, I'll accept it. But if it's not, problems. Oh my god! Motor Lublin just won away at Girona. The team that won the Conference League last year. This is why Motor... And Real Marti's got another goal as well. Okay, maybe they're back. Man United beat Milan. Piasklevica lose home again. Okay, what is going on there? These guys were Champions League last season. We scraped them into Europe, I guess, through the Cup. 6-3 win for PSV Eindhoven. A win away for Lechia as well. This is good. I'm back on board. A win for Waterford over Wolfsberger, of course. This is good. Yeah, Lublin dropping out of the Champions League looks like it's a godsend already, considering they're top of the Europa. But either way, even with Piaskovica letting the side down, the other two have 2 for 2 so far. Amazing news. What about the Conference League, though? Because that has now had its first round of matches. And they've already drawn. As if they've already drawn. Who do they draw to? Universitatea Craiova are not that bad. They did get to the quarterfinals of the Conference League last season, but they've got to be winning that at home. Oh, dearie me. With the players they've got to be winning those. We can't have a Conference League team not go reasonably deep. Watford are very good. Watford got to the playoff round of the Champions League qualifiers. They only lost by 1 goal, I think, to Sparta Prague. So they're actually kind of cooking at the moment. As for Poland in total, though, that's certainly going to be a decent points haul because we've done something this time around. But France have had an okay day as well. So we remain kind of the same exact distance behind them. It's going to come down to who goes. We need everybody to... I have a horrible feeling we're going to have nobody get into the knockouts of the Champions League except us this year, which is going to be a real problem because those bonus points are what's going to kill us. Unless the Europa League starts to pop off and Piaskovica get there. Neto is out on loan at Jagiellonia. So... hopefully he's going to help them in the Champions League, but that remains to be seen. I'll be back in just one moment. Going to have a quick wee and grab myself a beverage, and I shall return to you in just a moment. It appears you were stumped for a moment there, chat. It certainly would seem like that. But Andrew pulls away a little bit. That lead over our boy Inferno there, it's definitely back up to 6 points again now, with everybody else sort of also there too. But we'll reset it after the World Cup when we go back to the other pack. Is that the... I think it's because someone did actually attribute one, got it just after I clicked off of it, because it is still technically running the script in the background. So shenanigans can occur, I suppose. Or something. Biff! Thank you very much for the 34 months, my friend. You come at the perfect time. I was just back and I'm refreshed and ready to go. I'm going to hit continue while I make a drink.
Hello, Matau and Chatau. Catching up on the VODs. Congrats on winning the shampoo. Good luck to the folks with teams still in the World Cup.
Lost my tab. Asterisk. Oh yeah, you definitely got to put an asterisk on that one. It's an illegitimate win. Hello, Jerry. How are you, man? Run against players when you show the scores. I guess so. Technically, there's 2,700 players in this particular pack. I think. It's something along those lines. It's quite a lot, as you can probably imagine. The other pack, I think, has even more players in it, obviously. And I'm going to build some more. Just need to scrape the Wikipedia articles to get that stuff sorted. Okay, so Stade Rennais is the last game we've got. I say last game. We've got 3 more games in the league in between, which we'll no doubt get. I probably should actually look at database, because of players exactly like that. Because of 15-year-old Mexican fella. That is exactly what we're looking for here. It's an American at Starbeck, Reese Gutierrez. It's come through there too, actually. Where was he born? Lakewood, WA. Is that Washington? Yeah, football will never return. It is just so typical that that's the team that we sold the player to. And now we're going to have to play against them. I'm just going to check on transfer room out, just in case there was any... See, look. They're still interested in Marabbit, even outside of the window. They want that rabbit, buy it. I've added a few more players on here, actually. I don't suppose anyone crazy good's come along, but you never know. Same dude. Same dude. Yeah, I think it... Wait, did I not sign the Bello Italia dude? No! I didn't do it. I must have done that stupid thing I always do, and I didn't actually sign the guy from Bello Italia. He's feeling like he's been waited on, but sure, there we go. I have now signed the guy from Bello Italia, and the Hamcam fella... Was it the previous save where there was a... No, it was in Norway, wasn't it? There was an insane guy at Hamcam. No, it wasn't actually while we were in Norway, was it? I think it was MTK again. Selma Hemmingby. Hemmingby. I like that as a name. It's from Ulensaker. I mean... He's not amazing, but he's not... Actually, he's free. I'll just take him on a free. This is where I got absolutely cooked on compensation. Compensate me, Norway. Yeah, I mean, for the price of nothing, I can't really argue too much. Right, I'm going to have to do... Am I doing next match only here or am I good? Actually, the team's fairly strong still. I'm tempted once again to next match it and drop in my boy. Where's he gone? Yeah, Gareth. Because I just need to get that star rating up a little bit more than anything else. And probably my other boy. We'll get both of them in there. Bit of extra football for the two. Leave everybody else the same, but get those guys a little extra footy in the meantime. And Kazemka's obviously in the team, because of course he fucking is. It's weird that he's registered for the Champions League and not for the league. Oh, I know there's an extra spot on the bench, but that'll be right. If I can even get Arnold up to like 2 stars just by getting him a load of extra football this season, I'll absolutely take that. I don't want people kicking off other players, but I already had a couple actually. Alvarez finally realised that Alan does seem to have more competence in that new position, if nothing else. I don't think he's fully learned it yet, but he's got like a kind of the beige, not the beige, like the really pale green, which is enough now to certainly make him look better there. And it seems to stop my assistant from doing silly bollocks. So Jean-Carlos Montperouse, Sharpak again, and Gomi with the goals. I will circle back around that in a moment. Just want to make sure we rest them accordingly. I'm just doing this all the time now, even if there isn't a midweek games, just because it seems to keep people relatively fresh. Sharpak might be our top goal scorer now, actually. No, Gomez is with 10, but that's still pretty good business. 8 goals for Sharpak so far this season. Can't really go wrong with that. How many goals should Alan have by now? Yeah, okay, he really does need to start scoring some of these, I must admit. And as for his like learning of the role, you can see that he's got this like... He can do it in the same way that he can do this as well. So, he's getting there, slowly. Mateus, I think, is doing exactly kind of what we hoped he would, which is where the opportunity presents itself to him to get a bit of football, and he's certainly going to get more first-team starting roles than in the past, because El Shankiti has just apparently forgotten how to stay fit for more than 5 minutes. Oh, Alan did get an assist in that game to Montperouse's goal, which is good. We'll take that. How did Arnold get on again? 7.1? Passes completed. He's stable, if not spectacular. And we will have Jose Alvarez at the very bottom of the list there. Vinhamar. Nice. Mame Alassane Niang, who Porto... Is your neighbour? No way. That's cool. What does it must be like living next door to a footballer? My hairdresser used to live not next door, but very, very closely, not quite next door, but like a couple of houses over from Theo Walcott. Back when she was married to her very, very well-off husband. And Christ, you should have seen the estate. We're talking like gated community type beat. Players who started semi-professional football have gone into the pro game. Like Balotelli insists on part of the deal. I mean, why not, right? Obviously, that's kind of silly, but I do think that it would be good if the game brought more personality to players, which is why I've always been in favour of the flavour event thing, where it just gives you a bit more kind of... it helps the game build characters for you, and I feel like you obviously do that a lot when you're playing anyway, and if the game added more things that could randomly happen that would allow you to build... You know, like when your player goes to the nightclub, although I feel like I haven't seen that happen at all in FM26. Maybe I'm just signing good eggs the entire time. Or they actually own the... Oh, that kind of makes sense. That's a clever idea. I imagine quite a few football clubs do that, right? Own a property, because it's got a good investment for them, and also they can house their players in it. John's in the rehabilitation phase. One going on. Wow. I had a player, his name was Moise Kipre, on my Nordic Nomad save. He went AWOL, I think, 18 times. And then we sold him to PSG, because he was a bell end, and then loaned him back, and he continued going AWOL on loan, but because he technically left the club and come back, the game reset the counter. I was fuming about that. He is definitely the most troublemaker player I've ever had. So Johnny's back. I say back, he's not back. He's going to be back in about after Christmas. Yeah, 3 full months still for John. And he's already been out for 6. God, what we could do with him in our team these days. Bless him. Momper has a habit of... He's a bit Haaland-like. In a lot of games, he sometimes feels like he does nothing until he does something, and sometimes that drops his rating right down before he does that thing. So it means that his rating may have been a 6.2 before he did those things, or it dropped afterwards. It seems to... His output is still extremely impressive, but sometimes he can be a passenger in games. I'm feeling excellent today, actually. No prizes for guessing as to why. Got to take the joys where they come, right? We're still only 4 points clear at the top of the league, actually, which is a little bit more concerning. Typical the first season that I end up... what's going on here? The first season that I'm not focusing at all really on the league in the recap videos. With the season we end up getting up... Whoa! That's fine, yeah. Will be the first time around that we actually have a title race again. Hopefully not. I think we'll be okay. Because my favourite one was the homesick stuff. Hey, it's the Intercontinental Championship playoff. Wait, we're in this, aren't we? Crap. Wait a minute. We're in this, aren't we, eventually? Right. So we've had... Eventually it will pull us into this at some point. It is basically a ladder match. Yeah, I can't remember when exactly, but we will get thrown into this in a minute. I think we play whoever's in the final, usually. But the question is when. Yeah, I think it's final only for us. Keeping players at the club? No. Not really. It depends on the situation, but not really. We have had the occasional issue. Like, for example, we lost a player this summer who was out on loan for a while, came back. I was going to use him in the first team. Man United were interested in the player. I couldn't offer him a new contract because of that, and he then forced a move because he was going to leave on a free at the end of the contract, and I couldn't get a new contract on him. That's about it. Very rarely do I lose players outside of that. Even if they want to go. There's either a way to convince them, or they've signed a really long-term deal and you can't do anything about it, right? Do you know Zagreb talent? Varela messed up club apart was really getting dropped now. Yeah, I mean, I don't blame him. Like, because that's the sort of thing you don't want in club culture. I think players' personalities are extremely... I actually wish that FM played more of a focus on player personalities, because they do matter. Having the right... Not even the social groups, but like a personality... Not philosophy, but a club culture, I guess, is important. You can see how toxic things can get sometimes when they don't have that. I like the Corona gets... Why are Corona... Oh, they're in the second tier now, aren't they? Speaking of, how's that looking? How are you not winning the second tier? Also, Gornik's squad must be really good if they're actually still considered better. 1.53 odds and 1.67. They are underperforming massively here. How on earth have they managed that? Shout out to Pogon, though, for doing all right. Pushja are actually up there too for once. Every season my best players want to leave for other... Oh, no, just to clarify. Wanting to leave and leaving are not the same thing. So I think this is where people sort of fall into this trap. No, Gornik lost the conference final, unfortunately. Although Motor have avenged them by beating Girona away from home in the Europa League. But a player wanting to leave does not mean they're leaving. If they have a contract, that is really up to you what you do at that point. Hey, that's one of our loanies. Nice. Just get taller. Exactly. It's a skill issue, ultimately, at the end of the day. For that, have you considered being taller? Get a better chair, etc. Right. Players can't go on strike in FM. They can be unhappy, but I don't really feel like it affects their performances as much as perhaps it even should do. And often they get over it so quickly that it's not much of an issue. So I think people are too afraid to upset their players because they think it'll upset squad harmony, when in truth, I don't think it really... I mean, it claims to, but I don't think it really does that much. Hello, Velevsky. How are you, friend? Pena at... Oh, it's a Peruvian at Real Madrid. Speaking of Peruvians. This is the Estonian Chelsea guy. Mr. Pavlov, who actually now I'm starting to look at him, is not as good as I was expecting. I mean, he'll still be an Estonian legend for sure, but he's probably not quite us good. And that was the goalkeeper that... Wow, he's not bad, actually. I can't afford him at all right now, but he's actually probably worth a shortlist. Was not expecting him to be as good as that. Fair play. Daiki Okamoto. Great agility. 6'2", professional personality as well. Not bad. Much realism. I think people say they want realism, but sometimes when that realism actually comes, people might kick back on that one. Regan Booty's team. So I think they probably sacked him. They didn't sack him. Actually, why would they sack him? They overperformed massively with Booty in charge, and now they are performing slightly worse than they should be. But they're right in that little middle ground room. Spare a thought for these lads down at the bottom. I think we're also underperforming actually in the league quite a lot this year too, which is annoying. Only -3 actually. It's not too bad. Whoa, Vichista Kraków should be... Good God. Everybody else is just... You could throw a blanket over them. I actually hadn't realised how good they were doing. They do have a new owner. So maybe they've been busy in the transfer market. Yeah, I think a lot of these things just need to come with sliders. Like all good meals. You need an element of control in any of these things. I think ultimately the sort of things that are going to improve the FM experience for everybody is the ability to control what you're... Oh, it's a better Italian guy. Is to have more control over it. Cracovia is still underperforming. To be fair, Cracovia have overperformed for 2 straight seasons. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, they just... I don't know how they do it. As long as they don't get into Europe doing it, that's fine. Coefficient looking, we are currently 5th still, and on the year, there's a really good chance if we play our cards right, we can get above France, which is what we really want. What was I about to do? My brain's completely gone blank there. Oh, friendlies. I was going to set up a couple of friendlies because we're in an international break right now, and it could really do with keeping some fitness levels up if we could. Even if it's just 1 or 2. No, not go on holiday, you bellend. I don't know the meaning of the word. I want... What do I want? Oh, I'm on the wrong screen. I always forget the calendar and schedule of different things. Duh. What?
Put this towards a night out with your amazing lady.
Thank you, Watford Wizard. That is very, very unnecessarily nice of you, but I really do appreciate that, Fred. That's very kind. Thank you, I will. We've been planning to go to the... There's a thing in town called the Piccolo Lounge, which does like small plates and stuff. And on Tuesdays, like tapas type stuff. But it's really good and very affordable. So we've been meaning to go back down there again at some point. I'll have to do that at some point too. John, thank you for the 100 bits.
Put this towards a night out with Waterford Wizard.
You're such a shithouse. Thank you, Don, for the 100 bits. I will. I'll put it in the pie that I have aside specifically for that purpose. Bit of that. Do I put one on the weekend? Nah, I'll put one on the weekend. Or something. Don't know actually when the next game is. It's the... it's the big international break, isn't it? We've got loads of time here then. In that case, let's play against a random team. I thought they were called Oral for a minute there. I'll have you. Then I'll have... wait. Yeah, that one there. I'll have a home game this time. Very small reputation teams... I like that it's Al Hilal United. I want to play against Aqua City. That's... I always play them, don't I? And then... Oh, that'd be fine, actually. Yeah, we'll have those two. That'd be nice and easy. He's unhappy. That's fine. He can continue to be unhappy. Norwegian man, he's actually signing for us on a free. We take those. So we've got Bruggebet... Well, we've actually got Bruggebet and Motor in consecutive league games right before we have our Champions League game, which is not ideal when you consider that they're both, presumably... Where are they? Oh no, Motor are doing shit again. Typical. They'll have a cracking season in Europe and then they'll just go and shit the bed yet again. It's just in their culture. Like if I'm thinking about the actual World Cup semi-finals, like in terms of like a prediction element of things, I actually don't know where they're going. It feels like the World Cup has both been predictable and unpredictable at the same time, and I'm just not quite sure which one we're going to get. But my heart still says France-England final. 9-0 to England in the final when the French just don't rock up. Airtricity. Wait, what? Oh, you mean the league itself? Yeah, so they have. They've completely dominated
I've
over the
not
last
been
sort of
able to
4 or
catch
5
any
years.
streams this last month due to work picking up and having more shifts than ever. Hope you're
Right.
doing well, Matto and Chatto.
Hopefully that's all a good thing, though. Hopefully it's good signs and good work stuff. Welcome back, my friend. Hope you're well. I thank you for the 47 months as well. That's very kind of you. Original, that's a good question. What did he do? I saw him get suspension, but that's more than a normal suspension, right? How weird. Let's go and find out. He plays for Zagłębie Lubin, right? Straight red card. Oh, is it straight red card for... Wow. Damn. Second channel getting absolutely ridden here. Are those always 3 match bans? Suspended for next match, yeah. So he got suspended in the last game, presumably. God, he's a good player, isn't he? It's a shame they're so good these days. So, oh yeah, they lost 4-1 to Wisła Kraków, and he got sent off in the 69th minute. Let us find out. Watch the game crash on me now. Get friendly matches and play young players in those games. So, I mean, it counts as playing time, but it will count barely because the reputation of the tournament or game... The reputation is what matters the most, and friendlies have the lowest reputation imaginable. So, while it does matter, it's not... Oh, that's... I actually think he gets the ball there, to be honest. I mean, it's still a vicious foul, but I think he gets the ball. They were already losing this game anyway at that point. Pick it up, lads. Oh, Christ, now I'm trapped in the game, aren't I? Hate it when that happens. Piccolo Lounge. Yes, they have a... yeah, exactly. They all have different names depending on which sort of... I can't actually remember what the company's called, but each one has like its own little name. And yeah, Tuesday nights you can get like a full set of plates of tapas and stuff and like an alcoholic beverage for like 12 quid, which is pretty good. Fourth tier of Mongolia. I think at that point, Spinner Shoots, any league is going to be fun because like the fourth tier of Mongolian football is going to be about as fun as like the third tier of the Myanmar league, because at that stage it's just crazy low level stuff where marginal gains will win you titles pretty much. We're fifth on the rankings currently. Chance to go fourth again this season if we do it right. And now let me scroll. You do sometimes see... It's rare that you actually see violent conduct offences. There was one game... Does it actually show red cards on those? I don't think it does it? There was a game I played off stream that... Oh, wait. Maybe it was that one. I think it was this one. I believe that Niakate gets sent off for violent conduct. I actually watched this game. I might be wrong about this, but I'm pretty certain he's sent off for, like, what looks like an elbow or something. Oh, maybe not. No, I distinctly remember it being over towards the centre circle. So maybe it's not that then. It's probably just a second yellow, actually, now. Yeah, I think about... That wasn't the one. Regionalised third tier. Oh, do they? Oh, that'll be cool. It's about time that the third tier got... Things kind of got expanded, because obviously with there just being 2 divisions, it does kind of limit mobility in Ireland with that. League's doing good. To be fair, both Lechia and Motor Lublin are doing very well in the Europa League this season. They've both... Oh. They're both 2 out of 2 in terms of wins, but obviously a long way to go. And Jerzy Kowalski, that can't be the first time he's won. Oh, I love that. Kowalski and Steinberg are number 1 and number 2 on the FIFA Men's Best Player list. Has he won it? He's won it 2 years in a row. I kind of hate that Sakiru won it that year as well. Fuck. And Bella Bridich was on that list as well. And then this guy here, Michael Bangsbo, beat Vanetti, won it twice. Anwar Naeem got a couple. Obviously Ben Brahim as well. Who's this guy? Oh, damn it. He's a winger, I suppose. We probably wouldn't have seen him anyway. De Verstenberger. I believe... Isn't De Verstenberger our guy? De Verstenberger was a... We got a player in our intake a couple of years ago called De Verstenberger. He's a goalkeeper. He's a Swiss goalkeeper, as you can tell from his name. He's kind of... Oh, God, Nathan might end up playing. Oh, the lounge is in it. Oh, really? That's kind of cool. Yeah, I actually quite liked it. We took Pog's parents there when they were up before Christmas last year, and I was actually pleasantly surprised with the quality of the food and how reasonably priced it was even then. And obviously, like you say, on Tuesday, they do the deals. I've been meaning to go back there at some point, but Pog and I just always forget, particularly with midweek. Usually, if we're going out midweek, it's usually because our mates come around and we're going fishing, so we just end up at the pub anyway. Lamine Yamal, never heard of him. Am I even saying that right? It might be Lamine. Lamine Yamal. Lamine Yamal. That'll do. I don't even know what nationality that even sounds like anymore. You mean Lamal? That's the one. That almost sounds correct somehow. It's one of those names that I feel like you could mix up the first two letters like that and it still sounds perfect. We've just been given some money from an Afifi deal. Oh god, who's just got a Poland cap? No way! That makes no sense, but awesome. Oh, I'm so proud of him. Bartłomiej Molski just got a Poland cap. He's not even played for us this season, but fair play. Well done, but I'm glad he's got one. If nothing else, he's going to get a single cap, if not more. But, like, that's another youth player from our academy that's actually got a Poland cap now. So Tomasjevic got one, Molski's got one, obviously Steenbergen's got them for Netherlands, and Kowalski's going to get like 100 of the damn things for Poland, but that's cool. He's a good player. He's just not elite. Part of me does wonder if he could end up falling into the loan farm at some point, or being sold to another Polish side if I can guarantee that they're going to play him loads. That might be a moment to set him free, perhaps. Because I do want him to flourish and play. But it's just tough because our midfield is so stacked these days. And it's only getting more stacked. Oh, really? Tell you what, Gift is starting to look a little bit actually kind of ridiculous. This is the Ubuntu guy, right? So you can only run on Linux, but this is... His physicals are still a bit on the slow side. But tell you what, he's actually... Wouldn't want him out wide, but centrally... Oh, he's the gift that keeps on giving. I kind of wish I had a loan for him right now. 8 tackling isn't even that awful either. Sure, he's not quick, otherwise I'd maybe think wingbacker on him, as he's got the good dribbling and crossing, but he's just too slow. Second low with a buyback. No, actually. I rarely ever do that. Unless they bring it to me most of the time. It's mostly just because a lot of the time I'm thinking about just kind of getting it done as fast as possible if I am trying to do that, and so I don't pay as much attention as perhaps I should do. Tell you what, the robot's looking kind of goated these days too. What are we training on you, buddy? Defensive positioning. Yeah, I can see why that would need to be... Yeah, marking a couple more up would be alright. Don't really want to be selling him because his value is absurd, and he only really plays when Kowalski doesn't, but just having those two as options is fantastic news. Oh. Yeah, if it was a refee, that would be a very different story. Anarith would be fuming. Cholesterol is you start the lounge. Not really. So weird thing, actually, on the cholesterol thing. Despite the fact that when I was like much bigger, like over 15 stone, I would always have to test them first. I still always had like exceptional cholesterol for some reason. I know that's not, those things aren't entirely intrinsically related, but there is definitely, you know, a lot of those things tend to go hand in hand. But I've always had like weirdly good cholesterol. Just everything else has been an issue, I suppose. But hey, you take what you can get, right? Be promised to loan and keep away. Yeah. I mean, if someone wanted him on loan, I'd be tempted. But I don't think anyone's ever bid on him on loan. Not that he's listed, but sometimes they don't have to be listed for that. I mean, I could list him for loan. Just not to like actively be pushing him out or anything. Just to sort of imply that it's a possibility for other Polish sides should they want to engage in such. Because he's only 22. I keep forgetting he's only a year older than Jerzy. Hopefully you won't kick off about this. You shouldn't do. Just as an option. Fatty food though. Yeah. I mean, I do. That's how I got to become a fatty myself. Refin Alberto. Oh, is Suzuki your new pet? Kazuki Suzuki. Oh, damn. 10-0. We take those. Kaiser Chiefs. Go on, Kaiser Chiefs. Give me something. It's weird that our best South African player seems to have come out of a club I almost never scout. Typically. Ooh, Victor Alanis. Morissette is good. Let's see what we got actually. Okay. Oh, he's 5'9". That's annoying. Hello, Hayden. Help mum build a couch. Fair play. I could do with building a couch. I'm buying a couch, then building a couch. Because our sofa has fucking had it, bro. We bought it when we moved in here and it was like, hey, it's 200 quid on Gumtree. It's a sofa. It does the job. And now it's kind of done the job and is feeling a little bit like... It wouldn't look out of place in someone's front garden. That's the kind of aesthetic vibe I'm getting off of my sofa these days. Holes in the bottom under the cushions. It falls through. I have to sit on a pillow on top of a cushion. Otherwise I get horrible back pain on it. It's done a good job, but it definitely needs to be taken out the back and shot, you know? I would say we do VOD comps, but we don't really actually have any today, technically. We do have one, actually, just to clarify. But it was relating to the reputation thing. And I think where I got confused is because we, I think, had worldwide reputation for ages. Obviously, we didn't have worldwide rep when we won the previous Champions League because that was 7 years ago. But we had since gained worldwide rep in between. So us winning the second Champions League is not the reason we have worldwide rep. We already had it as a result of just genuine, like, slowly building up to it, basically. Couch to not cost 5k. Yeah, back on Gumtree it would be, I suppose. Or wait for my hairdresser to sell her couch because it is a proper quality. It's just like, oh, the best fucking couch. Easily one of the most comfortable things I've ever sat on. It's crazy good. I forgot about Zhang. Oh, and it looks like I'll be continuing to forget about Zhang. Oh dear. Loads of injuries. Hate to see it. Sofa bed. The thing with sofa beds I find is that they make terrible beds and terrible sofas. Unless you get... I've never sat on, felt, experienced a good sofa bed ever. No, I totally agree, Mikey. I would much rather sleep on a sofa than a sofa bed. Like, I've slept on my sofa and you've slept on my sofa and it's not great, but it does the job, right? I'm the type of guy that when I go to like a friend's house now for a party or whatever, Pog and I will rock up with a fucking airbed, full double airbed, duvets, pillows, the lot. I'm 36 years old, right? If I'm sleeping on the floor, your boy is doing it in comfort and style, all right? Gone are the days of me sleeping in a guy's porch on a sofa cushion and then having the post falling on my head in the next morning. I can't be doing that anymore. Oh, in it, Hayden, the first time that there was no game, I was sort of like that John Travolta meme where he's just got the coats like that. I was like, what do I do? If you remember to bring it in the pump. Yeah, the last time Pog and I went to Viking's house. We brought the airbed. Turns out it was a single airbed and I'd forgotten the pump. I will not be making that mistake this weekend. Oh. Do you know what my favourite thing is, chat? We can choose the eye colour of the Godzilla. The Godzilla? The gorilla. 2 adapters. I know. And did you manage to get your, what was it called? Your space saver back in the car? This is a couch right now. Now we're talking. Let's give it some purple eyes. I've clicked on purple, and I can't help but notice that none of those are purple. Zapruder films. We have, but not in that exact tone of voice, Hayden. And I'm calling it Zapruder. Oh, my jaw laughed so much my headphone fell out. That's ridiculous. That's an incredible turn of phrase. That's up there with the whoever it was talking about John the Pragmatist football the other day sent me. Purple tips. Watch out. Is there red tips? Can we do red tips like a dog's penis? No? Fur colour all yellow. I could have an entire yellow gorilla here. I'm disappointed that I'm not getting previews of said yellow gorilla. Would you rather sleep on a gorilla than a yellow sofa than a sofa bed? Oh, I don't know how many this seats. Is my question. That's the problem. It is a bit more mustard, yeah. Second yellow gorilla couch. I can't believe they don't have dog dick red either. Yeah, it does look large. What's the measurements? What are we saying? Good questions there, right? Dimensions. There we go. Oh my god, the depth is ridiculous. So it's 7 feet wide, 6 feet deep. Custom chests are available. What I really want to know now is, why did you have this link on hand? How many men would it take to sleep on a gorilla couch? That is the question. Oh my god, monster gobbler's bed. What's an avocado? I think I did see someone on TikTok unpack one of these. Oh, I see. Now we go. We got context for it. Chat, if I ever do own a gorilla couch, I want you to make a solemn a solemn promise to me as a collective, and even if you're watching this on the VODs, please unsubscribe from me immediately, because I would have lost touch with fucking reality. Okay, I think we can all just. If I'm doing an Instagram story and you just suddenly see the gorilla's head behind me, at that point, gone. Get me gone. It's... Oh god, they've got both. That's how you've got money if you're buying the gobbler and the gorilla at the same time. There's room for everyone, in fairness. The cleaning would be incredible. It would show the dirt so much. Yeah, it fully is the I wouldn't tell anyone I won the lottery, but there would be signs. Do you know what my signs would be? All of a sudden, geese would appear. Essentially. I would find a way to have geese. Pog and I went to Tesco's the other day, and I specifically bought a pack of frozen peas, and I quote, for local geese in case I see some. You never know when you're going to need emergency goose food, chat. Okay? Suddenly geese. Particularly if it's suddenly geese with an exclamation mark. Oh yeah, welcome aboard. We were just looking at gorilla sofas. I was telling chat about how uncomfortable my sofa is and how I'd rather sleep on a sofa than a sofa bed. And somehow we got onto that absolute monstrosity of a couch. Otherwise known as exactly normal conversation for these streams. So if that gorilla was a goose, you wouldn't buy it. Oh, God. That face when you've been had. I mean, I wouldn't, because I don't have £3,500 to spend on a sofa. But if I had that level of disposable income and there was a goose couch, you're right, I think I probably would. Like, I mean, my house does still lack goose-based things, but we do have Gideon here, who I've just realised actually was the beginning of the goosery. He started this all. I like the fact that the Gideon thing became a meme before we even started that save. That's only Scandi only. Hard long-term save. I feel like this is one of these few times when I would actually recommend potentially a youth-only save. Or a concept I've been batting around for a while, which was not the top 20, which is where you can essentially only sign players from countries that are not in the top 20 FIFA rankings at the time of signing. So it restricts your transfer ability, but also it's dynamic, so it's no longer always the same. You do. I mean, this is technically true. I could cash in my ISA and buy a goose couch with it. You are correct in that. But it's... Wait, what? Oh my God, it exists. Wait, not only exists, but like... Wait, large. What's EPS and EPP? I don't have the... Ooh, I'm guessing the EPP is better quality. It's on sale. How big is the goose couch? Now, here's what I'm saying. Here's my point. But I think it's for kids. If an adult can sit on it, a chair is a chair at the end of the day. Breathable and non-breathable. So I'm guessing the EPP is breathable. Based on their last team. Well, they wouldn't change nationality, would they? So it would be whatever the player's nationality is. So if they're French, they stay French just because their free agentness wouldn't negate their Frenchness. Nothing can negate their Frenchness. They still play for the Bonjour wood chipper. Yeah, so it's nationality based. No, nationality based. That way it's still dynamic. What sort of sizes are we talking here? Okay. Overall length, 77 centimeters. Height. So it's not drastically big. I need context. 65 inches. I mean, look, I'm a level with you. We've been looking for another chair for the living room because we only have the sofa. And there's a non-zero chance that I would buy this. There's definitely a nonce. I like how a minute ago I was all serious and said, chat, if I ever buy a gorilla sofa, please unsubscribe. Literally less than 5 minutes later, chat, I'm considering this goose-based sofa. Now, what I would question is the way that they've gone about presenting said goose. It is a strange seating position for a goose, whether you sit on it or not. I'll tell you what, if it was 200 quid, I would have bought it already. Let's be honest, I would have bought it already. It's not a gorilla sofa, correct. The other day, I was, you know Amazon do that thing sometimes where if you're buying smaller items, it will say, hey, if you buy 4 qualifying things, you get 5% off. And I was trying to buy a couple of things. Needed to buy a new ice cream scoop because ours has a leak in it. Needed to buy a MagSafe thing for the car. And I was like, right, is there anything else I need to get right now so I can get a little bit of a discount? I genuinely was just looking through goose-based things to see if there was anything in there that tickled my fancy. Nearly bought a goose-based key holder at one point. For safety. To be fair, Brants, I respect it. Also, double respect for being financially responsible. Something you, chat, could learn a lot from, thank you. Be like Brants, unsubscribe. I am the worst content creator ever. I am terrible at my job. See, this is what I mean when I'm saying terrible at my job. I realise that I leave a lot of money on the table as far as like content-based income. If I ran like Twitch ads and shit, or milked the crap. I do need to make merch. That is still coming actually, because I have now got progressions on that. But I think there's definitely a pregnant life is gonna love that. Unsalted bought the goose. No, this is like Brant. It's a pregnancy chair. It's comfy for the pregnant woman. Just trust me, you can spin this, I promise. Favorite Ben & Jerry's. I don't really like Ben & Jerry's at all, actually. I just find a lot of it just doesn't agree with me for whatever reason. I'm more of a there's an ice cream you can get in Tesco's. I think it's an Irish company. It does like clotted cream and another flavour. It's usually like £4 a tub, so I don't buy it unless it's on Clubcard for like £2. That is fire. If you get the chance to try that when it's on Clubcard, it's amazingly good. It's like clotted cream and raspberry ripple flavour is wonderful. That and a half price Victoria sponge cake. Magnificent. It's for the baby. It's for the baby, exactly. Babies love geese or something. Also, I wasn't joking about the peas for the geese thing. That is a legitimate thing I did. I nearly took some out running with me the other day in a little Ziploc bag in case I encountered any geese. I wish this was a character thing I'm doing because it's like, haha, zany. No, that's just me. And that's what I was on about earlier when I was like, people on YouTube don't know how much of a weirdo I am, and I feel like I need to change that. So luckily the new series will do exactly that, most likely, because I'm bound to run into geese eventually. Probably the first fucking episode. We actually do need to get a bit of money coming in here. Even with that big sale, we have leveraged ourselves a little bit. There could be a big sale for us at some point to try to balance that out. Because the last thing we need to do is to be serious for a second. We don't want to be losing money. Wait, Colosso got Argentina caps. Oh, Christ, that's going to cost me money, isn't it? Oh, only 11 grand. Damn. That's fine. Over the vibes. Yeah, the vibes are... They're certainly a thing that exists. To be honest. I do wonder if that's why we've been able to weather the storm of 26, to be honest. I think were it not for the vibes, I may have been cooked as a career. Tony Soprano, the foot match, he had the Dutch of the key. Sure, I'll take it. DFA, I mean, I'll take it. There's so many brands that actually I think are stream relevant that I'd love to work with. I feel like any hair care brand, like, I got an email, it was a spam email from someone pretending to be from Tresemme the other day, and I got so excited until I realised it was not actually from Tresemme. Hello, Peast. Today, I nearly bought a goose sofa. Dead ass. We lost the Champions League game at home to Chelsea. We then won against Villarreal. I signed a man called Kazuki Suzuki. And I feel like I did something else. Oh, I also spent £25 million on a Manchester City youth player. Because I can't. Why is Blanco not playing? That I'm going to have to keep an eye on. Hello, Alex. Geisha, I have got a mock-up for the first potential piece of merch. In fact, I might be able to show you. This is not actually a finished thing. I want to get this properly sorted. I have spoke to an artist, but that's sort of in the process because I want to make sure I get it done right. See if I can find it. It's actually just the goose sofa. First piece of merch is a goose sofa. Christ, where is it? I'm trying to find the damn thing now. So I've got the file somewhere around here. Just can't for the life of me remember where it is. Pog's not doing pictures. It's the imagine it's just the gorilla. Right. So if I can. Fuck, I can't blow it up and make it any bigger than this. Essentially, this is just the concept thing for it. But it'll be something like this. So basically, it's designed to be looking like a field guide with Geese of Britain on it. It has the actual Geese of Britain on it, and then just me, the common silly goose, in the middle. That's basically the idea, although I want to have myself facing the other way, and again, like I said, I'm going to get an artist to create properly for me. That's my idea, potentially, as an option. So yeah, that's what we're heading towards, potentially. Also, that doesn't really look that much like me, obviously. But there's a limit to what you can do. Yeah, facing the wrong way is bad for me. Hello, Alex. In the league tables, when I try to see the rules, I seem to be overlapping. Oh, interesting. I haven't actually looked at the rules page. Where's the rules page? Is it on this one, isn't it? It may depend on the rules, potentially. I'm not sure. Hello, silly geeses. Adopt the brand. I feel like I can around that now, right? But I just wanted something that looked like a cool design, but also had its own meaning if you kind of know. Like, if you know type thing. I just need to find the right person to design it properly for me. But the idea was to look like those old field guides, basically. Oh, I didn't look at the Polish national team. My apologies. Image rights. Design. Yeah. Oh, please no. The geese will be on me. The geese have big agents, you see. Right, Poland. Don't know why I've gone like that. We want men's national team. We know Molski's in it now, at least. Christ, that's a lot of our guys. Who's got the highest world rep of them all? Actually, we'll do it by age. There's not a single real player left in the Polish national team now. Big goose, there can be. There's actually not a lot. God lord. There's three Polish players that are Polish in this Polish national team, and all three of them are our guys. Molski, Kowalski, and Damasiewicz. It's nice to see Dami get back in there as well at 28 now. The bastard, loads of Spaniards, 1 Frenchman, 3 Germans, and an Italian, of course. I'm surprised that the guy from Zagłębie Lubin isn't in there as well, but apparently not. There's too many geese of the world. I had to go with the geese of Great Britain. I actually had to take a goose out in order to make it look a bit better, because there is actually another goose. I think it's a snow goose that I took out of it. Less obvious, you see. Hello, PJ. I had to add goal music into FM. Oh, one particular player. I don't know if you can do that. Well, actually, let's be honest. You probably can. There's almost certainly a mod that allows you to do something like that. Because if I recall, at one point, we modded the game so that the Champions League music was actually the Thomas the Tank Engine theme. Not our players. So every single one of them that was highlighted on that screen, they're our players. And all the ones that weren't highlighted, those are other Polish sides players. None of which are obviously Polish. So if they sort of show up as under the little highlighting, that's the reason for that. Wow, Jens only 2 stars now, bless him. I hope he kind of stays there and gets promoted with them. It'd be good for them. Oh, loads more extensives now. I realised that I was like, I got loads of time, it's going to be fine. And then I got distracted heavily. See what I'll do. We have business to attend to. You will stay scouted. Because we've still got a Champions League game to fare. In fact, we've got 2 games before that game. Well, I've never seen a snow goose. All I've seen is Canada geese, greylag geese, and the hybrid occasionally, which I'm going to get photographic evidence. Well, I already did give you photographic evidence, but people don't believe me. I love how I talked about the river cows on stream last time, and all of a sudden, I think probably from the VODs, in fact, got an influx of Instagram followers on that. I'll take it. You just got to give content, right? I will get a proper close-up shot of the... Oh, no. Oh, well. Of the hybrid goose, or one of the 2. Crouch, I think with it being Unity, there's almost certainly a way to do that for pretty much anything you could want. I think what we need currently, though, because BepNX is how a lot of people are doing most of these things for the crazy stuff, but I do hope that at some point someone figures out a way that doesn't rely purely on BepNX, just because it is such a resource hog in the sense that it slows the game down way too much. Shameless plug, I don't even think I have an Instagram button. Do I have a command that does Instagram? I do! I didn't even know that was a thing. I mean, obviously it was a thing because I've literally got one. I don't think I've ever used it though. First ever command for that. There you go, you can follow me on Instagram. You get mostly goose stories, I'll be honest with you. It's largely just me out and about showing cows at the river. And geese, obviously, alongside. Right, cool. And he's getting there. He is genuinely getting there, bless him. I'm a fan. Naeem won't be out for long, so I'll next match this one. Let's make sure we've got people... Oh, no, we've got it sorted. Right, 6. So Naeem's out. One of many people... The coffee could do with a run, actually. Hasn't actually started a game yet this season, because Yemka can't play. Just quickly turn that back off again to see who can come back into the team, since there's loads of them. Alsh and Kiti, I'll leave him out one more match, just to be sure. Kazuki, obviously. That'll do. Stenberg and Mana. It's the league again. I'm not opposed to another Arnold start. Like, Gareth's rating has been better than Mana. Wait, what foot is Gareth? Oh, it's both. He's just everything. Embarrassing Pog on stream. Pretty much, yes. I want to give Gaz some games, yeah. Gaz and Alan. Alvarez probably won't care too much if I start Nathan for this one. Where's he gone? There he is. He is definitely getting there. I think familiarity is definitely going to, for once, not breed contempt. What's Belusia's rating so far this season? Yeah, 4 and 4 is actually not that awful, I suppose. Let's go. The Dressing 1,000 Island. yeah, I think we have to prioritize the development of Nathan Arnold, because either he becomes just good enough that we can sell him for a shitload of money, or he actually becomes good and then somehow becomes usable for us. 4-0 win. Monperus, Sharpek, Gomez, and Alvarez, who must have come off the bench, which is fine. Big win again. We take those. Why can't I click it? There we go. Oh, thank God. Who got the assists in this game? Alan again, Kowalski, Carlos, and Christian Gomez, who's definitely getting more assists. I think that Gomez and Sharpek actually seem to play better together than sometimes even Gomez and Al-Shankiti do. But Al-Shankiti's got that, like, je ne sais quoi. He's got that special sauce. Where's Nigerian, though? He should be in the squad, right? I probably should have put him on the bench for some games. We did keep a clean sheet there too, didn't we? I think. We just check. Is it a clean sheet? Yeah, it was. That's rare for us. We will take clean sheet. Man of the match award. Love to see it. Who's actually grabbing the points today? Looks like a Joao Carlos type beat. Jesus, Adams has run away with it today. With Sharpek captain. The Nigerians are Stad Rene, yeah. Are, in fairness, I don't think he was even on the bench in this one. So I probably should make sure he's on there. Wait, where is he? Did I not register him for the squad? I think I did. I'm going to just check that. Oh, really? I could have sworn he is. Yeah, Nasiru. So he is there. And maybe I should have to get him on the bench. So we've got Motor next as well. 4-1 for us. Legia, wow, okay. Leg Poznan look like they're returning again to the second tier. Krakovia are finally bad again. At least there's a little bit more consistency towards the top. Like Brookbet and Jagiellonian have established themselves now. Legia, I think I've actually started to gain a bit of respect for. Since last year they were terrible in Europe and got there out on pure fluke. This year they sustained it and actually managed to get back in again on their own merit and have seemingly stepped up a little bit. Have taken some good loanees in fairness. And they do have some quality players on loan from us, like Uche for one. Yeah, no, Nasiru is very good because of the fact that he's so versatile. It's one of the things I like the most about him is that he can just cover multiple roles. So he's just useful to have around the team. I think we're just not rotating as much, although we could rotate before the next Champions League match, which I think is going to be after this next game. Motor put 5 more past Rakov. They still have a negative goal difference, of course. 18th. Lech Poznan haven't really done anything in a while, so they're not, unfortunately, one of the big boys anymore. When you actually look at Lech Poznan, they're expected to be a relegation candidate. They've rarely been useful for us for quite some time in this save. This is their pattern. They did go through a spell of being a decent team for us in Europe, but ever since 2030, when they were last in Europe, they've already been relegated 3 times in that spell, and have only ever really... They're not a team we really think of as being useful anymore, unfortunately. Not that being in Europe stops them from getting relegated, as we've already seen. Oh god, Kevin Morrison's now Polish too. Jesus. I think he's probably not quite good enough to get those Poland caps, thank Christ. Yeah, a lot of the teams you wouldn't expect to have fallen off quite hard in this save. Legia... actually, Legia are probably the most consistent of the... They were very good to begin with, and around about that same time, they have the occasional season where they're kind of good, but also go through these spells of just pure abject... Basically, every time they build it back up, get into Europe, and then the second they get into Europe, they eat shit again, and then spend 5 years trying to get back into it. They just do not have the depth. Whereas the others seem to have more capability like that. Wait, Leo? Isn't Leo also at Lechia? Oh, shit. Oh, it's Arca. Okay, at least they're not in Europe. That sucks, because he was one of those guys I was also having quite high hopes for. Broken leg is not ideal for him. Club Brugge? Okay, we take that. Work in England. Yeah, I mean, technically it would work anywhere, right? Obviously, the more difficult league you're in, the more difficult it's going to be. The only downside with England one is obviously the work permit situation. That being said, if they're outside of the top 20, there's actually probably more chance that they are getting the caps in order to qualify as a sort of for a work permit, essentially. Oh. How are you trying to find out why that happened? Forgive me, what happened? I've already forgotten. Why the level... Oh, yeah, it's just because there's so many clubs that are in that same sort of batch that from year to year, the random chance is such that I think actually, weirdly, I think long term, the instability in Poland is actually going to help us, but we have to go through so much crap to get to that point. Because what's happening, because there's so much instability, the teams largely keep their lone players even when they fall through. So everybody's kind of getting better together rather than having a few guys that are like standing out. And I think long term that's actually going to make us stronger because it means that we will then be able to care less about who qualifies for Europe because they'll all be able to do a reasonable job. Whereas in Malta, we got to a stage, I think, at times where there were several clubs that were pretty much always in Europe and they had all the best players on loan. But if one of them shat the bed and a crazy team got into Europe, we were screwed in terms of coefficient. Whereas it feels like rarely does a team get into Europe in Poland that completely annihilates and gets completely ridden. Lechia last year kind of were that team, but they've learned their lesson and seem to have actually got a lot better this season, hence the 2 out of 2 they've already got in the Europa League. But it does obviously harm you in the short term because they're never quite, even when they get, I mean, some of them have managed to keep their players, like Gornik, for example, got to the Europa Conference League final last season, but did get relegated. Thankfully, all of their best players were on 2-year loans and they were in the middle of the loan, so they didn't come back. The downside is that there's a chance that they might try to come back even if they win the league, because the game will still consider them to be in the second tier, even if they've won the league, which is kind of dumb. Yeah, that and the Spanish Scourge thing is definitely helped them. Because even the players that we didn't sign, they've been able to sign. Right. This is rotation because we do have Champions League straight afterwards. So I'll do next match and throw in a couple of extra curveballs here. Maybe even give Molsky an opportunity to start a game. I'll do it like this actually instead. So Nasero, I'm going to bring in instead of Montparus for a bit of a run out here. Alshetiki and maybe even Suzuki instead of Gomez. Why not? Marabit instead of Kowalski? Sure. Molsky instead of... Can Molsky do DM? No, he's more of a CM type guy. We'll do Polizia instead. The back line obviously is always going to have Arnold in it. Where's Arnold gone? Where has Arnold gone? Oh, he's there. Not even on the bench. I'll still start Steinberg and just want to develop him more if I can do. And maybe Cabezas instead of Joao Carlos, just for the memes. And Naeem can stop and Coffee can start. That'll do. I'm sure they'll have some issue with this. And I knew it. I knew there was someone sneaking in there. There's always one. Right, where are you, buddy? There we go. Get rid of you. We'll go with that one on the bench there. Squad registration. It depends, because obviously one of the best ways that you could do a not the top 20 save would be to do it in a nation that isn't in the top 20 itself. That way, your homegrown players are always going to be eligible for it. Or one that's got more freedom to sign players from as well, like Germany, for example. Marabit Suzuki scored. Nice. And obviously, I suppose you could have an exception where you're allowed to sign players from your nation, perhaps, as long as they're not top, even if it is a top 20 nation. But there is a lot of nations with reasonably good leagues that the top 20 in the FIFA rankings, because if you're doing this in Europe, for example, you might find that actually, so like, if you could just get outside wait, what the hell? Oh, this is only Europe, isn't it? Oh, that's the women's one. Is this screen broken completely? What in the fuck? Oh, so it turns out this screen is completely and utterly balked. Oh, you have to do it from world, you're right, yeah. SI, fix that. And then, there we go. So you can see that, like, let's get out the top 20 there. So, you could do it in Japan, you could do it in Denmark, Sweden, lots of European leagues here. Switzerland, Ukraine, there's plenty of Austria. Oh, these are pretty big leagues. Something else has just fallen over. What is going on? I'm just being burgled and I don't even realise it. Dominican Republic being 22nd makes sense because of all the Scourge players, sadly. So Nasir actually played in this. Of course he did. I literally started, bro. Did he do well? Alan with an assist. Another one. Oh, bugger. Polizia gets an assist. Right, I have to do some manual stuff on that one. Yeah, Guinea-Bissau also benefit from quite a lot of Scourge players. Surprised they haven't done better at like major tournaments in this save, actually, considering all that. Yeah, I agree. I'm glad I wasn't the only one that picked up on that, but yeah, I was not impressed with that either. It's such a strange thing to say more than once. Right, so I'm going to add a couple of manual ones there. One to give an assist to Polizia and an extra point, and just a little tiny point for Joao Carlos as well. On top of that, so we did no clean sheet. Was there a man of the match in there? Cabezas, of course there was. My guy. Oh, keep clicking the wrong button. And I've still clicked the wrong button. Right, no clean sheet. Man of the match award. Apply the points. Alan's definitely getting... I feel like he should be scoring them, though. It's weird because he actually has really good finishing ability. It's part of the reason why he's in the role. But I do think he does tend to twat it from range quite frequently, and that might be holding him back at times. So Polizia... Where the hell is he? He got an assist in this game, didn't he? Which means he gets extra points for that. So I will make sure that he is awarded an assist point. Or rather, an assist points. And... Did that add it? Yeah, it did. A little extra pointy point on top of that. Which I think should actually take him to 28 because it's not added up on that screen. And then there was one for Joao Carlos, which just takes him to 29. Not 229, that would be bad. I'll explain. I think it was literally the end of season 1. That was when we added it. There we go. Because I think at that point we went, oh, let's add some stuff and extra leagues for a bit of extra context, bit of fun. And then it turned out to be the worst decision ever. Because it's, I mean, not ruined the same. There's worse things that could have happened, but it certainly made it more complex, shall we say. Training. Wait, what? Hang on. Forgive me. What's going on here? Right, let me try this again. Into the squad. Select the team. And... Training. Why am I not allowed to rest them? I'm confused. Where's the rest from training option gone? Oh, maybe someone's injured, yeah. I mean, I don't think they are. Let me just switch the other view. Actually, I'll do it from the squad page. Try from here. Oh, fuck. Where's Agupon gone? Why's my goalie not showing? Oh, hang on. There we go. That'd be why I literally didn't have him switched on. Let me try. Oh, you can't multi-select on this screen. Magnificent, FM. Let me try it like that. Nope. How bizarre. Let me just switch to the loan farm view because it's got the INF column on it. Unhappy, asking to leave. Oh, is it Olufemi John maybe? I can't rest him? Ah, it was Olufemi John. It's because John's in rehab. He can't be rested from training because he's technically not in training. He's only just become sort of eligible again, even though he's not eligible at all. But it was Johnny Boy. In a way, that's a good sign because it shows that Johnny Boy's back enough. Not back enough. He won't be playing. I'm not even going to bother trying to play John until after Christmas at this stage. I think the best thing we can do with Johnny Boy is literally just let him rehab very slowly and bring him back when we need him. He gets a rest from rehab. Hey, John, I know you're resting, but have you considered having a rest from resting? Sometimes resting can get tiring. Also, when is our Intercontinental nonsense game? I feel like that should be coming up soon. Or has it not been scheduled for us yet? Oh, no, that's way closer to Christmas, isn't it? The Intercontinental nonsense match. It's usually like right before. Okay, I realise I've overrun today, but which is weird because usually I don't find a way to overrun on this particular stream in the season. But I think we just did so much yapping. Plus, I watched a game that we had no reason to watch because for the memes. But that's okay. Thankfully, it actually is okay now because with the fact that I'm no longer capturing footage from domestic matches, it makes all the post-stream work so much easier. And no F1, yeah. Which is really helping. What does resting from... I guess resting from rest would actually be running or like doing really hard work. Or something. Like, how do you rest from rest? Yeah, no, I was really surprised by it as well. It just seems so unnecessary in the moment. Like, I made a note of it because it was so, like, rest from rest dead. I guess, yeah, you can rest when you're dead, but you could rest from rest when it, yeah. Put pressure on instead of resting. So it's like an Achilles problem, you see. I feel that. My Achilles were kind of sore, actually, after my run yesterday. But that might just be because I made the decision to go out in the middle of the day again. 5 to win for Piaskowicz. Okay, cool. Now do that in Europe if you could, lads. That'd be ace. It certainly can be Hayden. Although weirdly, it feels like that's not been the case as much this time around. And usually when it is, it's through like scammy newspapers and like Sky sometimes. But it's weird to see ITV behaving like that. We'll have Monterrey. Mexico Monterrey. Cooking. Sharpex showing pleasing development. I bet he does. What's he actually working on right now? Fucking hell, he's looking quite tasty. That injury issue is a little bit of a concern. I think I've got him on, yeah, final third to get that composure up a little bit too. he's had a good season so far. 9 goals and 3 assists for the young man. We did have Hansen, this is true. I just keep forgetting a lot of the time because of his goalkeeperiness. One team actually wanted to loan him from me as a goalkeeper, and I don't think they understand what they were getting into there. So I said no, obviously. I would never allow that to happen on my watch. Oh, halves injured at Livingston. Fractured ribs. I presume he just ate too much pasta and then the rest is history. Right, send you guys around again so we can investigate the next drink. Serbian. Oh, the Serbian guy. You mean Stojic or Stajic? So Stajic almost always just ends up out on loan. Every time I try to bring him back, someone wants him and I end up going, oh, go on then. So he's now back at Rakov again. The striker. Oh, yes, I did. He ended up getting loaned out. I know exactly who you mean. Mitrovic, right? Was it Vaklivo Mitrovic? This guy. Sorry, Vladica Mitrovic. Yeah, I called him up and then Brookbet said they wanted a piece of him. So I was like, oh, fine. Every time I call someone up, go, yeah, they're going to be good for the first team. They're just not. I'm not sure you can do that with goalkeeper loans, unfortunately. Although, it'd be fun if you could. They'd probably just turn it down immediately, I suspect. It looks like a Polish free-day. Why are we scouting that game? Oh, wait, why are we scouting that game? I'm guessing we've got someone in one of our reports in there. Right, so there's no one else playing today, I don't think. It's probably quite a good way of actually getting these loans out. If I actually like a player, suddenly that's when they start to want him. Sudation Soul. Dan Burn is there for a reason, and that is that reason, and he's doing it. He's executing it perfectly. He's the perfect tool for the job. It's like yelling at a trowel for being a trowel when you need a trowel. Trowels are good. It's a fun word to say as well. I feel like I've already said the word enough now that it feels like it's not only lost its meaning, but it sounds weird to come out of my mouth. He does seem like a lovely bloke. Have you met him? Oh, I've only met one member of the England team, you see. Well, actually, technically 2, but one of them's injured, so... Oh, you have? Nice. Jagiellonian hosting Liverpool. Oh, that's big. Brookbet must beat Sparta Prague. No excuses. Let's crack on. Okay. The keeper's been hidden again. I swear I turned goalkeepers back on there, but sure. I guess it's a different menu. Polizia Montperuz, Alvarez Naim, Mana Steinbergen. Cool. The bench is bound to have... No, okay, the bench is fine. So who's coming in, if anybody? Dan Harden, John is not... Actually, it's basically fine, isn't it? Nice. Of all my transfers. They pretty much rate anybody that's not kind of half good as like an E. But thankfully, it doesn't seem to matter too much for the most part. It's a page that we tend not to look at that often, honestly, or if at all. But every time we sign a player that's not goated, they pretty much just rate them badly and go, they're confused about why we've signed them. I'm like, you wouldn't understand. Right. Is that what I want? Yeah, that'll be fine. Interesting other Polish teams. True. Okay. Let's go. This is the one. But just fuck this. I can just feel like Sekiru's going to score from a corner or something against us here. I'm not in the mood for it. Let's go and win. I actually kind of feel like if we had gone full balls to the wall against Chelsea, we may have won. Because we looked a lot better after I switched the tactic. And maybe we are just good enough now that we can play this against basically everybody. Except... Ooh, okay. They are playing him. Wait, hang on. Did I see who I thought I saw then? I'm pretty certain their centre-back pairing, or trio, are all former... No, he's not, is he? But he sure as shit is. It's Fabrice Facone. They've got Fabrice Facone in there alongside Sekiru. It's weird that they're putting Sekiru on the left, on the right-hand side of it. By the way, I believe in us. Did I see us playing in blue? Oh no, we're playing in the mad strip. We definitely do need to figure out some way of... We probably should make a new strip. What on earth? They're all wearing, like, white leggings. Big fan of the white leggings. It doesn't really go with the kit they're wearing, but oh, go on, Anwar. Drop it across. Or don't. That's fine too. They do have a big old team. Yeah, I do get the feeling that we might get caught out from a corner. But, on the plus side, we should hopefully be able to score, not from a corner directly, but maybe from the rebound or something. It's what Polizia does so well. Oh, that's a... Oh, what a tackle. Oh, wait, no. Never mind. Oh, shit. Oh, no, we're fine, we're fine. Instantly good start, though. If Sharpek shows up yet again in this game, then I would feel so much more comfortable about the situation with him now. That's great from Naeem, who does need to definitely contribute a bit more this season. He's got a few assists, but he does just seem to be a little off the pace to his usual numbers. Oh, look at the space here for Bolizia! And it's in. And it's Monparoos who's done a thing, finally, albeit completely accidentally. Wow, he's not only got... Some players are wearing full leggings and undershirts as well. Whereas Monparoos has just gone for the undershirt jobby. Players like Kowalski wearing full leggings and an undershirt is an embarrassment. He's Polish. Coming up in France wearing essentially a onesie underneath his kit. And gloves. Nah. Just embarrassment. Yeah, their goalkeeper is called Le Ball, and his name is Romain Le Ball. I mean, maybe he should remain Le Goalkeeper, and then this will be okay. I don't know why they're wearing this. How cold could it possibly be in... I nearly said in Stade Rennais. In France right now that we're wearing leggings. It's certainly a statement. I mean, to be fair, Kowalski is a statement in himself, given he's got that fantastic swishy ponytail. I love it when they start with a random animation like that. That's fantastic work. But we're winning, which is good. We've actually created quite a lot in the first few minutes of this game too, which is nice. It's nice to see Monparoos actually do something. Here we go. Gomez and Sharpak again. Build it up from the back. 2 games over. I mean, I saw it, but I just don't know. I feel like not everybody needs to be praised for everything. Sometimes people need to be punished for doing good things, I think. Too many good deeds happening on these points. Oh, go on, Mompa. What's his bro doing? Okay, we let that one pass, I suppose. I'm not opposed to throwing on some of the other guys as well if we do get into a good position in this game. Someone like a Nathan Allen, perhaps. I don't know what's going to happen when John comes back, because Allen is not going to suddenly be going anywhere. Oh, go on, Anwar. Oh, wow. Notice me. I noticed you were right. I can feel your presence. It's like the force around me and whatnot. That is a very good strike from Anwar Naeem off of the left side for some reason. I guess he was just rocking up there because of the throw-in. That was actually lovely from him. Maybe he has to play off the left. Joao Carlos is on a booking too. Sharpak and Gomez have been almost non-existent in this game so far. It's been mostly a midfield battle, so oh god. Okay. Monparoos has chosen violence today. A big fan of that. If he was a bit more intense in normal matches, maybe we'd have a bit more success. Right, come on, Amar, take him on. There's 2 of them on him all the way through. Now he's surely got to square it. And he does, and it's a goal for Sharpak again. Right place, right times. It's what he does. It's 3-0 inside the first 17 minutes. Win in the end. That's what I say to Pogmo's stream. She's like, so how was stream? I'm like, it was weird, but Hayden turned up in the end and I just felt uncomfortable, you know? I felt I was no longer safe. That's dreadful goalkeeping. But Sharpak's in the right place. He definitely feels like he's going to get us 15 goals this season, if not more. In fact, he's already pretty close to double digits. Like, El Shankiti is going to have a lot of work to do when he finally is fit again to even have a chance of being top scorer. That's true, the goose sofa thing. But this does feel one of these situations where it might be better to ask for forgiveness than permission. Because, logic being this, we need to get a new sofa at some point. There was no requirements given for what that sofa should look like or which animal that sofa needs to resemble, right? Gomez is in again. Oh, wow, okay. This first half has popped off. It's about time we had one of these games, actually. Our goal difference in the Champions League usually is very good, and I'll be honest, considering the quality that this Stade Rennais defence now has in it, they have been absolutely undone here. Like, very, very easy. It's a lovely cross, or not even cross, pass from Sharpak on his weak foot as well. In fact, this was a double weak foot job because Gomez is on his weak foot as well. And the women, I don't know. It's a tough competition in terms of who can outweird people the most. I mean, I feel like I still win most of the time. Jagiellonian are losing too, which sucks. And Brookbet, come on, lads. We need something from Poland in the Champions League this year. We will not allow this. Hayden resources. I think you have too much resources at that point then. Watch me no more goals for the entire rest of the game. I am tempted by a cheeky little half-time sub, actually. Maybe throw Allen and Arnold on for the memes. Given that we're already 4-0 up at half-time here and kind of cooking. Jagiellonian have equalised against Liverpool. Get in. Shame we can't actually see anything about that game because this doesn't do anything. Right. I don't know why I'm going to do this, but I am also going to just press their DMs because I feel like they're getting too much of the play, even though they are 4-0 down. Bit of that. Back we go. Yeah, I'm going to take him off. I'm going to take Manor off. Bring on... Oh, wait. We can't bring on Arnold because he's not in the fucking squad, is he? He didn't get here in time. But we can bring on Allen. And what I'm doing is I'm protecting Alvarez, keeping him wrapped up in cotton wool. I don't know if Suzuki's not in the squad either, because we signed both of them on deadline day, and of course that was after the window had already shut. Please do your thing, lads. We go again. Unboxing stream. Good question. I think it will probably be after I come back from the dead and I'm resurrected in zombie style after Pog finds out and murders me. This is going to be a while yet. Because there's every chance that she could also murder my ghost. Exactly. And given that this is a goose that's being delivered, business days, it's going to be a while before business goose happens. There's a lot of silly days in there too. So I believe, in fact, statistically, it's like 1 business day for every 4 silly days. So we're talking quite a few months here. Gomez is in again. Oh, it's beautiful. He loves that angle. Those really tight angled finishes into those channels there where he just catches the keeper by surprise. He's so good at those. This has very much been a season for Mr. Gomez to absolutely pop off. It's another goal for him. Sharpek's actually on a man of the match. Oh, he's not. Naeem's been cooking. Never mind. Alan's already got an assist, proving his immense worth yet again. As if there were any doubters in chat. I realise that's the entirety of it, but that's okay. It's okay to doubt him. But when he turns into the greatest wingback / whatever the fuck he is of all time, I expect apologies and I expect them in written form. A recap video would be good. That's true. It becomes a prop at that point. Here comes Alan again. Go on, Nathan. Take your man on. Oh, he's in again. Go on, Alan. Ah, nice. That's actually some quite good play from him. Finally starting to take a few people on. Getting more comfortable in the role, I think. He's sort of settling into it a bit more. Still very narrow, of course, because he's on his wrong foot. But we take that. Oh dear, that's poor. It's not going to stay in play. That's true. I guess you were just hoping that I was going to basically nepotize him for the entire stream, and I did that a little bit. During the potential beta week for a live podcast now. This is true, yeah. The live podcast on the 1st of November. We might potentially get a couple more in, but that was locked in at the Canal Bar. Oh, what a pass. In Nottingham, which is going to be sick. Tickets are on sale as well. I need to get the ticket link so I can use it as a command or something too. Oh, also, word of warning. The next 2 Sundays after today, I'm also off because Viking's birthday, and then Pog and I are going to her parents as well for the weekend, which is going to be nice. In my defense, I did have 7 straight Sundays to sort of make up for it. Of not Josh Allen. Yeah, I need to get on new Allen mode sorted for that, don't I? Right, changes needed now, I think. The question is, who do I want to bring in? Bring in you? Bring in you? Maybe a bit of the Geisy. I could put Santelli as a striker, actually. I don't know, I'm going to bring on Kazemka instead of Politia, because he's here and I like him. Maybe Paolo as well. Oh, that's all of them. Never mind. I've used all my subbies. Let's go. Part-timer in it. I actually think I should work 8 days a week, probably. Otherwise, it's just shameful. Inevitable, totally rational talking about the World Cup final. I know, it's crazy, isn't it? Still not sure, because I was like, talking to my friends, I was like, we need a plan in case we actually do get to this World Cup final. To actually watch it together, given that, you know, first World Cup final since '66 would be quite nice to watch that with friends, you know? Oh. And if it's the Canal Bar, that means it's near water, which means Pog will be able to feel comfortable there. If there's a dog around, I can throw it in the river. Normal stuff. Well, not the river, the canal, I guess. Don't concede one. Oh dear, okay, that was really bad from... Oh, what a save! Wow, keep it to the thing. Who knows? 3rd place playoff contingency, yes. Well, at least that's on the Saturday. 2-1 down now. That game... Come on, please. Late goal, something, anything. Swimming in it. Well, to be fair, this isn't until... The live show thing isn't until November. But the maybe... I'd like to do... I don't know, I've never done a live podcast before. It's been a long time since I've been on the stage, you know? Oh, that could... Oh, thought it was going to be a foul then. Go on, just take him on. Drop it across. Oh, he's at the post this time. Jesus Christ, man. Alan's getting a lot of ratings since he came on. Water to Morocco, this is true. As it should be, by the way. They're the rightful winners. By then we'll know a lot about, in theory, 27. Or the cancellation of 27. Or the dissolution of the entire studio. Who knows? That's a bad day for Poland again for them. 0-0 at home against Sparta Prague is not acceptable. Losing to Liverpool, fine. We absolutely chefed there, though. Bloody hell. What a performance. Did anybody... Oh, no, Gomez did get 2 goals. Well, he's by far stretching his legs as far as our top scorer this season, for sure. Take a bit of that. throw in the final one of these. See who's actually top. It's weird. The After Effects thing just fixed itself. It's nice when that happens, isn't it? When you don't have to do anything. If they cancel it, I think... I just don't see how they can. I think they've no reason to as well. I just hope that it sort of puts us back on a more even keel and we can kind of get back to a life of just enjoying a game and not having that being a giant that is hanging over it. And also praying that it brings the content space back with it, I suppose. Right. Game service. Yeah, you have to have DLC every single team you want to manage. Which means today's winner, incredibly, is Anarith. And, ooh, the Nathan Allen move wasn't quite as inspired as you thought it was going to be in the end, unfortunately. But by 20 points as well, no less. Crazy. Would you want microtransactions? Yeah, I saw that, because it was the college football game, wasn't it? That they were putting microtransactions in. I mean, this is EA, after all. I met someone at work for EA at a barbecue last month. Can't find this viewer thing again. Oh, man. I apologise. There's a DVD of Wisła highlights. I mean, to be fair, just watch that game back, right? That's all the highlights you need. Just want to check in case there was a late goal there or something, but no. 3 games in, and that is not great. 1 point for them and 1 point for Brookbet. These are just appalling numbers. I know the fixtures haven't been super easy, but you need better than that. Hopefully, the Europa's going to be better than that. Literally, I just got a weird notification in my headphones, which probably means my AirPods are dying. To be fair, I have been using my AirPods for 4 hours straight. Actually, probably 5 hours straight, because I had them on before stream as well. I'm very glad I moved over to these from my IEM monitors, though, because these work just as well, and I can actually hear when I've got them on. Alan, captain. One day, maybe he will be our captain. Right, let's just quickly check Europa and Conference League as well, so we know exactly where we're at. Hopefully they cook there, because we're currently burning dinner up in the Champions League at the moment. And of course I did sprint points for the previous round as well, because I think we only played 1 game last year and it was the Super Cup final. By the way, we actually won the UEFA Super Cup as well, on penalties in the end. I didn't even watch the game, I instant resulted it. I just needed to get through it. That end of the season, end of the summer bit is actually really a slog to get through off stream, because while we still have all the loan farm players that haven't got to push in the Apolmita yet at the club, it slows down the progress so fucking much. It's insane. Right. Please show me something good in the conference. I want to see someone on 9 points yet. Oh. I was really hoping to see Piaskowitz on 4 there, but we are really struggling for that. Okay, Motor Lublin are 9 out of 9. Lechia are 9 out of 9. And Piaskowitz are right here too. Oh, they've lost again. Lads. You can't be this bad. 3-2 win away at Bochum. That's an absurd result. Fair play. Kevin Morrison again. Who did they lose to this time, and was it valid? 3-3? Ludogorets. Wow, Ludogorets just won. Oh yeah, casually. Motor just casually put 4 goals past Milan now. They are absolutely clapping cheeks in the Europa League. How many goals have they scored? I'll have to check that in a minute. They've scored a lot of goals. 5 goals for Dortmund there as well. So, okay, they were playing Southampton away, so I can't entirely blame them there. And then Waterford win again. They've done okay. How many goals have they scored, though? They've already scored 10 times in 3 matches. And Lechia, 3 wins and out, 3 for them. Right. It's not over for Piaskowitz, so they are literally only 2 points off of qualifying, but they do need to pick it up a little bit in the second half of things, because they're basically becoming Lechia from last season. It'd be nice to get all 3 of them through for once. But they've basically already qualified. 9 points is good enough already. They've got 5 points to just try and get top 10 now. Sorry, 5 games, rather. The question is whether Europa League... What's his name? BJ McGeever. Oh my god. I like to pretend that he'd be Dutch, so he'd be pronounced BJ McGeever. Don't know why that works better for me. It just does. What about the Confo? Okay, good. They've redeemed themselves with a win. Against who, I don't know. 3-1 away again is actually really impressive. Fair play to Zagłębie Lubin. We take that. Yeah, Alan does get those assists. He just needs to score goals a bit more frequently at the moment. That's his biggest problem. When you look at the stats, he should have more goals to his name. Which is probably... It's a sign that he's making the right runs and getting in the right positions, but he has underperformed a lot. Gomez has 13. Schalbeck already has 10 as well. Montparnasse has 9 now. But XG-wise, Alan should have nearly 5 goals already. He does have 8 assists, though, which I think actually might be the top assister in the team. Like, Can't complain about that. He is literally the most creative player in the entire squad. Not in terms of expected assists, but he now has the most assists. So if he could just add a few more goals to his game, his performances have actually been quite good. Average rating-wise, 4th highest on the team. He's quietly going about his business, doing things. I'm getting more and more impressed with him now. I was a bit worried originally after the first few league games I played and watched him in. I was genuinely concerned that oh my god, look at the value, 100 million quid now. I think we might have actually stumbled onto a genuinely good player here. See what he does. I mean, it's a long time to go. If he could just add some more goals, then we're in for it. Right, coefficients. Last thing, to check in on the coes. The coes. Never say that again, Matt. 3.6 on the year now. Sorry, 3.7. The gap to France is under a point now, which is good. Closing in on them properly. On the year, I mean, obviously, this is not really irrelevant at this point yet, but good. We're performing better than France, which is the most important thing. Still got to keep catching them, but it's getting there. Clapping cheeks and coes. I tried to make Convo happen, and it didn't entirely work, but I see people saying it, so let's try and make coes work as well. It's my latest strategy, which means, of course, for For Tuesday's stream, we've got Juve, Man City, and Brighton. Oh, my days. So it gets a lot easier. At least we'll have a Youth and Take preview at the end of that to cheer us up, perhaps. And if nothing else, Big John will be back, which will make it a lot better. Yeah, Alan has always had crazy high PA, but we were worried that because of his age, he may not actually be able to reach the PA, and that was my biggest concern with him. But, and I still have that concern in fairness, because he's a lot older than a lot of those players, but if we give him loads of football, maybe we'll get lucky. We're going to raid into Mr. Clates, because he's live, and he's there, and he's beautiful. So thank you for joining me, friends. I wish me luck as I try to finally start recording that series tomorrow. And I will see you lovely folks on Tuesday for more... wait, will there even have... No, there won't have even been any more World Cup matches by Tuesday, will there? Because the first game of the semi is Tuesday night. In that case, I'll be wearing a different Retro England shirt in that stream, no doubt. But thank you very much for joining me. Thank you very much for the gifted subs and the bits today. That was very, very kind of you, and I do appreciate it a lot. As always, it's lovely to have you here, and I will see you lovely folks on Tuesday for more... let's be honest, complete fucking nonsense. But hopefully where Poland does really well in the meantime. And I'll see you guys very, very soon. The Lady Friend, that's Tuesday. We've got to do it on Tuesdays. I'll see you guys